This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul.
Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, thou wouldst fare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information for raiding to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul.
Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, thou wouldst fare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information for raiding to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul.
throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, about what's fair as the offer unfolds. In bold letters read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on the unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma. What can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely imps. Good afternoon! Hello, actual username Spiral Gal, Eurus McProll, Looney, Fire Phoenix 711, Liam, Gary, Martini Peterson, Marinara, Wolfgar, Nuts, Renegade, Coffee, Lonnie, Snips, and Gayfesh. And let's see from YouTube, we got Anna Smith, Salami, Kettle DeJoy, I Am Not High, Sour Eggs, Anthony Healy. Why is Tom York? I do not know the answer to that question. I am not high. And Comrade Copernicus. Thank you so much for being here today. We have a lot to talk about today, don't we? Hi, Purple EB-chan. How are you doing? Hey, Ellison. Wonderful to see you. I did. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Gina. I was just about to say thank you so very much. Did I say I am not high twice? I don't think I did I? Did I? Maybe I did. God, it is fucking sweltering in this room right now. No, I am not high right now, believe it or not. I don't smoke or do any of that shit on stream. Caffeine is my only drug. Well, I guess, and my ADHD meds, so there's that, but that's pretty normal. Oh boy. So for those of you who don't know, I was on, hi Vermin, wonderful to see you. So for those of you who don't know, earlier today, I appeared on Lexi, Acelaces, also previously known as Cyberwitch Lexi's stream for a little bit. Didn't have all that much time to talk, but it was an interesting conversation nonetheless. We were talking about gender, and guess what? We're going to talk about gender again. Ever thought about doing a high stream? I have done a high stream before, in the long past. Hello, hello. It's okay. It's a very different angle of conversation, because today we are going to be talking about, nah, it's not part 2. There is never going to be a part 2 of that. Yeah, the Christmas special. Yeah, we were both high. That was fun. That was really fun. The Christmas special was fucking, excuse me, spitty. Awesome. The election discourse? Nah. The election discourse was at least somewhat productive at some points. Though it was annoying at times for sure. But we are going to talk about online harassment and gender today. Because it needs to be discussed, okay? It really needs to be discussed. Yes, Wolfgar, that is indeed the fawn. That is the real deal fawn. Yeah, but before we get started, before we start getting into heavy stuff, etc., etc. Please like the stream. We have very few likes on the stream today. I realize today is a very, very spicy day. There's probably going to be a lot of people watching a lot of other stuff, and that's perfectly fine. But if you wouldn't mind throwing the stream a like, we only have like 20 likes on it, and we have like 71 concurrent viewers, and 71 concurrent viewers is pog, but like 20 likes is not as pog. So please, do the pogs, do the likes, do the subscribes. We want to get this out into the algorithm so we can see some people coming up. Yeah, why am I here? The Discord is discord.gg/demonmama. We are finally off of lockdown as of yesterday night, I believe. So, yes, you're the roommate who sleeps in the same bed and is in a polycule with me. Interesting how that works out. No, we're not roommates. I mean, we are roommates, but yeah. You can't spare any likes? Damn, sucks. I thought they were an infinite supply. Much like the likes in, yeah, and they were roommates. Oh, yeah. Blink. What if our beds were not only next to each other, but what if they were the same bed? Yeah. What if they were on the same, what if we built two beds next to each other and they became one? Hey, commie scum, good to see you. Yeah, like your uncles in Frisco. Exactly. What if we kissed in the same bed? Just kidding. True, unless. How is everyone doing today? Are you all doing good? I don't know. I can't help but feel... Oh, thank you for the compliments on my hat. It's a hat stream day. You know, it's one of those hat stream days. Excuse me. You're doing awful? I'm sorry to hear that, Mixed Dizzy. I'm really sorry to hear that. Jessica Metal, I am really, really thinking about getting that guitar, by the way. I think I might order it today. Can I do a hat trick? No, I can't. Gen 4 remake. Wait, Gen 4 is what? Sapphire and Ruby? That's cool. Yeah, no, it's not. It's a, here, let me show you. I have it here. Hold on, I can bring it up in just a second. Give me 1 second. It is the, Ibanez... Here we go. This is the one. I have D&D in an hour, and the gay boys in the party just became official after a drunk hookup. I'm hyped. Oh, that's cute. That's super cute. This is the guitar I'm thinking about getting. Yeah, it's a little pricey. It's pretty pricey. But, like, I really, really, really want to play guitar, and I will play guitar on stream if I get it. So it will not just be for myself, but it will also be for our entertainment. Yeah, they are acoustic. This is, yeah, I mean, they are pricey. Yes, acoustic guitars are pricey. But, I don't know. This is a reasonable price. Yeah, this is a 12 string. Yeah, suck your jammies in, chat. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be my next purchase. Maybe. I feel really, really bad about ever buying anything like this, but the price is good, and there is some discount on it, which is nice. Chat, buy Taylor guitars if you want a new acoustic. They're a co-op now, so support that shit. I could consider that, but it is quite a bit more expensive. Oh, that's okay, Slice of Onion. You need to take care of yourself first and foremost. This guitar is a steal? Yeah, I agree. I know. I don't know how long it will take to get here. It's not in stock right now is the only problem. Takes extra delivery time. Yeah, I already know how to play guitar a little bit. Steel string? I don't know if this is a steel string. Yeah, I assume so. I don't know what it comes with. But yeah, string type steel. Yeah, steel string. God. I don't know. Really good fucking... I don't know. I hesitate. I'm the type of person who hesitates forever. The hippy dippy debate is just Vosh and someone else. That's the other one. I'm going... there is a 2-on-2, which I'm going on tonight. So... Excellent. Thank you, Max. Thank you so much. Yeah, so yeah, an undercard, I think. I don't know exactly what the schedule is going to be tonight. So yeah, this one is tonight. I think it was I guess afterwards is the one with Bastiat. Me, okay, I'm going on with Marek, Lycan, and Connor points tonight. So, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Devious Chilster. I could do that. Yeah, it's the Super Showdown. It's going to be really fucking cool. I'm very excited for it, although it was a little bit last minute, but I completely understand given the circumstances. Yeah, 8 p.m. EST is at 5. So, oh, that would make sense. Wait, so is theirs first? I don't know how this works. Listen, I don't know how this works. Mine's at 5, so that's in a couple hours. We have other things to talk about. Yes, Nibiru. Well, I wouldn't say, I mean, close friends, but yeah. Wait, is Marek in Twitter jail? Wait, for real? Wait, for real? I didn't know that. Is that true? Marek is in Twitter jail? No, Marek is right here. Marek is right here. Marek is fine. Marek's right here. She probably had to delete it. Oh shit, I'm getting a lot of notifications. Or was it guillotine? Yeah. Aw, thank you. I love the purple too. Yeah. So damn, all right, we're doing real good. We got 120 viewers right now. That's fucking awesome. All right, so let's talk about the content, okay? Listen, we got a serious topic to talk about right now, okay? And we're gonna start it, and I want to say it's a little bit sad. So warning for starting the stream on a little bit of a sad issue, but it's very, very, very important that we talk about this. And don't worry, there will be plenty of not sad content afterwards. However, it's very important that we discuss this because, well, I have talked about it many times in the past and very few people actually talk about this shit. So, for those of you who don't know, I have covered in the past the public cancellation of multiple trans women, many of whom have middling platforms and perhaps make their living via the internet. This is something I've covered on numerous occasions, though, to be fair, I didn't have quite as many followers at that time. And the intensity and frequency of this has gone up and up and up and up and up over the last months, as right-wingers increasingly land on the trans discourse and engage in it. And the one that I talked about most recently was, and we're not including myself. I'm not talking about myself on this at all because that would be fucking weird, and I don't feel like doing that. Other people can talk about me if they want to. However, I have talked about Anna Valens. Many of you will remember the drama was known as the Fall Guys drama at the time that it happened. Anna is a writer for the Daily Dot and for a couple of other online magazines, and was canceled after writing an article for a sex magazine, a online sex magazine, about playing Fall Guys with a what was it called? A butt plug in. Now, actually, as it turns out, that wasn't actually what happened. It wasn't even in at all. That was just the concept for the article. However, this led to her being utterly destroyed on Twitter. In fact, to the degree, and I'm reminding people, some of you already know this because I've talked about it, others of you haven't, to the degree that I even saw Chapo guys from the Chapo team retweeting it saying this person belongs in jail for writing an article about Fall Guys and a butt plug. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you, by the way. There was allegations. This person was called a pedophile. This person was called a sex pest repeatedly, even by other trans people, by the way. Like, a lot of trans people jumped in on this. I talked about it at the time. I talked about it on stream multiple times. And now we have reached the very unfortunate end so far of this chapter. Let me just bring up my little link here because where did it go? Oops. Hold on a second. Is this the one? No, this is not the one. Let me get the article real quick. Because I wanted to, yeah, here we go. Here's the article. Sorry, lost my links. We're going to read this together because I think it's really important for us to read this. Because one thing that I've been seeing is an increase in sex negativity on the left, and not just sex negativity, but moral panics. And these, it's not just the left, of course, because keep in mind that moral panics are always capitalized on by the right every single time. But they often start on the left. And people will justify it. And interestingly, it's almost always a disposable trans woman who can be, you know, painted as a pervert or disgusting. And all of those invisible prejudices against trans people will still be operated on. They just won't be said as openly. Yes, that's literally true. Vermin Hands, there's literally a massive subreddit called Heel Sluts, which is mostly it's mostly heterosexual. And as a result, nothing happens, despite the fact that the entire thing is making a kink out of healing in games. So let's read this real quick, and then we're going to talk a little more about it. And then after that, we're going to talk about, oh, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it's great. I don't judge them at all. I don't care. It's not hurting anyone in any way, shape, or form. We're going to read this article, and then we're going to talk about some other things, and then we're going to talk about an ongoing cancellation of a public trans person before we go on to the panel. And then we'll have some cool out time, okay? Because, frankly, this has to be discussed more frequently, and so I'm going to talk about it all the fucking time. I'm going to keep shoving it in people's faces until it stops. And maybe it will never stop. But if it does, I think the only way that we ever have any hope of stopping it is by talking about it, and by focusing on it, and by understanding how it operates and how we can avoid it. Okay? So let's read this article real quick. This is the article by Anna Valens on her Substack on leaving Twitter, a short explanation. This was published 6 days ago. This post won't be as polished as usual. It's more of a blog post, and a deeply personal one at that. I want to explain why, exactly, I decided to leave Twitter. It's not just because of the past few days. It's a decision in the making that's been informed by the stress that comes with being a public figure over the last few years. Some brief background. I wrote a short thread about people who are not trans feminine stealing aesthetics from trans feminine people. This is a common experience. One example, trans women style themselves a certain way, usually with queer-coded clothing or makeup, and cis women will pick up the look and take it on for themselves. Everyone will call the latter bold and empowered and feminist, while royally shitting on trans women who invented said style. This is just one of many iterations in a long list. People who are not trans feminine did not like this thread and harassed me for it. Some people decided to not just go after me, but start reaching out to others who peddled the lie that I was being secretly transphobic towards people who do not experience trans misogyny. It was an attempt to recruit others into an Anna is bad harassment campaign. This has happened numerous times, and I am sick of it. It is legitimately traumatizing, so I left. But the truth is, I decided to pull away a few weeks ago. This was the final straw. I left because Twitter is not a good place for trans women. Twitter users just absolutely love to target trans women for petty, ridiculous things. It's always the same, a total non-issue or silly and at worst slightly cringy joke that gets taken out of context and blown up into a witch hunt. Sound familiar? Here's the proof, people cry, that trans girl bird lover is a secret monster we must expel from our leftist circles. Then you look at trans girl bird lover's page and she's tweeted a total nothing burger like, I'm so glad I pop 8 milligrams of E daily because I can finally touch another girl's titties without feeling like a weirdo about it. This happens all the time to trans women. It happens to small accounts. It happens to big accounts. It's why trans women regularly lock their accounts for a week, have nervous breakdowns publicly, or are generally just extremely scared of their own followers. Okay, I'll take a look in a minute, Max. Rinse and repeat. It happens all the time. Sometimes other trans women are carrying the torches, sometimes not, but it's always motivated by the same thing, which is trans misogyny. And eventually, everyone slips up. Even the girls who set the fire to begin with end up getting burned. I encourage other leftists to stop and think seriously about why trans women are here one day and gone the next. Where did they go and why? What are you doing to protect us? What are you doing to stop the harassment before it reaches the public eye? Are you turning a blind eye when people you follow, hang out with, and DM regularly are misgendering trans women and using TERF rhetoric towards them? Because in my experience, yes, that is far too common. And I want to encourage other trans people to think seriously about whether they're engaging in this problem too. Horizontal violence in particular, antagonism and internalized bigotry from within the community is common among trans women. In many cases, harassment against me began because the call came from inside the house. Twitter is not a good place for marginalized public figures. Marginalized public figures, again, particularly trans women, are held to ridiculously high standards that are impossible to fulfill. People admire us deeply or despise us greatly, usually in that order. We are never afforded neutrality. We are always on one side or the other of a constantly spinning wheel that is hyper-visibility. And our every action is stacked against us on that wheel until finally it all blows up and we become a main character on leftist Twitter. Public figures fuck up. They make mistakes. They are human. Please understand many of us, especially those from intersecting marginalized backgrounds who are there to give back to our own community, are trying really, really hard to be the best versions of ourselves that we can be. This is really difficult when you are 27 and don't even understand yourself or your own boundaries. When you're dealing with so many different problems offline and online alike, when you didn't even ask for this level of popularity and visibility, it was handed to you like a dead mouse from your pet cat. It is okay to criticize or dislike public figures. It is not okay to traumatize them. For many of us, the latter is the rule of the day until we snap. I have dealt with sustained harassment over the past several years. I have been very open about the fact that people harass me over my online presence. Mobbings, stalking campaigns, sexual harassment, my porn as a sex worker being non-consensually plastered all over the place on and off Twitter, and sometimes by fellow leftists to shame and embarrass me. It takes an emotional toll over time, a severe one. It is not easy to just clock out and exist in meat space when you know all this is going on over the internet. When you go to sleep and wake up the next day, it is there. When you go for a walk and return to your phone, it is there. It changes your life. You can never, ever go back to normal. And it's only gotten worse as the pandemic continues. That's what I was saying. As people increasingly harass marginalized folks to vent their stress, as other trans women turn on each other and bring out the knives to slash at whatever bit of warm flesh they can get at. I would rather avoid the problem altogether by removing myself from Twitter. It is harder to stalk and harass someone if they simply do not exist in a way which you can stalk, harass, or even reach them. So I am leaving. My mental health is not in a good place. This, above all, is the biggest reason why I left. For my own stability. For all the reasons above, and for reasons that I would never share on the internet, I am not in a good place right now. It has been a terrible year. I have suffered greatly during the pandemic. I have dealt with suicidal ideation. I have lost a lot of friends over harassment campaigns and just mean, petty shit. They have bought into the monstrous image of me that people with trans misogynistic intentions have peddled. It has been brutal. I'm sick of it. I'm done. I don't deserve to be treated like this, and so I won't. So that's why I left Twitter, and that is why I will remain off of Twitter. I will have to come back periodically to promote things, podcasts I'm on, articles I publish, games I create. I know I'll have to, but I won't be on Twitter. It'll feel like a ghost of what it once was. Not really there, not really reachable. More of an RSS feed, and almost like a robot is posting. I'm taking this time offline to heal, to get in touch with myself, to better understand who I am, and to like myself for no other reasons than being me. Yes, Anna Valens made a handful of visual novels that are pretty good in my opinion. Twitter will not grant me those things. I don't think it will grant any trans woman those things. Not until we, as people, learn to collectively treat us better. It will always lead down this route. A farewell post, a locked account, a ghost of what once was and could have been if things had gone differently. P.S. I'm terribly sorry I haven't kept this Substack updated. I, unfortunately, just don't have it in me at the moment to write regularly. I would like to return to it once I do, but I want to be very honest about that fact right now. For my subscribers, 100% understandable if you would want to pull out of subscribing. No hard feelings. I'd rather you have the information than not. Pretty heavy stuff, huh? And you know I said this stuff before this even happened. I did, what, 2 or 3 separate streams about this exact topic, warning that this was what was going to happen? And now we see it. Remember I said this? I swear to God, I know some of you aren't going to remember because a lot of you didn't follow me at the time. But back on Twitch, in the Twitch days, I used to talk about this a lot. And I would say, trans women just disappear one day. They're gone. And you don't know where they went. And if you liked their stuff, you're like, well, I guess I can't find it anymore. Anybody remember X? Anybody remember black dresses? And maybe some people do, but most people don't. They don't know where they went. They're just gone. And you know what? It's true. It does happen to people with a huge platform. Anybody remember Sophie? That situation was a little different, but there's a lot of hate. And unfortunately, well, maybe some of them. Black Dresses was was canceled last year, I think, or a year before that. Oh yeah, people went way after Sophie. Of course they did. This happens to everyone. There's a reason. Now, something you might notice on my videos. You'll notice if you go into the comments of my videos, there's usually quite a lot of transphobia in the comments. There's a reason why I leave this stuff up, because I think people should have to see it. I think that when people want to come see anything that I make, the stuff that I put my lifeblood into, when I get on stream and I fucking sweat and bleed in order to make a cool episode, oh, we're going to be talking about that, Gay Fesh. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be... I want people to have to see. Really? That's amazing, Kaboka. I'm very happy to hear that. Sometimes that happens. Oftentimes it doesn't. Oftentimes it doesn't. In an era where more and more people, especially marginalized people, are relegated to working and finding money on the internet, being driven off the internet isn't just a matter of not having fun anymore. Oh yeah, yes. Oh, Milo Stewart has been canceled how many times? How many times have they been canceled? How many times has ContraPoints been canceled? Like, we know ContraPoints has been very open about it. But again, like I was saying, no, Milo Stewart. Milo Stewart's been, yeah, like driven off. Like, this isn't just canceled. This isn't just people disagreeing with you. It is people, a never-ending surge of people telling you that you are subhuman, that you are bad for everything that you love, that you are trash, and they won't leave you alone ever, every single day. And remember, I promise you, it does not matter your size. Oh, yes, but Kaboko, that's the thing. The right always ends up joining in. Well, but Rook, I mean, listen, it's already happened, okay? Yeah, crawling in my crawl? Oh no. I love that video. It happens all the time. It is, yeah, it is very sad. And the thing is, it's, again, like I said, in a world where more and more people have to scrape together a living of some sort on the internet, being harassed off the internet can mean starvation, can mean losing your house, can mean, you know, trans people don't have any family to fall back on a lot of the time. Statistically, just on raw statistics, most trans people don't have fucking family to fall back on. Sometimes they don't even have friends to fall back on. So you remove them from the internet and they might not have any connection to anybody else. It's a huge problem. Yeah. Vorbuddy, maybe this is too vulnerable, but Demon Mama, what did you wish would have happened, or did you appreciate happening during the Destiny shit? What would have helped you feel safe? If we're going to create systems of safety, it should start from meeting the needs of y'all and moving out from there. Honestly, a drop of charitability is all that would be necessary. The idea that has been propagated is that I am a 100% bad faith actor who can never possibly be genuine in anything that I say, and that leads downhill to everything else. It is a dehumanization, and that is almost always what it ends up being. Oh, that's not true. He's very picky with that. I don't even want love. I don't want praise. I don't want shit. All I want is just a drop of charitability. The fact that maybe, just maybe, I'm not a monster. Maybe I'm just a person. But this goes for everyone else. Maybe the first thing that a Chapo guy shouldn't tweet about a situation he knows nothing about is this person should be in jail. Do you think that's charitable? Do you think that's human at all? And I'm going to show you in just a minute how bad this really gets. And here's the thing. I saw I think it was Goddess Trans Girl in chat say that this is closet fuel. Listen, please don't let it be closet fuel. The more of us who are together, watching, taking care of one another, fighting for one another, calling this shit out, the more likely that we will end this era once and for all. And I hope we can. I really, really hope we can. It's just that, I don't know, a lot of it, yeah, trans strong together, it's true. But the thing is, like, again, people don't realize this, but trans women are like the warning. They're like the canary in the coal mine in a lot of ways. Sucks, but it's true. Trans women are like the canary in the coal mine. We're the first ones to get targeted, and then somebody else is next. Because guess what? It was but 10 years ago. We just did a section on Rush Limbaugh the other day. And guess who got targeted? Who was getting targeted 10 years ago? Well, guess what? Gay people were. And 10 years before that, it was anybody who didn't have a monogamous relationship that was perfectly in the confines of marriage. It's easy to hate trans people because a lot of people think that we're icky. I'm serious. That's what it often boils down to. It's that we're gross and icky. And therefore, we're a justifiable target of whatever hate and harassment people decide to spit out into the world. But every single person who isn't trans here, who cares about the well-being of people who might be even slightly different, yes, they do, Nibiru. But anybody who might be slightly different than some imagined cishet white norm is going to be targeted eventually if this shit propagates, if this becomes the norm as it currently is, if this maintains the norm. Yeah, oh, absolutely, sheep tar. Yep. It's been in a million movies. Yep. Of course it does. Absolutely. And I'm yeah, their ideal does not exist. It doesn't exist. There is no one. Every person on the planet has a kink. Every person on the planet has a difference. Every person on the planet has some way that they deviate from this norm. And you will be targeted for it if the society that you build is one that forces assimilation to a imagined ideal. Verminhand says, unironically, I think it has to do with perceived societal attractiveness. People legit show less empathy to ugly people, so if trans people are seen as unattractive or gross or icky, they're going to be subject to more prejudice, and it's like so disgusting and sad to think about. Oh, I think that's true. That's certainly a part of it. But why society concludes that people are gross and ugly is very weird. You'll notice that, like, I mean, obviously it's true that less attractive trans people, like less traditionally attractive trans people get a lot more hate. That's just true. However, you'll also notice that, like Sheeptar brought up about the trope of people throwing up once they find out that a beautiful woman they had sex with in a movie has a penis or whatever, or they made out with. That's like a trope that's been in a million movies. It's not just their physical attractiveness. It's the idea of, oh God, I was gay with them. They made me gay somehow. Yeah, they can pretend that yeah, exactly. Yep. And it's interesting we're talking about this because tonight I'm going on a debate to talk about toxic masculinity, and toxic masculinity is a part of this. Yeah, I still have that video on my watch list. Yeah. Yeah, I want to watch that video really, really bad. Rockfin, I haven't had time to dig into it yet. I'll be completely honest. I've been a little behind on news lately because I've been dealing with a lot of other stuff, and my mind has been occupied with the preparations for a bunch of discussions I have scheduled. Yep. That's terrible, Plague Doctor. Is masculinity inherently toxic? No, I don't think it's inherently toxic. Is there any way you can be the change you want to see and humanize someone who has dehumanized you? Of course. But that's not always the thing. It's not always like... It's a bigger problem. We need to be able to recognize these patterns and fight them, and also stop participating in them. Because keep in mind, a lot of people will retweet stuff that they see, that they'll propagate these ideas without even thinking about it a second time, because it comes like second nature, you know? Yeah, I feel you on that, Soyakant. Oof, Fawn. I know about that. How am I doing? I'm a little tired, but that's about all. Otherwise, I'm doing okay. Twitter is pretty bad, yeah. And I don't know. Maybe that is the goal in the long run. Maybe the IMPS code isn't enough. It is possible. I've thought about this. But for now, I think that, like, just, I've already talked about this on my server, on my Discord server. You know, I'm reducing my presence on Twitter because it's been terrible. It's become the imps code hasn't been enough. So, yeah, too bad. But you got to do what you got to do to keep plugging, right? I think that Twitter could be a better place, but right now it's completely useless and very, very painful. I don't know about nationalization. I don't know that's a problem. I think this is a cultural issue. I think a lot of this is a cultural issue. This is one of those things where I don't think that, like, capitalism is the, I don't think that, like, capitalism is the solution here. Not the solution. I don't think capitalism is, like, the central issue here. This is an issue that goes beyond just capitalism. Sorry, yeah, my brain was like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's a economic solution to this. Does it worsen it? For sure. Because, I mean, then you have the problem, like I said, you know, capitalism does contribute to the fact that, like, you know, it does contribute to the fact that, like, you can't have a living as a trans person, but those prejudices don't necessarily have to exist. Well, it's not just about individually being kind. It's about not participating and actively shutting down. Do you know how powerful it would be if fucking big cis individuals were willing to step in and debunk like fucking cancellations before they happened? Do you know how big it would be if, like, when Anna Valens was being like dogpiled, if like a big cis creator like Chapo, instead of adding to the fuel to the fire, instead said, hey, this is fucked, stop doing this? Do you know how big that would be? It would be huge. That would be fucking huge. But people don't. It's not my problem. I don't know. So, yeah. It's not just lefty content creators. It's a lot of people. It's people in general. But yeah, lefties often are the ones who make it possible for everyone else to pile on. I think Anna talks about this here and says, well, let me see here. It's before the public at large. Let's see. Before getting the public attention, let me find the line. What are you doing to stop the harassment before it reaches the public eye? Yeah. It's not just nice. It's not just being nice. It's actively combating these moral panics. You know that there have been other moral panics in the past. Does anybody remember the satanic panic? Does anybody remember that? That was a moral panic. I mean, hell, fucking arguably even QAnon is sourced out of moral panics. And guess how those moral panics are stopped? They're stopped by people who have opinions, who have platforms, stepping in and going, fuck this shit. Why are you doing this? Let me show you how this is wrong. People who have a platform have to do something about it. But the fact of the matter is that trans people with platforms are dealing with this, so they can't exactly step in and stop something that they are the target of. So now we have to talk about something else, okay? We have to talk about something else. And this is an active cancellation that is currently going on, okay? Yep, that's about accurate, Just Zach. And if you don't have a platform, well, then just don't participate in these and call people out if they are. You can tell people, hey, I don't think it's a good idea to jump down this person's neck. But guess what? Right now, literally, right now, as you and I speak, as I am telling you about the dangers of moral panics and bullshit on trans women, I gotta show you somebody else who's currently actively getting canceled. And it starts with this tweet. Sophie LaBelle. Are you familiar? People might be familiar with this artist. Sophie LaBelle is the artist of the comic known as Assigned Male. Anybody familiar? I know you all know this comic. Here, let me get you you know this comic. I promise you do. You know this comic. I know you know this fucking comic. Watch, ready? Look, I know you know this comic, okay? Ready? Here we go. You'll recognize the art immediately. Here you go. See? So what's happening on the interwebs, Mom? Well, some cis bros are complaining because you don't sound like an 11-year-old. What do they mean? They think I'm faking it to get access to some special restroom again? A kind of restroom for people who read too many books about gender studies? That'd be weird. Wait, Mom, was that actually a good idea? I'm not even sure if that was sarcasm or not now. Okay? Listen. I don't love the comic. It's a little bit of a cringe comic in my opinion, but it's big on Facebook. That's true. Very, very big. I think it's a little like, it's a harmless comic. It's a fucking harmless comic. It is mucho texto. Is it a little bit lib and preachy? Yeah, sure. Is it a little cringe? It's a lot of stuff that's like, my 6-year-old said this to me. But much like many other things, it has had a severe, yeah, please clap energy. Yeah, but should somebody be destroyed over please clap energy? No. Yeah, our prisons would be even more cramped. Exactly. Some people like this. Some people find it valuable. Other people, whatever. You sip your coffee and go, oh, have a sensible chuckle. But this person has been under the crosshairs of the online right for 1 million years. And now they're in the crosshairs of everyone else. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it to you. Watch. I made some diaper fur art. I have a kink I indulge in responsibly, and I refuse to be shamed for it. The people shoving my art and my life into everyone's face are bad faith actors looking for an excuse to attack a trans woman. So, for those of you who don't know, diaper fur art is furry art where there's a character wearing a diaper, okay? That's all. That's fucking all it is. It's that fucking simple. It's fucking stupid. And sometimes they will have a little pacifier or they'll shake a rattle or whatever, and who gives a fucking shit, okay? You know what? I know you motherfuckers are the types. You know what? I see fucking people post on Twitter all the time. Let me just jump into this for a second. I see people go on Twitter and post, oh, please choke me to death, daddy, until I die. Oh, please. And nobody bats a fucking eye. And I see people say, oh my God, I wish I could get pounded by 900 fucking people of whatever, insert race here because they've got a racial kink or whatever, and nobody gets fucking canceled for it. And I see people posting about, oh my God, wouldn't it be amazing if if my boyfriend would beat the absolute shit out of me and tell me I'm a worthless piece of shit human being? Yeah, wouldn't it be great if I got gangbanged by 15 werewolves? And one trans woman draws a picture of a fucking wolf with a diaper on it. And then this shit happens. And let me just show you. Let me just fucking show you what happens. Because you all gotta see this shit. Okay, pedophile. MK Ultra and this cursed city. You can't really use that excuse when other trans people are going after you, like everyone is against you for being a fucking creep. You literally used reference photos of toddlers to draw porn. No, people are rightfully annoyed. By the way, this account right here is a Gamergate account from 1 million years ago. I happen to know about that because I know this person. People are rightfully annoyed you use pictures of kids as models, which is totally, all of this is fucking, nobody knows the fucking actual basis of this. Some of this is fucking made up. Pedophilia. Why are you a pedophile? People are shaming you is not because you're a diaper furry. I know what actual normal LGBT people need. Spokespeople who are weird fetishists. Not like that's the exact negative association we're trying to lose. By the way, this person, you probably know who Cafe... Oh, wait, this is Cafe Beef. Hey, there you go. There's that person who was brought up to me on fucking Lexi's stream 10 seconds ago. Pedo behavior. You should be ashamed. It's sexual perversion and an affront to God. All you accomplish is making a group of people already fighting for social acceptance look worse, and it disgusts me. Go to hell, you sick pedo. What the fuck is wrong with you? Degenerates like you are why sensible people lose faith in humanity. This isn't about you being trans, it's about you being a furry and a pedo, you filth. Oh no, I'm trans, so everyone who calls out my disgusting pedo behavior is transphobic. People were outing you for being a pedophile. Disgusting. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. This goes on and on and on. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of quote retweets. Countless fucking comments. Hi, I'm trans. Delete your account. Get the rope. Now they're targeting her. Now they're targeting her work. For real though, diaper for art makes you very uncomfortable? Great. You make me uncomfortable. So what? You probably fucking jack off to like maggots or something. What fucking secrets do you have in your closet? You know there are people who fucking jack off to smearing fucking ketchup all over their chest? You know there are people who jack off to fucking cake splattering? You know there are people who jack off to farts? Fuck you. Everybody has a gross thing that somebody else can find out that is gross. Ball splitting, ball crushing, torture, degradation. Those fucking things you put in your nose that tear your nose up. There are people who get off to literal torture, and that's a common kink. There are people who get off to fucking candle wax being dumped on them. There are people, lots of people, as in lots and lots of people who get off to fucking vor. There we go. See, there you go, Vermin. I'm sure there's some people who are ready to jump at the fucking bit to call you a pervert or whatever. There are people who get off to fucking everything. Okay? Do you know how many times I've seen people on the internet say, spit in my mouth, daddy, ooh woo, and no one fucking cares. But the second a trans person crosses some invisible made-up line of acceptability, you get fucking toasted in public. Everything that you are gets targeted. Your job, your life, your morality. Cotton D-Pad says, I'm in the furry ABDL community, and there's a lot of CSA survivors, a lot of asexual and even sex-repulsed people. They're the first ones to kick out actual pedos much quicker and much more effectively than any other furry subcommunity. Yeah, guess what? That's true! Oh, I'm sorry, Posadas John. I guess it wasn't explosive enough for you. There you go. Yeah, fucking Shadman literally draws lolly of an existing public figure and doesn't fucking get shit for it. Still makes a fucking $1 million. And a trans person draws one picture with a fucking wolf with a diaper on it, and that's the end of the line. And they're called a pedophile. A pedophile! And guess what? You know what, Floofy Momo? You're right. There is a problem. People demonize the ABDL community because, again, it's seen as weird enough to hate. But guess what? Just two decades ago, not even that, it's fucking still acceptable today. Let's not kid ourselves. But remember in the 90s when you were considered to be borderline a pedophile if you were gay at all? I'm sorry. This shit boils my motherfucking blood. And I am so motherfucking tired of asshole opportunist transphobes jumping on board these trains to destroy the nearest person that they think they can justify for whatever stupid fucking bullshit reason. And I hope to God it never targets you. Because guess what? It will. Somebody someday is going to find, when you die, somebody's going to go on your fucking laptop and they're going to find, you're not going to expect to die. You're not going to get to delete your folder of, I don't know, bees stinging your dick for sexual pleasure. And your grandkids are going to find it. Or something. And guess what? You're going to be dead, so you don't have to worry about it. But if that happened tomorrow, if that happened fucking tomorrow, you're fucked. And you'll be fucking out on the street in no time. Yeah, it's every single one, Devious Chillster. It does not matter your kink. Everyone has one, and yet some get randomly picked, mostly the ones that are associated with heavily with the queer community, interestingly. Those ones get targeted the most. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Socialist potato. Yep. And no, they don't. And guess what, Satter M? You know what's even worse? A lot of these fucking cancel-happy motherfuckers have a fuckload of skeletons in their closet. Like, you know how all the Donald Trump, you know how all those Donald Trumpers, all those QAnoners really, it's really weird that a lot of them sure seem to have some pretty fucking dark history of their own. And I don't even, and I'm talking not dark history like they like an image of a furry with a fucking diaper on it. I'm talking, oh, they fucking abused a family member. Weird how that works, though. Oh, Ziltoid, not very well accepted, believe it or not. Except, guess what? Funnily enough, foot fetish is the #1 fetish in the world. As far as I remember. Literally #1, and yet people still make fun of it. People still freak out and call you a pervert for it. Yeah. So do furries, believe it or not. They also pay well. It's the #1, yep. People will be like, literally, people will, oh my God, it's so hypocritical. It's so unbelievable. Maybe it is. But a lot of people don't even consider that. No, you just change the word. You don't use the term degenerates. You just imply very heavily that they're a degenerate. Like all of these people calling Sophie LaBelle, who has a job and a life, a pedophile. Now, remember, all we've seen right now is the Twitter side of things. All we have seen is the Twitter side. We don't even know what the email, the Facebook, the real life. Sophie LaBelle has been canceled so many times, I would not be surprised if her mailbox is full of death threats right now. I would not be surprised if there's people who've come to her house. And keep in mind, this shit was not fucking publicly posted. This was dug out. Yeah, it's horrible, Marinara. This shit is horrible. Well, hey, that's great, Ryan. There you go. Everyone has. This is what I'm saying. If you think that you're uncancelable because of your fucking, what you think is a harmless sexual kink, just wait. Your day is fucking coming. Oh, because Saphira, some people don't actually think about their political viewpoints, and all they're doing right now is engaging on disgust without thinking about it because they want to virtue signal and seem like they're the most goodest people in the world. It is the 2 minutes of hate. Instead of taking out their frustrations healthily, instead of coming to a better understanding of the world, instead, you just participate in hate. You find the person who's considered okay to hate, and you destroy them. It is literally 1984. And yeah, I mean it. Literally. You notice how 1984 spent a huge amount? Fun fact, for those of you who haven't actually read 1984, I've read it like fucking 10 times for school for various reasons, but in fucking 1984, one of the big elements is that the society is ridiculously anti-sex to the degree that they literally have an anti-sex league that goes around. It's people who take a pledge to not have sex until they're married. It's a massive part of the story. The Junior Anti-Sex League. Yep. Yes, of course. Of course. Argot, yes, you're absolutely perfectly fine to not like something. You don't have to like every kink. Listen, I don't like diaper stuff. I don't. It's not my thing, but I don't give a fucking shit if other people like it at all. In fact, I support their right to like it. Why is this so hard? I don't like fucking cake farting at all. That's like, I can't even imagine liking it, but I don't fucking care if somebody else does. Who fucking gives a shit? You know, people who are fucking obsessed with balloon popping? What? That doesn't even make sense to me. But who fucking cares? You don't have to fucking like it. No, I didn't. Go look it up. I didn't make it up. It's real. So yes, it is possible to not be comfortable with something personally that you can nonetheless not hate people for. Well, guess what? Some people are turned on by laughing. There you go. Some people are turned on by tickling. There you go. Done. It's a huge thing. Yep. And I will say, the ABDL community gets a lot of shit because guess what? It plays on age-old stereotypes. Wait, gore is like a huge thing that people like? Okay, let me tell you something. People who are really into gore and shit, people who are into gore and stuff are like often the most pacifistic people I've ever met in my entire life. You know, I know somebody who draws like hardcore fucking gore art, like where they're like getting literally killed and eaten by a monster, and then they're like ah, and they're like doing an ah hey gow face while they're getting eviscerated by a giant monster. And that person is just like, in life, they're just like, listen, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but would you mind turning down your music so I can get some sleep? And that's like the person who just happens to really like this weird shit. Sorry. It's like, imagine if you were not allowed, like think about this. Okay, who here really likes horror movies? Who here likes horror movies? Do you like horror movies? Yeah, you like horror movies? Who here saw a movie like let's see, let's pick one. Has anyone here seen Midsommar? Anybody saw it and liked it? I had my problems with it, but I actually liked the movie, all things considered. Anybody saw that one? Did you like it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So some people have seen it and liked it. Okay. That movie is about as fucked up and disgusting as you can possibly get. That movie is so fucking violent. It's so disturbed. And yet, nobody considers that to be a problem. If you make a movie like that, if you film a movie like that, I mean, they used to, by the way. They used to. In the 60s, that shit was literally banned. But these days, we're like, oh, it's a horror movie. Why does anybody care? Same fucking shit for random kink art. Same fucking shit. Just because you make a movie that talks about or depicts violence doesn't mean that you are a violent person. It doesn't even connect. And we've known this for a long time. Yes, there was a moral panic around Kill Bill. Yeah, but Kill Bill, that was early 2000s. We've come a long way, I guess, in some ways, in other ways and not. Well, that's the thing, nuts. That's how things work all the time. Yeah, Outlast is really fucked. Darkwood is fucked as shit. And I love that game. That game, Darkwood, is like the most fucked up thing I've ever played. That game is so fucking violent and trippy and fucked up. And it's amazing. And it tells a fucking good story. A good as fuck story. Stop participating in moral panics. If something concerns you, interrogate that concern. Figure out what could be harmful and what isn't. Darkwood's amazing. I look forward to you being able to experience it for the first time. There you go, Jessica Metal. Do you know how many fucking movies there have been that are about that? And guess what? There's even critiques you can have. There's even critiques you can have of art and saying, hey, like this art is like unintentionally glorifying something. You can even have a conversation about that. But that's a conversation and not a moral panic. Moral panics are destructive. Moral panics try to predominantly tear marginalized people who are easy targets limb from limb while looking the other way at other stuff. You want to know what's interesting? Hey, guess what? Jeffrey Epstein, fucking child rapist, like supreme, didn't fucking make any art, didn't make any fucking movies about being a child rapist. Did he? Did he? Did he? Weird how that works, huh? I'm frustrated, and I've been yelling a lot this stream. But the fact of the matter is, there is a huge difference between people's weird, fictional indulgences and their actual moral behavior. And we have become, as a society, like, dumbfounded. Dumbfounded over it. Yeah, of course, Kaizen Kamikaze. The moral panic over D&D comes to mind here, too. Me and my friends have had super chill games and it gets characterized so poorly. There are plenty of RGP horror stories when you play with shitty people, of course. but that's more as a result of how people choose to interact with the game, right? Remember that people literally, okay, I know this sounds like a laughable thing. It was the mid 80s that people literally believed, and I mean literally, that D&D was indoctrinating children into satanic pedophile cults. That was the 1980s. That wasn't so long ago. We like to think these things were a million years ago, but they weren't. That was the fucking mid 80s. That was like 4 years before I was fucking born. It happened with fucking Pokemon. It happens with everything. People need to stop fucking freaking out and trying to find a way to dehumanize and demonize people that has nothing to do with their personal actions whatsoever. Yeah, remember when Doom was blamed? Remember when Doom was literally blamed for causing Columbine? Yes, I have, Gayfesh. I've also seen a movie rendition of it. If you don't, and listen, I know this is going to sound really silly, but if you don't think there's a problem in people harassing the ever-living fucking life out of someone because they drew a fucking diaper fur image, if you don't think there's a problem with that's going to ever affect you, well, guess what? 10 years from now, if this stuff isn't fucking fought against, we're going to be right back where we were, where you playing D&D will be a sign to all of your neighbors that you're a secret Satanist pedophile. And you don't believe me? Learn your history, because it already happened here once. And shit is pretty fucking bad in the 90s. Shit was pretty fucking bad in the 80s. Book burnings, fucking people's careers ruined over this shit. People's public reputations ruined for playing D&D. And at the end of the day, this shit, this stuff, whatever this fucking shit that it's the exact same structure. The exact fucking same structure. What time is it? Sorry, I have to keep track of the time. It's 4:09. I thought I went way over my time and was late or something. It's the same fucking cycle. The same cycle of disgust, justifying dehumanization, justifying mass hatred, justifying ritual public sacrifice. Argot, I don't know. I don't think there's a way to talk about it at the moment. So, I don't know. Wow, Gayfish, that's interesting. Well, Mixed Dizzy, guess what? That sounds to me like a post hoc justification, which is always done. Post hoc justifications happen all the time. And remember, this stuff was never intended to be for public consumption. It gets outed. Do you know that there's like right now, there are people in our spaces who are currently participating in doxing trans people in our spaces right now? Like, not just tied to the Sophie LaBelle thing, but over random takes. You think that this just stops at fucking sex kinks? No. Once this shit is regularized, it happens for any reason. You say a take that somebody doesn't like, people find some way, some arcane way of pretzeling themselves into justifying that you are something bad, then you get essentialized as that bad thing, and then it's okay to fucking tear you limb from limb. Yeah, fair enough, Mixed Dizzy. So yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. There's a great example. Reminds me of when a shitty vegan friend I had made art of a morbidly obese person eating cake in a way that's found in FA communities, and it made it a narrative about gluttony and greed. FA community does not equal glorifying obesity. Yeah, they'll find any justification. Nibiru, kind of unrelated. Why do people hate vegans? Because vegans are generally fucking insufferable. That's why. That's the simple reason. People agree with vegans by and large. Just vegans are fucking insufferable in the way they go about. Their rhetoric sucks. Their rhetoric is fucking annoying. Sorry, it's just true. I've had a million conversations with vegans and their fucking rhetoric is annoying as shit. It's what it is. Yeah, vegans are the worst advocates for a good cause. It's too bad. Yeah, they're the worst. They listen. Here's the reason. The secret reason is that vegans generally, most vegans come to their conclusion. Most vegans come to the conclusion of veganism because they have a moral crisis about their consumption of meat, but they never think about the consumption of meat on a systemic level. There you go. The entire left is going to do the same thing the skeptic community did in 2016. Mark my words, been saying it for years. Some of the same people are even involved. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means. I've seen some nice vegans. It's just that there are nice vegans out there. They just don't tend to have platforms. Yeah. Well, because they're trying to get the audience to have the same moral crisis they had, but not everyone agrees with them in that way. Not everyone agrees with them in the same way. The needles drop. The needles drop. Hey, see you soon, Windleby. Thanks for coming by. Always love having you here. By the way, like, oh, the needle drop. Oh yeah. I mean, listen, I think there's room for a lot of people to advocate veganism in much more effective ways. Fuck, I even talk about this. When I talk about veganism, I urge people to become vegan if they can. I'm not vegan, but I can agree to eat vegan one day a week. If 6 more people join me, we've done the equivalent of converting one person to being completely vegan. Yes, that's the other thing too. Most vegans are unwilling to accept. Most vegans are unwilling to accept improvements. They only want complete conversion. It's very, very weird. Yes, that's true, Jessica Metal. That's also true. There's a lot of hypocrisy there. Zoomers are learning, Big Lundy says, something to note is that Zoomers are learning the woke terminology without first learning the proper context to apply it. This leads to like woke racism and woke homophobia, woke puritanism. Yeah, I agree with that. What if you just like meat? Well, if you like meat, okay, you like meat. Just recognize, I don't know, I think it's worthwhile to take the time to interrogate your likes. Even ones like meat. I like meat. Of course I do. I grew up eating meat. I also am reducing my meat consumption because I recognize it's 1, not good for me, and 2, not good for the ethical state of the world. It's just the problem is that individual consumptivism or individual consumption of meat isn't really what keeps the meat industry going. It's meat subsidies. It's meat eating culture. To be fair to vegans, sometimes people know eating meat isn't really defensible, and the fact that other people have actually followed through with cutting out meat is threatening to them because it implies to them they're doing something wrong. So they end up being overreactive and like, oh, I love meat. Yeah, of course there's people like that, but those people are cringe. Just because those people are cringe doesn't mean vegans should be cringe too. I do agree. Those people are cringe. People who are like, I love meat. I'm going to eat twice as much meat. Well, okay. Like, you're just being a cringe lord. Yeah, I know. Those people exist. In Texas, there's fucking meat. I went to a fucking jerky store in Texas that had like an entire section of their store devoted to meat eater products. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Uh-oh. Wait, did the stream die? Did the stream die? Oh, okay, no, never mind. Never. I'm not gonna debate 1/3 of my audience. Hi, YouTube chat. Just checking in on YouTube chat. How y'all doing? By the way, welcome to all the newcomers. If you haven't liked my stream, please press like. We only have 150, but we have 217 viewers. Give me those likes, and if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to my channel so you know when I go live. I talk about all kinds of fucking cool shit. I get really mad sometimes like I did today, and my takes are based as fuck. And the Discord is fucking incredible, and it's finally open, so you can finally get in on the Discord that everyone is talking about. I try to give as much love as I possibly can to YouTube chat, but it's hard because YouTube does not allow me to integrate my chat into OBS, which means I have to minimize OBS, which means I can't see anything else that I'm doing. So, yeah. Please feel free to smack the like button on there and the sub and bell. Seriously, it really does help. I'm trying to grow my channel so I can actually make a living and do really fucking cool stuff for you. Really fucking cool stuff for you. I got a lot of stuff planned for this channel. Anyway, you feel validated by my kink rant? You're very welcome. Remember, everyone, we are not very far from the time in which leather folks who are into like wearing leather outfits were demonized as fucking perverts. For putting on leather. What the fuck? That was like, fuck, I saw people having this discourse last year. We're not that far away from this. Yeah, generally marinara, I don't talk about this publicly, but I'm tired of it. And since somebody else is being canceled about this, I may as well fucking talk about it. I generally avoid it because it's usually like more of a headache than it's worth. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do. The reason Fonzie is always riding his motorcycle is because the censors didn't want him to... Oh, Gayfesh says, the reason Fonzie is always riding his motorcycle was because the censors didn't want him to wear a leather jacket. But if he was riding a bike, it was safety gear. Oh my God. How does it feel to perform for an audience which is close to invisible? Well, you aren't invisible to me, but honestly, much possible. I don't think that I could do live performance if I couldn't like be in this space. My ADHD, my anxiety would be too much. Streaming makes it possible for me to perform and entertain without being overwhelmed with anxiety, and I'm very, very thankful for that. That is one thing I'm very thankful about the future for. And anyway, by the way, like, yeah. Did you talk about how the conservative reaction to Mr. Potato Head basically contradicts their supposed views on gender? Yeah, it's fucking stupid. But of course, that's what conservatives do. They will make... I mean, conservatives, if we want to jump over to the conservative sphere, they're having a moral panic over Mr. Potato Head. These fucking idiots. These motherfucking idiots. Tentacles? They want to take away your potato penises. But, you know, this is just what they do. This is how they fucking do. It's a fucking potato. It's a fucking potato. Oh, yeah. Did you see Mark Dice tweeting about how this means a second civil war? I think I saved it. Here. Let me just show you. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck is the... I was laughing at this so hard. They were fucking losing their absolute shit. Where the fuck did it go? I thought for sure I saved this. Oh yeah, I think I did actually. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah, here we go. NB Potato Head meltdown. Yeah, take a look at this. Watch this. Ready? You don't believe me? Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Mr. Potato Head is no longer a Mr. Hasbro, the company that makes this potato-shaped plastic toy, is giving the Spud a gender-neutral new name, Potato Head. The change will appear on boxes this year. It's time for Republican states to secede. Mark Dice. author, and fucking conservative pundit calling for civil war over Hasbro removing 2 letters from the branding of their plastic toy. Wait, for real? Oh boy.
You used God to enslave my foreparents. You used God to segregate me in school. You used God to put me in the back of the bus. Have you no shame? God created every person in this room. Are you saying that God made a mistake? This is not about God, it's about men who choose to discriminate against other people because they have the power to do so.
True! True, Al Green! Holy shit!
My record will not show that I voted against Mr. Cicilline having his rights. My record will show that when I had the opportunity to deliver liberty
Gentleman's time has expired.
for all, I voted for rights for all.
Wow! Wow! That was actually based as shit! We live in very difficult times, don't we? Every single day, I wake up to know that my personhood is on trial in this country. So when motherfuckers come in and tell me that I shouldn't care about identity politics, and when motherfuckers come in and tell me that I shouldn't care about quote-unquote culture war, well, there's a culture war raging, and the result of it will determine whether me and people like me have personhood. Whether we're allowed to even have basic rights by the fucking state of this country. I did see the Oreo one. I did. I saw a quarter pounder fucking losing his shit over it. I saw everybody. Ben Shapiro lost his fucking shit over it. These people are pathetic, but also recognize how weak they are. Notice how personally weak these people are. They get offended over the most smallest things. These people, conservatives, do not deserve the future of humanity. We dream of a future where people can express themselves honestly, where we can delve into the most amazing sections of philosophy, science, and art. And these people are scared of Mr. Potato Head having a brand change. These people do not deserve the future that humanity will achieve. And just know that though there is a war waging over all of our heads, and us trans people would sure love it if we could just live our lives and explore other things, we are nonetheless representative of a forefront, a change in human culture that will lead to the only possible future. Conservatives would have humanity die in the cradle. Conservatives would have humanity die on this planet within a generation if they could, just in the name of self-enriching. They've always been the real snowflakes. Of course they have been. But what we fight for is a world that actually works. What we fight for is a world where it will actually be possible for us to cure diseases that cause great suffering, for us to to fix hunger on a systemic level, for us to be able to maybe even travel to the stars. But conservatives, they want us to go back to a fucking stone castle where they live as a king over 1,000 peasants, and then they die at age 30 because they got a fucking infected hemorrhoid. And there's no such thing as doctors because those are not fucking, they're anti-God or whatever. Yeah, show me the Rand Paul clip. Let's check it out. Let's see what Rand Paul has to say. Oh, hey, I'll take a look at this too, Jeena, that you sent me. Appreciate you sending something along. Let's see this Rand Paul clip. Let's take a look. I don't want to return to monkey. I want to ascend to ape. No return to monkey. Ascend to ape. That's how we do it. Ascend to Kong. Indeed. Thank you, Nibiru. Let's take a look. What the? How did I not get that? Let's take this. Let's get this. Come on. Let's watch it. Let's give it a watch. Let's give it a look.
Genital mutilation has been nearly universally condemned.
Wow. Good start, Rand Paul. Good start.
Genital mutilation has been condemned by the WHO, the United Nations Children's Fund, the United Nations Population Fund. According to the WHO, genital mutilation is recognized internationally as a violation of human rights. Genital mutilation is considered particularly egregious because, as the WHO notes, it is nearly always carried out on minors and is a violation of the rights of children. Most genital mutilation is not typically performed by force, but as WHO notes, that by social convention, social norm, the social pressure to conform, to do what others do, and have
Genital mutilation is performed on children, as in babies.
been doing, as well as the need to be accepted socially and the fear of being rejected by the community. American culture is now normalizing the idea that minors can be given hormones to prevent their biological development of their secondary sex.
Okay, he's wrong on like 10 levels now. Let's just do a quick fact check. 1, genital mutilation has nothing to do with being trans at all. Not at all. Not even close. Not even the same fucking ballpark. Step 2, children are not given hormones. In the most advanced circumstances, they are given hormone blockers, which are easily reversible and prevent you from entering the puberty that would cause you harm. And third, fuck Rand Paul.
Sexual characteristics. Dr. Levine, you have supported both allowing minors to be given hormone blockers to prevent them from going through puberty, as well as surgical destruction of a minor's genitalia.
Nope, not happened.
Like surgical mutilation.
Also, guess what? If a doctor determined that a minor, like a 16-year-old who'd already gone through puberty, wanted to have genital reconstruction, that's between them and the motherfucking doctor. What do you know about it, you fucking bumpkin?
Hormonal interruption of puberty can permanently alter and prevent secondary sexual characteristics. The American College of Pediatricians reports that 80 to 95% of prepubertal children with gender dysphoria will experience resolution by late adolescence if not exposed to medical intervention and social affirmation. Dr. Levine, do you believe that minors are capable of making such a life-changing decision as changing one's sex?
Guess what? They never make a single decision. It's a very long process with many opportunities to turn around if you so desire it. And in our country, people are pressured to turn around. Not only do it's not like they're given the keys to a castle. They're literally pressured and psychoanalyzed for years, traumatically.
Well, Senator, thank you for your interest in this question. Transgender medicine is a very complex and nuanced field with robust research and standards of care that have been developed. And if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed as the Assistant Secretary of Health, I would look forward to working with you and your office and coming to your office and discussing the particulars of the standards of care for transgender medicine.
Yeah, I just want to point out, no matter what you think, no matter what, I don't know much about Dr. Levine, but what I will say is that to get to this position as a trans person requires an endless amount of pressure and scrutiny and hatred being directed to you.
The specific question was about minors. Let's be a little more specific since you evaded the question. Do you support the government?
Fuck you, Rand Paul. Fuck you.
government intervening to override the parent's consent to give a child puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and/or amputation surgery of breasts and genitalia. You have said that you're willing to accelerate the protocols for street kids. I'm alarmed that poor kids with no parents who are homeless and distraught, you would just go through this.
You would let them die, Rand Paul. You would let them die. And people like you, your party, is the reason why they're homeless in the first place. You disgusting monsters have fought against support for any help to Americans. And you're going to sit here and try to preach to somebody? Go to hell.
And allow that to happen to a minor. I would hope that you would have compassion for Kira Bell, who's a 23-year-old girl who was confused with her identity. At 14, she read on the internet about something about transsexual. She thought, well, maybe that's what I am.
Unbelievable. Imagine using a child to try and bludgeon other children. And also, yeah. Notice, here's another thing that's really funny. Want to notice something? This is really interesting, and this is really fucking sinister. I'm about to let you in on something, right? I'm about to fucking drop something really, really sinister. Ready? Notice how whenever they need to use an example of a poor, helpless person who's been harmed by the transgender lobby, it's always an FTM detransitioner, aka in their eyes, a girl that needs to be protected from the disgusting trans lobby. And whenever they need to demonize, they always choose a trans woman who's sneaking into a bathroom to be a pervert. Weird how that works. That is what we call trans misogyny.
She ended up getting these puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones. She had her breasts amputated. But here's what ultimately she says now. And this is a very insightful decision from someone who made a mistake but was led to believe this was a good thing by the medical community. I made a brash decision as a teenager, as a lot of teenagers do, trying to find confidence and happiness, except now the rest of my life will be negatively affected, she said, adding that the medicalized gender transitioning was a very temporary, superficial fix for a very complex identity issue.
Yeah, how old was she when she got top surgery?
That you're not willing to say absolutely minors shouldn't be making decisions to amputate their breast or to amputate their genitalia. For most of our history, we believe that minors don't have full rights and the parents need to be involved. So I'm alarmed that you won't say with certainty that minors should not have the ability to make the decision to take hormones that will affect them for the rest of their life.
Yep, minors aren't getting bottom surgery.
Firm decision on whether or not minors should be involved in these decisions?
Senator, transgender medicine is a very complex and nuanced field, and if confirmed to the position of Assistant Secretary of Health, I would certainly be pleased to come to your office and talk with you and your staff about the standards of care and the complexity of this field.
Let it go into the record that the witness refused to answer the question. The question is a very specific one. Should minors be making these momentous decisions? For most of the history of medicine, we wouldn't let you have a cut sewn up in the ER, but you're willing to let a minor...
Does he not realize how fucked that is, first of all? What type of world does he want to live in? If you're a kid, you can't get help in an ER. You just have to die? Okay.
Minor take things that prevent their puberty, and you think they get that back? You give a woman testosterone enough that she grows a beard, you think she's going to go back looking like a woman when you stop the testosterone?
Except 99.9% never stop, and those who do can get help for it. They're usually pushed into a position because of people like you, you monster. You sickening monster.
You have permanently changed them. Infertility is another problem. None of these drugs have been approved for this. They're all being used off-label.
That's not true, by the way. This is a lie that they say all the time. They say none of them have been approved for this. They're all being used off-label. Off-label does not mean not being approved for this. That is not what that means. That is not what that means. You want to know what else is used off-label? Basically every single fucking medicine that you get fucking prescribed. Off-label just means something is being used for a slightly different purpose than what it was originally intended to do. That doesn't mean it's not approved. Doctors assign things off-label all the fucking time. All the time.
I find it ironic that the left that went nuts over hydroxychloroquine being used possibly for COVID are not alarmed that these hormones...
Yeah, like Viagra. Yes, like Viagra, which they don't give a shit about. And in fact, Viagra's fucking covered because of these people.
Being used off-label. There's no long-term studies. We don't know what happens to them. We do know that...
Yes, we do. And the only reason there aren't any more long-term studies is because people like you defund it. You make it happen. You prevent long-term studies so that trans people can never be proven as existing and healthy under the treatment that we desire. You deliberately make it impossible for there to be long-term studies. And there are already, regardless of your attempts.
There are dozens and dozens of people who've been through this who regret that this happened and a permanent change happened to them.
Dozens and dozens. How many trans people exist in the world, by the way?
And, you know, if you've ever been around children, 14-year-olds can't make this decision. In the gender dysphoria clinic in England...
Good thing they don't.
10% of the kids are between the ages of 3 and 10. We should be outraged that someone's talking to a 3-year-old about...
You know what should be causing outrage? The fact that you somehow managed to get yourself into a position of governance. Someone so jokingly, so hilariously stupid that you can't even tell the difference between a drug's approved use and its off-label usage. That somebody who's so fucking stupid that you can't even do the basic math on dozens of people who had a bad experience with transition out of millions, that you can't even take the time to listen, but instead just spend your entire time pushing your disgusting, uninformed, and hateful worldview. That's what we should be fucking outraged about. The fact that people like you have any stance in this country to be in governance.
Changing their sex. I can't vote for you if you can't.
Thank you so much, Senator Paul. Senator Levine, thank you for answering the question. I will turn to Senator Baldwin.
Fuck Rand Paul, fuck conservatives, fuck the Republican Party. We absolutely must fucking destroy them in the arena of ideas. Because if Dr. Levine was to respond to that question, it would be clipped by Fox News forever. So Dr. Levine answered the question the best way imaginable. Will they still spin it and say she didn't answer? Yes, but that's significantly better than answering a loaded question and being used as clickbait for the rest of eternity. Yeah, that's why. It's the smartest move you can possibly do in her position. It's a horrible position to be in, but it's the only position you can do. How could she be clipped? Well, if you have it so that Rand Paul goes, "How do you feel about minors being mutilated?" And then she goes, "Well, I don't actually think that minors were being mutilated. In fact, here's the circumstance." Then they just chop it and go, "Minors being mutilated." And she goes, "Well, it's not actually that." And that looks really fucking bad. So you just answer with a generic answer that's completely boring and uneditable, and that Fox News and every other of the fucking abusive, disgusting, corrupt Republican establishment can't use this. Now remember, we know now that Fox News, Newsmax, the entire right-wing media is in fucking lockstep with the Republican leadership. We learned that throughout the Trump era. We already knew that before, but we especially know it now. And so you have to play, not just, politicians can't just play against Republicans. They have to play against Republicans and the entirety of the Republican media. Remember how abusive and fucked up Fox News actually is. Fox News files themselves as news, even though the majority of what they do is opinion and entertainment, legally, though they brand themselves as news. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They are the original clip chimps? Yes, literally. It's fucking exhausting. Whoops. Wrong. God created one gender and a rib, but I wouldn't expect a rib to know that. Oof! Yikers! That's a good one. All right, that's a good one. That's a little mean, but it's a good one. All right, okay, it's a good one. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a fucking unhinged evil person. Yeah, I wish Sheeptar, but I don't know. I feel like that would be really complicated because you can interpret that so widely. God, I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired of this shit. Did you know, fun fact, this is a random little thing. Did you know that I missed by like a handful of months being permanently excluded from healthcare? Like Obamacare passed right at the time when it was no longer, Obamacare passed and ruled out pre-existing conditions. And previous to that, trans people were considered, being trans was considered a pre-existing condition. If you got a diagnosis, you would be fucking ruled out by most coverages just because. I missed that out by like a few months because Obamacare passed. The state of things in America is way worse than anybody ever fucking lets on. It's just that most people don't never notice it. Trans people are crushed under the wheels of this disgusting fascistic nation. Trans people, people of color, gay people. Wow, Marinara, I'm really sorry about that. At least they let you know so you can find somebody new beforehand. That's one small good thing. That's fucking terrible. I'm really sorry, Marinara. You'll find somebody else, I promise. There will be somebody who will help you. I promise. You can find somebody. And those people will help you. The people who are willing will help you. Well, we're about to go on to a debate about toxic masculinity. There's no way this could go wrong, right? There's no way this could go wrong. Now remember, for those of you who are watching, after the panel, I do a Q&A where I'm open to debates. Sometimes we'll do call-ons. I take questions from the audience. So, yeah. Debate about toxic masculinity with counterpoints, Lycan, GTV, and Merrick DeVille. Yeah, I think it'll be really good. I think it's going to be really good. I'm pretty excited. I really need more caffeine, though. Let me go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a drink. But before I do that, I'm going to put on something for y'all to listen to. Here we go. Let me just play something cool. Here, we'll play something cool as fuck. Yeah, I need more caffeine. The thing is, Diet Coke is actually very low on caffeine. And as a result, because it's low on caffeine, you have to drink more of them to wake up. And I'm pretty tired. I'm not gonna lie. I've been pretty exhausted this last week. Let me just find something here to play. Oh, I know what I was gonna play. Here we go. Listen to the really awesome music that's in this right now. Here you go. Be right back. Whoops, wrong one. Hello, everyone. I got myself a new sody. You beat me? Well, I went and got a drink, I pet my dog, I ate some peanuts, and then I went to the bathroom, washed my hands, grabbed a drink, and now I'm back. What a day. What a day today has been, yeah? That was an intense start, huh? Yeah, I petted some Yodi. I'm interested in this conversation. I hope it will be fun. Yeah, you know, Sathers, I'm really, really interested in that at some point. Listen, me and Connor Points have been slowly getting along. Yeah, right, Bob Coomer? Wait, this song is the most soothing. This song is good news. When you hear this song, you know you're safe because a friend has come to help you. This song is so soothing to me, it's actually unbelievable. This song is soothing. Suck you, Brad. Oh, you got it. It's so good. That would be super cool, Sathers. You should pitch that to Dylan. Seriously. Thoughts on Booba? I love Booba. Love it. Love having him. Love seeing him. Booba is very good, in my opinion. We got about 10 minutes, so let's just chill for a little bit, yeah? Let's chill. Have I listened to Bastion OST? Not yet. Oh shit, what happened? Oh no, we lost a ton of people. What happened? We just lost like 40 viewers. Oh shit. Damn. It's all right. How long is the debate panel going to be? Not sure. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. It's probably because I walked away. It's all good. I was just goofing. It's all good. Yeah, I might be getting snacks. Maybe. It's all good. We still have 184 viewers, which is fucking great. You know, here's the thing. We have like 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes. Let's talk real quick, because did you know that in the course of like 2 months, I've grown from being like a 50 viewer Andy to being almost a 200 viewer Andy? I'm very proud of that. I'm very, very proud of that. And I want to keep growing. And, oh, I already am. Yes, I am. But yeah, like 2 months I've jumped. Yeah. I've been working very hard. I've been working so hard that I've been pushing my limits, and I'm a pretty hard worker to begin with. Actually, I've been sleeping very good lately. The thing is, I really want this to succeed. I want this channel to succeed more than anything I've ever wanted in my life, I think. Besides, like, taking care of my partners. But, I mean, as far as my personal things, it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty excited about that. And we've weathered a couple of cancellations now, so I'm pretty proud of that. Even, like, the most bad faith, horrible cancellations haven't killed the channel. So, yeah. Yeah, let's watch this meme, by the way. All right, Jeena sent me a meme, so let's watch the meme, yeah? Let's watch the meme real quick. And then we'll talk a little more.
Yeah, come on. The only limit to what you can do.
This is definitely gonna get me. Wait, this is gonna get me hit so hard.
So dream big. If you can hack it, the future's yours for the taking. In 2077, what makes someone a criminal? Getting caught.
Am I DMCA'd already?
In Night City, you can become anyone, anything, if your body can pay the price.
We'll
So
see.
seize the day.
I should stop. I'm definitely gonna get DMCA'd for this. All right, I gotta stop now. Jeena, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The palate cleanser is gonna DMCA me. By the way, just so you know, I got hit 9 times for the last Radio Mama segment. Nothing that I was sent was actually safe. Like, no joke. No joke. I have, like, it literally blocked in all countries. I have to re-upload it. We can't do those Radio Mama segments anymore. That's why I gotta learn guitar, so I can play for you. I can't play music on stream anymore. It's too fucking risky. All right, I gotta get in the chat. Let's get this set up. Let's do this. It's time. He had 9 different hits. Wait, what the fuck? I already have an account. Why the fuck do I gotta... Here we go. I know, I love Radio Mama segments, but it's okay. We'll figure something out, okay? Yeah, they're so bullshit, Jeena. They're, like, actually painful. They're actually painfully bad. Yeah, so... There we go. Knock. Here we go. Knock, 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 knock. Now I gotta get into Dylan's chat. We know the drill. We know the drill. We know the drill. Hello, 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 everyone.
What's up?
I'm streaming, just so you know.
How's it going?
I'm streaming, so don't say anything bad. Don't
Aw.
say anything bad.
All those slurs I was getting ready to fire off.
You're getting ready, Merrick? I understand. I understand. It can be hard to keep them all in these days. So wait, so... Okay, so we're before the Vosh one, right? That's what's happening?
Shit.
Huh? Wait, are we before the... Are we like the undercard for the Vosh debate? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay. I was not 100% sure. But how exciting!
I think so, anyways.
Yeah, this will be really fun. I'm pretty hyped for this. You all hyped?
You asking me or chat?
No, you. I'm asking you. If I was asking chat, you wouldn't hear me.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. Should be fun.
I don't even know what everyone's opinions are on all this, so this will be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Don't
we'll
worry,
find out soon enough.
I'll try to find some things that you don't agree with.
Maybe. You may succeed in that. I think people will be surprised by how based and awesome my takes are.
All right. I'm looking forward to that. But we gotta give Dylan a show. Can't be fucking agreeing with each other all the goddamn time.
Well, listen, hey, that last show was really popular, even though we did agree on most everything on that one.
Yeah, no, that was actually so I did another video recently or whatever, and I was like, the reason why I took down my video is because we hadn't been as big of assholes to each other recently.
True.
So, like,
that's true.
So it's like still having passionate differences in opinion. I'm not jerking. So having passionate differences on opinions doesn't mean that we have to be dicks.
Yeah.
Or we can be dicks, but in a fun way.
Well, I mean, I don't know. A little bit of spice is always okay in these things, but, you know, sometimes it can get out of hand.
Sure.
I'm glad it's not out of hand.
Yeah. Let's find the middle ground.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've always valued. I mean, again, I'm one of the.
Enough.
You know, I'm one of the people who's been basically involved in these right versus left panels for a long ass time. So, well, okay, there's a few people who hate my guts like permanently, but most people don't. I get along well with like Endernax. I get along relatively well with like Last Username. I do know that I know Suspect Sushi hates my guts, and I know that.
Yeah, his tweets make me deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah, me too. And then also there's another person who I don't even think is necessary to bring up here who also hates my guts, but yeah, I'm not too bothered by that one, given how I was treated. But. Huh?
I said Beetlegeist.
Oh no, that's totally different. Oh, that one is like, that's beyond the pale. If we want to get into that, but you may very well invoke. Yeah.
If you say it.
Oh, it's Dylan. I haven't heard Dylan's wonderful voice in a long time, so I'm excited.
I Dylan to confirm that he's okay and that he's like has a place that he's staying.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Dylan posted a video today. I haven't had a chance to watch it. I've been like super busy today. And I was a little bit late for I was actually a little late for my own stream. But, you know, that happens from time to time.
Oh, I am drowning in a good way. I like being busy with the things that I'm busy with.
I usually like to be busy too, although this month of February has been even testing my limits as far as how much I've been doing. Like holy shit, it's been so much. Like what with my stream getting, like my channel getting taken down at the beginning of the month was like hella stressful. And then like, well, something
was that permanent or was that like a week-long ban?
No, it was a week-long ban for something totally bullshit. And like I mean like outrageously bullshit. Not even like I broke the TOS. Like I literally didn't break the TOS. I did the exact thing they told me to do and they still got me. And the video I was responding to, which did break TOS by the way, is still up and has like literally thousands of times the views. My video that got taken down was one of the first videos I ever did on YouTube. It was like a year old and it got taken down and it got me a 7-day ban. And the video that I was responding to has like 95,000 views. Mine had like 150. But thankfully, what's that?
Wasn't it? It was QAnon related, right?
It was coronavirus conspiracy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was this. I did this video debunking a this channel that's called like the Truth Factory, and they do like all kinds of they do all you can imagine. Yeah, they do all kinds of conspiracy content. So like they do flat Earth stuff. They got really onto the anti-coronavirus, like coronavirus isn't real or coronavirus was invented by the Chinese to like kill us kind of thing. Like really bad. Like that was their whole shtick for a while. And I did one of their videos that was like really popular. And just tore it apart. And it was just like hilariously bad. Their video stayed up. I got taken down. Now, thankfully, I appealed it. And my appeal, I don't even know if my appeal ever even got looked at. But the ban disappeared off my channel after 3 days with no communication. I've never received any communication from YouTube. It just disappeared. But yeah, for like 3 days, I had to switch all my streaming setups back to Twitch and go on Twitch for a while. But it was like it was really fucking bad. And also it meant that like I couldn't do anything. I didn't know this, but like you can't even add videos to playlists when your account gets suspended. Like you can't even go and like for your own use. Like if you're on your like YouTube account and you're like, oh, I want to add this video to my memes playlist, you can't. It won't even let you. They lock you out of almost everything. Uploaded. Yeah. Even though there are other videos, you can't upload anything. You can't make any changes to your videos. You can't do community posts. You can't do. It's really cruel, actually. But you know, it's all fine now.
Have you considered dual streaming? That way, like if one goes down, you have the other one.
guys?
Yeah. In the future, I'm thinking I'm probably going to step out of my affiliate contract with Twitch and just actually I got offered partnership, but I haven't accepted it because it doesn't really seem like a good choice for me given how I do it. But I have thought about dual streaming. You know,
how lucrative is partner, anyways?
I mean,
I'm sure it like varies, but still, is it something worth giving up YouTube for in order to exclusively?
I think it
Hey,
depends.
you guys
That's part
are
of the deal,
exuding
right?
some toxic masculinity right now, talking over a woman.
Who?
Oh, I was saying I needed y'all's help because I can't figure something out with Streamlabs and my microphone, and we're about to start, and I have like no sound.
See, but if I tried to explain it to her, that would actually be mansplaining. So I'm
Guys, we don't
actually.
have time for this.
Sorry, what's the issue? I couldn't even hear you before.
Oh yeah, so I guess nobody can hear me through Streamlabs. Like on my end, they keep telling me there's no sound, but you guys can hear me. So I was wondering if like anyone who's more familiar with Streamlabs help me figure out what's going on.
It sounds
Hi,
like
the Streamlabs one.
Hi. We are live. Just wanted to make everybody well aware that we are live on
Excellent.
the main show. Welcome everyone to the undercard of the Hippy Dippy Championship. This is the fatal four-way. 4 people going head-to-head over the issue of toxic masculinity. This will be the first official match that will affect people's ranking in the ranking system, which is people who in the future might be able to challenge for the championship belt, which is the one name, one face, one champion to define Twitch politics going forward. And so I'm excited to have this long list of characters, and I will let you all introduce yourself before going into some ground rules before the match begins. So I'm going to go around, and I'm going to start with Demon Mama.
a lefty political, I guess, pundit on YouTube. I mostly stream on YouTube, but you can also find me at my website, demonmama.com, which has all my links. We spend a lot of time on my Discord, which is awesome. We have a super robust community, and I do a lot of debate content, do a lot of cultural issues, economic issues. Really, really great. If you like that kind of stuff with a little bit of spice and a little bit of fervor, you want to come by. But yeah, demonmama.com is where you can find all my stuff. And I'm very, very happy to be here tonight. So thanks for having me, Dylan.
Happy to have you. And next, we're going to go over to Merrick.
Hi, I am a YouTube and Twitch streamer. I'm a sex worker advocate. I don't stream all that often. I'm working on more pre-made content right now. Yeah, thank you.
Happy to have you on. Next, we're going to throw it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so my name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. The easiest way to find me is to just hop on Twitter and type in Counterpoints, CONORPOINTS, CONORPOINTS, or just type it into the search bar. I identify as center right. Basically, lefties and progressives and liberals are like, oh, you're so sensible, you're so sensible, you're so sensible. And then I say something and then we scream at each other for a half hour. So that's basically how it works, because I do have chud takes. I do have principles behind my chud takes. I try to be as reasonable as I possibly can be. Sometimes I'm not, sometimes I am. So I try to be fair, but I also, I've been known to yell and get frustrated in the past. So
Wonderful. Happy to have
Happens.
you on.
Happens.
Now we're throwing up to Lycan, who has a very interesting setup for us all.
Hello, my name is Lycan. I am on my last day of political streaming. I was not going to do this anymore, but my boy Dylan asks, Lycan answers. And so I otherwise do cooking content. So as we roast up these fucking pundits, we're also going to be roasting some tasty food. So thank you for having me, Dylan.
Interesting.
Happy to have him on. The content's going to be spicy, but so is the food. So we're going to go into the first debate, which is going to be about toxic masculinity. These 4 will be going head-to-head over the topic. The next one, which starts in about 2 hours, is Bastiat versus Vosh for the Hippy Dippy Championship title. Now, the topic, of course, is toxic masculinity. Let me go over some ground rules. Now, all rules of the normal Hippy Dippy usually apply. So I'm pointing to, of course, the idea that we don't talk over me when I am talking. That is a big no-no. If I am here, should be less involved than usual. I'm only getting involved to make sure people can say their points. I do not police niceness. but there are certain words that are banned due to the nature of the type of how it moves the topic away from the debate topic. These words include the B word, the C word, and any number of slurs. The only exception, except for the slurs, is if you are quoting a politician. Now, the magic notepad was lost in my transition, so we do not have a magic notepad. I am sad to say. I will just try to type your name on a notepad on my computer. Besides that, I think that's basically all of the topics. I want to say to everyone at home that this show is also extremely, even though it's somewhat educational, is a lot about entertainment, and you should keep that in mind when watching this program. And none of these people are experts on what we are going to be talking about, meaning they don't have a degree in this manner. If they do consider themselves an expert, they will speak up and declare it so, and you can analyze if they are. Please, I can hear my own voice from somebody? From Merrick, so I'm going to mute Merrick. Okay, so they will declare themselves an expert if they are one. Is there any confusion around the rules?
I would like to declare myself an expert in toxic masculinity.
I would say you are. Now, I will say, for everyone at home, please listen to other news sources and agencies for information on the topics we discuss here, and please do your own research. That will be the last thing I say as we go into it, and we're going to start this Fatal 4-Way with about 1 minute opening statements, starting with Demon Mama.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad we're getting an opportunity to discuss something like toxic masculinity. I think that, especially here in the United States, the discourse around gender in general is pretty toxic. And a lot of that, unfortunately, does have its roots in the history of a sort of patriarchal organization of society. Now, I am personally of the belief that what we generally refer to as toxic masculinity harms men, women, non-binary people, and anyone else. It is, in my opinion, a very negative thing that gets reinforced often subconsciously or unconsciously from generation to generation to generation. And personally, I would like to see the end of such a cycle. I would like to see the end of us reinforcing and pushing things like, the idea that men can't cry, or that women should, are too emotional and need to be led by a firm, strong, unemotional man. I think these things are harmful to everyone involved. Though I do think that historically, a lot of these structures have had particularly egregious effects on the women who have to live under them. But I think there's a lot of room for nuance on this topic. For those who don't know, my general position is that of gender abolitionism, and I'm sure we'll probably end up talking on that some bit. But basically, I believe that people should be able to express themselves however they see fit, and that should not have any, whatever word we want to call that expression, should not have any impact on your ability to do so freely and without judgment in our country. That's the basic summation of my beliefs on this topic, and I'm really looking forward to talking with the rest of you.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Merrick next. Merrick is muted because... Oh, never mind. Merrick will not be next because they have to deal with the audio issue, so I'll throw it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I am also excited about this topic. I'm happy that we're already hitting some points that I think we'll be able to articulate with some level of passion and contention. So I have a liberal perspective when it comes to gender roles and all that kind of stuff. Basically, I think that gender roles are at least partially biologically rooted. I think that men act a certain way because of endocrinological reasons, not 100%. And I think a lot of these things can be socialized. But I think there are some positive aspects to masculinity, not toxic masculinity. I think there are some positive aspects to femininity. And while I understand that in a gender abolished world, we would be able to, express those variations maybe without labels or without judgment or something like that. I don't think that these labels are going anywhere. So it's more a question of how do we navigate the labels that we already have? How do we navigate what we have that is toxic? I would love to talk about some of the toxically masculine examples of cultural tropes and cultural enforcement that was prevalent when I was coming of age in the thousands. I think there are some things that were present at that time that were very normal, that were gross and disgusting, and have improved since then, but are still around. And I would like to talk about, kind of the biological link, the cultural link, the necessary parts of masculinity, or what I view are the necessary parts of masculinity, the necessary parts of femininity, or what I view are the necessary parts of femininity. And I think it'll be interesting no matter what. So,
Okay,
Wonderful. I'm
Interesting.
going to throw it now over to Lycan.
Hello, thank you all. So yeah, I think one of the things that we're going to have to define, what is masculinity and does it exist? Does masculinity and femininity exist? But once we get that past that point, I'm probably more aligned with Demon Mama and I forget her name already because I'm a terrible person and I can't see it on the screen anymore. But if us are probably going to team up a little on counterpoints, but that's going to depend, right? Because if we can define some agreement of what is masculinity and then what toxic masculinity is, we can then probably have a really good conversation with counterpoints about what are harmful behaviors that are encompassed by the phrase toxic masculinity, such as the expectation that a man not wanting to have sex until he is ready is a problem, things like that. And I think that's where the conversation should be focused, but I guess I'll see how this starts.
Okay, Merrick is currently trying to get their audio fixed, so they will just have to have a early, they will just have to be out of the conversation until they can get their audio fixed. Now
If anybody
I'm going
can
to
help
throw it
Merrick,
over
please pop
to
over and help Merrick.
the group. And also, I just was DM'd by some judges who might be willing to actually grade this, so there might actually be a winner of the Fatal 4-Way. Who knows? Might be exciting. But you guys can now begin.
Yeah, so I think Lycan brought up a really good point. Sorry to jump in with my toxic masculinity and my mansplaining. But the basically, like, I think we should define it. And the way that I would define masculinity or femininity specifically, I would decide, basically define it as kind of like the trope or the archetype. I would basically describe it as the societal ideal. Obviously, these social ideals can flex from society to society. Like Demon Mana brought up, like the stereotype that men can't cry. I actually agree. That's like a 100% shitty aspect of toxic masculinity, but there were also different societies. So for instance, the Greeks, I believe, they viewed a man who wasn't capable of feeling love as emotionally stunted. They viewed a man who couldn't cry as emotionally stunted. And what they thought was best in life was basically having the full range of emotions, to not be so closed off to positive feelings, love for children, love for partners, love for the world, art, and all that kind of stuff, that you would actually want to explore these other aspects of existence, even as a man. But then that also encompasses some of the other negative attributes that that we're probably going to talk about, like violence, war, providing, all these stereotypes of the male gender role. And then that's kind of how I would describe it, as this stereotypical ideal that varies from society to society.
So would you say that items like that, like the whether or not men are expected to cry, views on what a man's sexuality should be like when it comes to engaging with women, things like that, would you agree that those are items that make life difficult for men?
Oh, fuck yeah. As a matter of fact, part of the reason why I wanted to talk about some of the negative tropes of like the thousands, like millennial sexual culture or whatever, is because I felt like it was particularly difficult for me because I was raised by Christian conservatives. So I had like very strict, classic Abrahamic like guidelines on what it was to be a man. And I was like, all right, well, I don't want to be a virgin until I get married, and I want to drink, and I want to party, and I want to have fun, and I want to, have fun with women specifically. And so the only other option was kind of this like free for all, hedonistic, no rules society that also kind of promoted. I see some skeptical looks. One of the things about the thousands, if you go back and if you watch the American Pie series, is that the subtext, or what they say, is that they want to view women as whole people. But if you actually look at the films and the way that they're done, is women are treated not as fully fledged human beings with personalities and principles. They're treated as experiences and conquests, and that there's a value to each man on how capable he is at seducing women and how many women he is capable of seducing.
Exactly. And so I think that's going to kind of take the wind out of some sails until we get to, I guess, the deeper parts. I'd almost say we should start the conversation on things about the idea of toxic masculinity that you don't agree with, because a lot of it isn't women being upset with men and trying to just deal with the issues of men to women. A lot of toxic masculinity, the problems. And by the way, I want to say, for my background, I grew up in a similar way to you, Christian family, Catholic on one side, Bible thumper, West Virginian Baptist on the other. And so I understand that. But I think that we're pretty much going to agree that, like, there are certain societal expectations of men for their emotional behavior, their sexual behavior, whatever. So I guess if we're in agreement that that needs to be addressed, I'm assuming you think that under the title toxic masculinity comes some other ideas that you view to be negative. I would like to know what those are.
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't even mind getting to what's positive, because I think we would probably agree on what's negative. Well, what was actually really interesting about this conversation is I think characters like Steven Crowder, or I'm trying to think of some of the ones, Ben Shapiro, or I don't know, maybe Michael Knowles or some shit. I think they're missing actually like a massive opportunity. Okay, so consent-based sex culture in which both partners are educated on what they want out of each other. I would say that largely, if it did exist in the United States, it was the very stereotypical, like, don't rape people or don't date rape people. And that was about the limits of what you could do. Like, you could lie in order to get people into bed. You could set false expectations. You could basically say whatever you wanted in order to get into the sack. And while maybe I personally felt like that was pretty fucked up, I would talk to peers and they didn't think it was fucked up at all. They just thought that it was a way to get what they wanted out of the sexual experience. And it didn't matter because we were all young. As long as we got our experience out of it, then we didn't care. We weren't treating our partners like fully fledged human beings. We were treating them like sexual experiences and conquests to be catered to. And what's actually interesting about that is there's actually a lot of parallels between like progressive sex culture or consent-based culture that I think a lot of conservatives could be down with if they thought about it for more than 5 fucking seconds.
Well, yeah.
But I don't want to capitalize the time.
I think that, I mean, pundits like, I did a special on this earlier this week on Rush Limbaugh, had a huge thing about consent where he was obsessed with this idea, and often would tie it in to like polyamory and homosexuality. That's like, oh, you can, all that matters is consent, and anything else goes. You can, and it's just like it's such a strange point for me that so many conservative pundits were willing to die on that hill. Like, to me, it seems like an incredibly logical, and not only that, but also ethically efficacious system to encourage consent, especially knowing the statistics that we know about sexual assault and abuse in this country, which is out of control even to this day. We have just an unbelievable amount of sexual assault and abuse. And yeah, I don't entirely understand that position, but it doesn't sound like anybody here is going to be taking that position.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess to address the idea of like, what is masculinity? I think that's an incredibly hard question to answer, but I think the best way to answer it is perhaps to say it is a nebulous concept of what we associate with the gender of man, which is for some people associated to the sex, the sex of like having XY chromosomes, and for other people is not. But that is generally what we understand masculinity to be, and femininity. We have this sort of long history, and of course, even in the history, it varies greatly what was accepted as masculine. I mean, you can even go back as close as like the Victorian era to see just unbelievably different standards in what was considered, attractive for men and what was considered attractive for women. You can just step a few like over to another country and you'll see there's totally different standards, if even such concepts exist in the same way. So I do think it's very, very nebulous. And again, that does inform, I will be completely open in this, that does inform part of my reason why I approach generally from like a gender abolitionist perspective, is because I think that in a lot of cases, the institutionalization of gender in our society is one that mostly serves to oppress people and force people to behave in a certain way. And I know this is going to sound like a hot take, but a lot of that is fueled by consumerism, because guess what? You can make a lot of money if you can brand toys as for boys or for girls, and you could sell 2 versions of the same toy or 2 versions of the same razor with different prices by branding it separately. And that's unfortunate to me, because I feel like this like strongly dichotomized view of gender has a suppressive effect on human expression.
So, I think you can say pretty confidently that consumerism and the way that our markets work does have an impact on reinforcing certain gender stereotypes or gender roles or gender expressions. But at the end of the day, this has been happening for as long as human beings have been around. So while we can point to it and say, look how it's having an effect on modern, gender society, at the end of the day, though, those ideas were still happening well before we became the last 200 years of consumerism.
100%. And in fact, I would say that a lot of those things that we're mentioning are like carryovers from previous eras. I mean, we have a predominantly patriarchal economy because the people who had stuff when we changed to a more democratic and market-based system happened to be men, because there were patrilineal fucking lines of secession. Like, these things, of course, absolutely carry on to one another. But without like oversimplifying it, I do think that right now a lot of the sort of backing of these, like, the sort of gender dichotomy comes from positions of entrenched values, like I said, like certain consumer trends. And also there is, of course, I do think that it is fair to acknowledge that there are dogmatic and traditionalistic strains in our society that hold by these things, even if they're no longer rational or helpful for our society.
Right, but I just think that focusing on the real quick, then you can go, Connor, just to respond to that. The thing is that I don't think that even with as much as society has progressed, let's say that we lived in a system where just the factor of gender was not able to affect our markets, right? Just in this hypothetical. I don't think that even with all the progress of feminism over the last 50 years, and even if it had gone the way everyone wanted to, with the utmost equality being achieved, that the concept of masculine, feminine, gender, or male, female, I don't think that ever dissipates, and that's why I think it is important to kind of try to define it, even though it's hard, it can seem nebulous because it changes constantly. And you can say, well, that's a trait that can be expressed by here and there. So it becomes a difficult conversation. But the point is that as long as that can be described, that we continue to have this toxic masculinity discussion as if those do exist, because we have no proof that the market is the only thing keeping those things.
I never made the argument that it's only the market, but I do think that it affects it for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, can I back it up, because I think I might be able to find something that you'll find some contention with.
Okay.
So for instance, like this is kind of where I get a little stereotypical, I guess. So I'm a cishet white male, right? Like just never really question my gender, never really question my sexuality, never really question any of that kind of shit.
Sure.
And what that kind of came with was a certain level of like social expectation, but also a certain level of social expectation that I agreed with. So for instance, like, I didn't mind that violence was promoted to me because I was naturally interested in violence. I didn't mind that the sciences and history was promoted to me because I love sciences and history. I didn't mind that basically, like, hey kid, you want to go shoot some guns? You want to go fish? You want to go into the fucking mountains? Now, it was a little bit of a pain in the ass and I bitched a little bit, but at the same time, like, I'd still really deeply value these gendered experiences.
Banned word.
I'm not, what's that?
Bitched is a banned, bitch? It's the banned word?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was using it as a verb, not a noun. I'm sorry.
Yellow flag. 1 point deduction. Continue.
All right. 5-yard penalty. Basically, I might have whined and complained, but I enjoyed these experiences. I value them. And on top of that, like, I am holding the stereotypical masculine ideal above my own experiences as a man. Like, I want to be strong. I want to be, handsome. I want people to consider me. I want to be intelligent. Like, I want all of these like gendered expectations to be foisted upon me. And I want to judge my own like interpersonal success based off of that. Now, I do have a lot of friends who don't meet any of these criteria, and I think they should have the freedom to express their masculinity as freely as they want. If they want to be dorks, if they want to be nerds, if they want to explore things, if they want to explore feminine things, I don't really give a shit. But like at the same time, I think part of the reason why we're going to find that masculinity and femininity are going to be pervasive concepts for centuries to come is because there is something deeply rooted there, and I would argue that it's at least partially biological.
See, I don't necessarily, that's where I disagree with you. I do disagree with you on that. You're right. I do disagree. I mean, I think that there's there's probably some level of biological root to most things, if not everything that we do. We are biological beings nonetheless. I'm not like a dualist. I don't believe that there's like a soul. I know some people do, but I don't personally. And as a result, like I recognize that we are all products of our biology, but the degree to which that's the case is so hard to determine. We really don't know. And so I generally approach things from a position of not like focusing on the biology of it. And I can recognize where like having a certain framework or structure to strive for can be useful if you are inclined towards that framework. But for everyone else, it's pretty difficult. You know what I mean? Like for anyone who violates, and we know that this is true. Like, I mean, getting listen, I'm trans. Like I grew up very gender non-conforming, and being expected to behave one way and not being that way is an incredibly painful. Even the most minor things will get you targeted, and bullied and made fun of, or abused even, in many cases. And I think that these sort of frameworks, these masculine ideals or feminine ideals, contribute to that directly. Those structures are, in my opinion, what perpetuate them. And I don't see why we wouldn't be perfectly capable of having characters, figures who embody certain things that you can freely associate with without having to associate that to something so broad as gender that doesn't even really have a coherent meaning even across generations. What being a man is to people today is different than what it was to people 10 years ago even. And I think that in that regard, it feels in a lot of cases like we are clinging out of a traditionalistic urge to something that no longer is serving us well at all.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm, and this is what it boils down to contention wise. So basically, I would agree with you that like masculinity is fluid over time, and that different people have different expectations of what a man is. But at the same time, I also think that there's some conceptions that basically go across time. So if you ask like a Greek man, what is masculinity, it'd probably be something along the lines of, train hard, be strong, hold your shield and your spear, don't freak out when, we're being charged in our battle lines, hold the wall, hold the line, all that kind of shit. And then also don't shit your pants when there's an apex predator chasing you, right? Throw some rocks at it to guard your sheep, right? That would be stereotypical masculinity.
Yeah.
And that does perpetuate into the modern era. If you look at like a warrior culture or superhero movies or anything like that, like even our superheroes are gendered in a certain way. So Wonder Woman can beat the fuck out of anybody, but at the same time, she's still beautiful and, sexualized and like all that kind of stuff. Now, obviously probably created by men. But these ideas or whatever, at least from a patriarchal perspective, they seem to perpetuate throughout time and they always seem to be valued. So even like, Victorian era poets that were that were able to shave their faces, grow long hair, and wear heeled shoes, it was probably still expected that they knew how to sword fight or duel with pistols.
Well,
like,
true, but those
violence...
expectations aren't like those aren't necessarily good. Like, I mean, for example, I generally have by and large relatively feminine interests, like by stereotypical standards, but I fucking love shooting guns. Like I love that shit. Like and also I love fishing. Like I would go when I was like one of the few ways I was able to, before my transition and before all that, like one of the ways that I bonded with my stepdad was fishing, because I love that. I love that stuff. And it would be me and, interestingly, my stepsister, who's cis, and we would be the ones who'd go fishing. So these things are not entirely accurate. A lot of them have been sort of memes that have been perpetuated by the fact that the generation before did that. And I think it's, while you're correct that like some of them have stuck around forever, for a really long time, I think that we genuinely live in a very different era than we've ever lived in the past. We've never been closer to a post scarcity society than we have been now. We've never been closer to a life where we can actually start to address problems of our human condition that we couldn't escape before. I mean, now, obviously the timeline dates, but it's about been 100 years since, approximately, more or less, since we figured out that you can actually just take hormones and it will change your body the way that you want it to change. And I think that's a good thing. But that wasn't possible for a long time. So I think that in the past, perhaps it was more understandable that people made essentializations to basically your sex, even though even that isn't necessarily true, depending on how far back you look and across cultures. I don't want to get too far off the main course, but I think that a lot of these are perpetuated again out of habit and out of tradition, and not necessarily from a position of even usefulness. And I think that we would be a better society if those maybe a propensity for combativeness being a good making you a good debater or making you a good athlete was seen as a gender neutral thing, because there are a lot of people who would consider themselves women who are super aggressive and combative and find themselves unable to find a place for themselves. So yeah.
Okay. So give me a moment here, because Merrick just got back, but I gotta ask Lycan, is that guy okay? Is he taking a little swim? What's going on?
Nah, he's gone, buddy.
Rembrandt sleeps with the fishes.
Oh no. Damn.
Poor guy. I'm sure he'll
Poor
be
duder.
tasty though.
Well, I'll throw it over to Merrick, because Merrick has actually got some got the audio back. Then I wanted to push it to a central issue, which I think might have some contention here. So Merrick, I'm throwing it over to you.
Hey, so I missed a lot of the intros when I was trying to get my audio situation worked out. But as far as my initial thoughts on this topic, I hope that this has not already been covered. But what I wanted to talk about in this conversation is the fact that I think toxic masculinity is a much bigger threat to our society than a lot of people acknowledge and that a lot of people talk about. I also think that it's a very, very difficult subject to broach. I think it's a very unforgiving subject to bring up. So I hope that we can...
They're pretty close.
I don't know. I hope that, we can make some interesting headway on that. I think Connor and I probably disagree the most. Yeah, I genuinely believe that it's one of the biggest threats that we face here, at least in the United States. I think that we live in a rape culture, that it directly contributes to that.
I do agree.
I think it directly contributes to a lot of the rise in extremism that we've seen. It's very tied to some of the mass shootings that we've seen. The rise of inceldom is also another thing that's very heavily tied to. So, I also think that it's difficult to talk about because it's very, very misunderstood. And I want to make clear from the onset that my understanding of toxic masculinity is not that men and masculinity itself is toxic. It's that toxic is a modifier. And that when we're discussing it, we're talking about a series of traits, a series of behaviors, as well as the suffering that causes, and how those are sort of like an Ouroboros that feed into each other and perpetuate really negative cycles for men, for trans people. There's a tie to racism into it, for women, for children, basically for everyone that comes in contact to it.
No, that was fucking dope. I got so much shit on that. But yeah. So I'll give you guys some more fuel to the fire. Basically, I'll give you some more shit to contend with. So why?
Well, I actually wanted to post something quick.
Sure.
Connor, we've had a lot of talks in the past. I wanted to ask you, does toxic masculinity serve a purpose for society, one that is useful in some of its aspects?
Yeah, fuck yeah. That was actually going to be one of my points. So I'm not saying toxic masculinity specifically, but I am saying masculinity. So for instance, I'm trying to draw this line, and maybe you guys won't agree with it, but I'm going to draw it anyways. So I would think that testosterone is largely endocrinologically related to violence. I think it's related to aggression. I think these things can be backed up by studies. I think these things can be backed up by even Demon Mama. If we were to study human beings, even women, I would be interested, not because I'm saying that this is biologically essentialist. I like fucking art. I like dork shit. I fucking
quick question. When you said even women, did you mean studying them, or even they are human beings?
Well, Well, not the second one. I'm
Okay,
fucking
got
around.
it. Just make sure.
I'm fucking around. Yeah. So no, I mean, study them. So for instance, like athletes, I would be interested in seeing like like if we had perfect science, if we could study endocrinology perfectly. I'm not saying that it would be causal. I'm saying it would be correlative. So if somebody was like super high in estrogen, they would probably like stereotypically feminine interests. If they were super high in testosterone, they might have not only stereotypically masculine interests, but they also might have like some of the worst aspects of toxic masculinity. I'm actually pretty sure that that's fairly well studied, that like some of the some prison populations like are made up of like the top 10% most aggressive people in society. So hold on, I'll give you more fuel and then you can fight me. So why should these structures exist? Okay. So for instance, you brought up that we're moving to a post-scarcity society, that we're escaping the demands of the natural world in ways that we never thought were possible, that technology is very quickly increasing in ways that we didn't even really conceptualize. Like fusion power is hopefully on the horizon. Renewables is hopefully on the horizon. Space exploration might be on the horizon.
And like,
there's a whole bunch of things that might make human competition and human violence obsolete. But what I would say is that there's always going to be some level of human violence that's necessary. And even if interpersonal human violence is something that we somehow evolve past, that isn't to mean that we're not going to bump into another spacefaring species that's not going to have our enlightened view on violence. There might be some competition. There might be some, purges. There might be some genocides. There might be some xenocides. So it's actually, that's what I would say. Dylan was asking, like, what is the necessary component of masculinity? I would say that you can't deal without masculinity in general. 2, you can't deal without violence. Violence is a part of the natural world. And when your technology collapses, you have to be reliant on biological structures that we've evolved over time, obviously for reasons.
So, like, being safe in case racist aliens come along.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
If the racist aliens come along, you're going to want me.
I mean, I think that, like, I don't know. I think we should... The idea that, like, violence is a part of the natural order is, like, there's a lot of things that are a part of the natural order that doesn't necessarily mean that, that we should,
Lycan's killing things on TV right now.
What's that?
Lycan's killing things right in front of our eyes right now.
It's long dead.
Counterpoints. I hate to inform you, but I believe that is already dead.
Oh, but he killed my friend, Mr. Lobster.
No,
so
he wasn't on screen.
That is true.
He wasn't on
Lobster
screen.
Yeah.
He wasn't on screen.
But the implication was there nonetheless. But I will say that, like, but I don't know. Okay, so everything, then I've done a lot of reading on this, but again, dropping studies is pretty difficult on these panels. But when it comes to, like, testosterone versus estrogen, obviously hormones have an effect on our behavior to a certain degree, but it is impossible to overlook the fact that people that their biggest impact is, like, on our physical appearance, and then that often determines our physical appearance in our very imperfect society, often determines how we're treated and how we're raised, which has, like, a huge effect on things. So I don't know, like, is there a possibility that, like, certain traits are going to be, if you have your random roll of the dice, like, internal hormone levels are going to lead to this, that, or the other thing? Sure, to a certain degree. Like I said, as is true for why I like Diet Coke versus non-Diet Coke or whatever else. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can be affected by invisible hormone, like in unfathomably complex hormone interactions and whatnot. I just don't think that we should build our society around those things for the most part, because I don't think that they're impactful enough to override the need to build a society that is more just and more kind to the people who, like, don't perfectly prescribe to something. Like, just because there is absolutely, like, testosterone increases, like, passive aggression, like base level aggression, doesn't necessarily mean that, like, you can make a rule that all men are, like, that men should be the aggressive ones. Because even if it increases it a little bit, like, there's probably women who have, like, really low T who are super fucking aggressive because of 100 other things that happened in their lives. For example, like, I'm generally viewed as somebody who's pretty aggressive. I have literally, my body doesn't even produce testosterone. Like, it doesn't, like, I have to take hormones or else I don't have any because of the surgeries I've had. So it's
No, I want to ask you a question. So for instance, but even in a let's say that we were able to like abolish gender tomorrow,
Yeah.
right? There would still be people who would express themselves in different ways.
Oh, of
so
course,
for
absolutely.
instance, like I might be identical in a post-gender society. I might actually have the same outlooks and same interests.
Hell yeah, probably would.
So yeah, so that's kind of my my point though, is that like there's aspirational ideals that whether or not you gender them or not, there's aspirational ideals in a variety. Like I think one of the strongest parts of this is that people can be as fucking different as fucking night and day and all along the fucking spectrum. So freeing people to be who they are is I'm totally fucking fine with. I don't give a shit. But at the same time, I would stereotype and maybe gender that, like, even if we were a post-gender abolished society, probably 50%, 60% of folks might still find themselves playing into stereotypes.
Maybe. I mean, I'm sure, but at the same time, like, so then you just get identified for who you are and what you do instead of being like forced into a box that doesn't even serve us. Like, we gain nothing.
Well, wait, hold on. Wait, what if by whether it's genitalia or a style of a type of presentation that is overwhelmingly towards a certain group of people, so maybe in the future it's something different, but right now it's masculine and feminine. What's wrong with that idea? Because we do that with everything. Now we can talk about the bad things, and that would be what I think would be appropriate to talk about now. Like, what are the bad things about that? But we do that type of grouping in so many different ways that if we as a society become more emotionally mature and cognizant of these issues and we resolve them, masculine and feminine, as we start to educate people on the good and the bad about masculinity and femininity, there's really no reason to abolish it beyond that. So
I mean,
if we're addressing the issue,
are you saying that like it would, that the term masculine or feminine would like transition to in such a society would transition to more of like a general descriptor as opposed to something that's
no,
used as
I'm not even at that point. I'm saying that if we address the issues of masculine and feminine, like the good and the bad of that paradigm existing, because those for the most part do describe, though it changes through the years, they do describe the overall bulk of some semblance of what a man and a woman is.
I think that that's actually not entirely accurate. And to a certain degree, like this is, you know, a little bit of this is going to be me making an argument out of my own personal experience and my own observations, because this sort of thing has not been studied on a massive level. Like, as far as like how, like what traits we like identify as and how many people actually live up to those. But geez, like I know a lot of people who are, you know, perfectly comfortable being cis, straight and whatever, but have a bunch of things that they've literally personally told me, like, I would do this differently if there wasn't a risk of me like being severely mistreated or made fun of or targeted, or I would not be, you know, or like fired from my job over. Like, I don't know. I always love this one example. Like people, I'm like, the future I dream of is a future in which people can, you know, like masculine folks, people who would be considered masculine now can freely express themselves as like a JoJo character if they so desire, and fully embrace strength and beauty at the same time. And I like strongly fight for that type of future. And I don't necessarily think it's helpful for us to presuppose like a binary or even like a I don't know, like the general understanding because of vague
but that
study.
could be a societal change that we make, right? We could stop presupposing.
Well,
right?
I mean, we already are, though. That's already happening.
That's not really how it works.
Yeah.
Like, as long as we have categories, we'll use them to otherize each other.
Yeah.
So I don't think that just saying, okay, we're going to take away all these negative traits, and then all of a sudden no one is going to have any sort of presuppositions about anyone else. I don't really think that it works that way. That's not really how our brains categorize information.
Can you come up with a few other categories that experience the same things as genders do?
What do you mean? In what sense?
Like you say that because it's the categorization that is causing a lot of the harm.
Race.
So I'm saying
race.
like
Race.
well, sure.
Race.
Okay, race is an easy one. But what I'm saying is we're not going to stop being different races. We're not going to stop considering people whatever they are.
Yes, we are.
We are going to fix this.
Yeah, we actually already have. Yeah, we actually already have. Yeah. like
How?
Well, like, so I'm Italian, right? I didn't used to be white. Like, they didn't used to consider Italians white.
But you're still Italian. But you're still Italian.
Yeah, but wait a second. Hold
That's
on.
what I'm saying.
Wait.
That's not.
Okay,
That's
go ahead.
that's like nationality. That's
Okay,
not,
all right, cool. Let's play the semantics game. Okay, fine. So nationality, you're still going to be
I'm
defined
talking
by
about
a group.
Oh,
You're
boy.
going to be defined by a group, and that group is going to then be defined by certain stereotypes, characteristics, whatever. Like the Italian stereotype doesn't go away just because you're no longer considered brown.
I also just assumed like 8 things about you as soon as you said you were Italian, and I was like, oh, that makes sense.
As an Italian, I literally thought of 12 that I can name off the top of my head.
Okay,
that
but
fucking
you're describing
are in my
like a
family.
number of different things. Like, so there's
Sure.
like, first of all, there is a colloquial conflation of nationality, ethnicity, and race. As far as like, if we're talking on an academic level, the conversation around race has changed so much over the last 50 years. Like, we don't even use like academics don't even use the language the same way. Like when they're talking about race,
That's not addressing the issue, Demon
Wait,
Mama.
actually-
the
Right, but
issue
you
is
also
it's not because there's
like-
still race. Race
Okay,
still exists just because our
You're also
discussion.
talking
Okay.
about someone who's like, I want to abolish borders, right? Like, I don't really like the concept of countries and nationalities. So, I mean, if you're trying to find some sort of logical inconsistency, you're not really going to get that from me because I don't think we should be doing that either.
But it is even if when we didn't have borders, people still found groups to identify by. You are not going to get rid of group identification.
Wait,
on
nobody
any
is saying
level,
to
any
get rid of
scale.
group
I'm not saying that.
identification.
What
No
I'm
one.
saying is we're talking about labels, right? So I think that's what Demon Mama is
That's what
talking
I
about.
just said.
Like these strict boxes that we put people in, and these words that we attach to them with all this baggage attached to the word. That's what you're talking about, right, Demon
That's
Mama?
always going to happen.
More or less, yes. Okay, I
Well,
recognize. Wait,
if we
I
make it
recognize that.
consistent
Like,
for it to not happen, it doesn't have to, and that's why we're discussing this.
You can't qualify the idea that is going to ever go away in
Actually, I
any
mean-
reasonable, logical, on the near horizon fucking
Why?
scale. Because
I mean,
it's not. Because
okay,
we're always
wait,
going to
hold on a second. Like, you
keep
can't just say like I don't like it and therefore it won't be. So
I'm
first,
not saying
hold
that.
on.
So
Well,
you
want to let me
deflect
finish
things,
my
that's not what's
original?
happening.
Like,
Sure,
okay,
go ahead.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on here now. It's getting real spicy really fast. But all right, that's fine. I can deal with it. Okay, so when it comes to like various like I don't know, categorizations that we're going to put people into. Yeah, of course there's always going to be some level of categorizations, but we can really like this is really easy. We've fought against these types of categorizations a million times in the past. And in fact, we fought against stereotypes. National stereotypes are already less popular than they were 50 years ago. Are you fucking kidding me? And not only that, but racial stereotypes especially have, I would hope at least, and ideally, I mean, perhaps there's been a resurgence, but that's a different conversation. But we generally agree that like moving away from stereotyping people because of their race is a pretty good thing. When I talk about
Sure.
gender abolitionism, I talk
I didn't
about
argue against that, by the way. I
okay,
didn't argue
but you
against
kind of
removing
did. You
stereotypes.
maybe didn't mean to, but you kind of did.
No,
and-
but no. See, no. Hold on. I need to explain exactly how I did. If
Okay.
you're going to say that, that's fine.
All right.
But I need you to explain it exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's the same logic.
It's not.
Justifying
It is.
wait, justifying the existence of like ill-functioning categorizations because categorizations exist.
I didn't say all are going to be ill-functioning. I
You
said
literally- hold on,
categorization
let me go
is going
back.
to continue.
I know that you really don't want me to talk for some reason, but
Stop. Don't play that game.
I
I'm not
mean,
going to do that.
this is the third time, and I didn't say
You
anything.
really
the
think I don't
first-
want you to
You're
talk?
doing it right now, actually, literally.
because
actually
you're
doing
making
it
a
right
dumb point, and I'm stopping you there.
Well,
you
then
don't,
you know what?
You passed the
Then
dumb point.
yeah, okay. Well,
Well, I will say, Demon Mama, if you want to make your point, you are allowed. You can make
thank
your point.
you. I appreciate that. What I was trying to say is that you literally argued that that just a couple seconds ago that categorizations exist, they're not going anywhere. I'm saying that obviously we have to categorize information. That happens all the time. But we can choose more useful categorizations, and we have historically over time. We've moved away from categorizing people by race and nationality and ethnicity for tons of reasons, because there's a lot of useless bad outcomes that come from that. Likewise, I think that we should move away from categorizing people based on these arbitrary genders that mostly shove people into boxes and cause pain to people.
Do you think political labels should be removed?
I mean, generally I don't really like use a whole lot of political labels, like, and there's a reason
You
for
don't think
that.
there's value in knowing the general consensus of a group? that someone-
I mean, it depends, right? Like, I mean, it depends on the label, right? Like, people ask me, like, oh, what are you all the time? And I just say, well, I'm a lefty who has some anarchist philosophical leanings. And sometimes that irritates
So
people.
there-
And,
Wait, quick point. I think there's also a difference between ideas and inherent characteristics of people.
Yeah, I mean, I
Would
think
you
that's
agree
also
as an Italian? Hold on, as an Italian, would you agree that there are certain familial considerations, behaviors, ways that, in positives, entirely positive, so we can focus on those, that as growing up in an Italian family you experience, whether it's Sunday supper traditions, whether it's going to church, whether it is the type of a way that you celebrate Christmas versus the rest of the world? You would agree, I assume, that exists, right?
I mean, that's not something that I experienced from my family. From the German side of my family, that was something that I experienced, though. So I do understand what you're talking about in terms of tradition, but I don't think anyone here is arguing about erasing all tradition. Like, I don't think that's what we're talking about.
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm bringing up the point that just by saying you are Italian, there are some assumptions I can make that aren't negative, that may or may not be true, but are likely to be true, or are common in that group of people. And
I don't
if we go
agree
back to earlier, hold on. If we go back to earlier in the conversation, the comment was made that these ideas of grouping would go away and that they are only serving harm. And I am saying, no,
But
they're
you
not
just
serving
proved that none of those things that you said about her were correct.
Well,
Like, it
then
didn't
no,
help
that's not
you.
what
It
I
was
proved.
useless.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on,
Wait, how did
hold
you walk away from that? I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Wait, real quick. Counterpoints is a partial party to that conversation. Do you see how she just arrived to that conclusion?
Which one?
The idea that I just proved her point.
What?
No, but I did just walk out of the room in order to get some water.
Okay. I think we need to reel this back. I think we need to reel this back. So what I wasn't saying was that we will get rid of all categorizations of people, and we will get rid of all sort of preconceived notions about people based on characteristics. That's not necessarily what I was saying. What I was saying was that here now in 2021, tied to the terms of male and female specifically, there is a lot of baggage, right? So I'm not saying that we'll never characterize any group of people or have any presuppositions, but I think what Demon Mama and I specifically are saying is that with gender specifically, and that you would have to take characterizations of people, you would have to take them case by case by case. So none of us are advocating for getting rid of all, like, say, stereotypings of people based on certain things, but specifically with gender, that there's a lot of harm that's been done.
Right. No, I agree with you that, and you kind of missed this part of the beginning. So just to be clear, like, I'm going to align mostly with a lot of what you and Demon Mama believe on this idea of toxic masculinity and gender. But I do have a problem with the idea that I'm not a gender abolitionist, and so to kind of bounce back off your point to what Demon Mama had said earlier that started this kind of discussion, is the idea that I have no problem, or I'm sorry, the idea that gender needs to be abolished because it only serves to do harm. There is nothing wrong with the idea that when someone says I'm Italian, or someone says I'm Jewish, or someone says I'm from South Africa, or someone says I'm from Auckland, New Zealand, that I have an idea what they might be like, what their traditions might be, what some of their worldviews might be, whatever. Like, if we take literally everything I just said, but only positive, we are going to do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. So the idea that people exude a masculine or feminine trait once society has figured out how to not be fucking shitty to either side and fix it, and to not let those traits, become a problem. There's nothing wrong with the idea of masculine and feminine at that point.
Demon Mama, I want to back Lycan up a little bit, because I see you having some objections.
No, I just listen. I just find it funny that, like, you can name, like, Jewish people as an example of people where people will definitely responsibly use stereotypes about.
Listen, why are we talking about stereotypes? We're talking about
because we're talking about gender.
The core of your argument is about stereotypes.
But hold on,
no, it's not about stereotypes.
Before we get sidetracked, fucking. No, but I agree with Lycan. I think that these generalizations or these approximations of what, like, a man should be or a woman should be have been, there's basically some, I'm not going to disagree that there's baggage on it. Jesus Christ. Sorry, my son, he nicked my nose earlier while we were wrestling, and now it's just, I picked at it and accidentally started bleeding. So basically, my point being that, like, okay, so stereotypes or generalizations that like people don't fit into, and then holding them accountable to stereotypes or generalizations that they don't fit into is rude as fuck. And it's kind of shitty. And it's a very like, it's a shitty way to interact with the world. But what I would argue is that having a general idea of what somebody is or would be based off of some stereotype, but then moving in closer to the individual and finding out, you know, do they match my perception, my exterior perceptions? Are they completely different? Do they have completely different things about it? That's just something that we do as human beings, as far as like categorizing in generality and then learning specificity through interaction. I'll give you a brief anecdote and then I'll yield so we can, you know, argue about it. But basically, I served in the military for 4 years. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps, and I served in a unit that was like 70% black, one Brazilian, one Cambodian, one Peruvian, and like one Somali who didn't fit in with all the black people. And even amongst the black people, there was like a wide array of diversity that I had never understood before. The city black guys talk shit to the country black guys. The Northeastern Yankee black guys talk shit to the dirty South black guys. Everybody talks shit about the Caribbean black guy, the guy from Jamaica. Everybody was talking shit about the Somali because he was Muslim and a little effeminate. You know, and then like we all fucking dug on each other, and of course they picked on me because I was the fucking white boy, right? So what I was saying is we started with these stereotypes that were negative. We talked shit to each other along negative stereotypes, but what happened through proximity and interaction was we learned who each other are and moved past the stereotypes. So for me, it's not necessarily having like a general idea of what something is. It's whether or not you have a negative idea of what something is that is harmful, and then are you willing to move into specificity once you start interacting with a different person? And that would be,
I mean, it just
basically
sounds
how I
like
think most people handle the world.
Both of the anecdotes or examples that were used were examples of stereotypes and categorizations being basically very wrong in a lot of ways, and them having to be overcome. And I would say that we could probably get closer to just being in that point if we normalized the process of getting to know people as the people that they are, and not basing them based off of outdated categorizations that don't actually make any sense. Like, for example, I mean, if people knew what my nationality was, I'm sure people would probably have some stereotypes about me that they would want to do, but none of them are even true. Because I have no connection to that. It's such a silly categorization, and it comes specifically, by the way, like the obsession with characterizing people's personalities based on their nationality is most frequently not actually based on real fact. It's more based on like this period of time that we come out of like the late 1800s, early 1900s, where there was highly nationalistic, literal world wars over nationality. And it's I don't know. I just don't find these things useful. And when
the fact that you're trying to abolish categories that make it impossible to be bigoted against Brit bongers, and I find that offensive. So
sure, whatever. I mean, to me, it just seems like these are very arbitrary ways of categorizing people that aren't very accurate or helpful. And there might be some anecdotes to where it's like,
think they're. Sorry.
It doesn't seem to be actually helping us do anything, and it seems like we're actually having to do more work in undoing them, and at the cost of lots of people falling into stereotypical behaviors. And again, I recognize that certainly not every single type of nationalistic categorization is necessarily inherently bad off of its cuff. I mean, there are positive stereotypes that exist all over the place. But those stereotypes, again, might not actually be accurate. And so it might just be better if we learn to just meet each other as humans, meet each other as fellows who found each other in the same place, and bond over that, and work out our other mutual disagreements, than try to force people in these very, very strange and outdated categories, which I happen to believe gender belongs to.
we're talking past each other a little bit,
Maybe.
but I'm not talking about forcing people into categories.
Well, but that
like
is the
basically,
result, though, right? Like, I know that that's like nobody openly wants to do that, but when you have,
but I want an opportunity to explain a little bit.
Sure.
So basically, like these categories, I understand that you would like to abolish these categories, or at least abolish some of these categories. But some of these categories serve some level of utility, or at least the utility that I would argue for.
Sure.
Even in like the toxic example that I use, like the basically people stereotyping each other based off of like region and country of origin and cultural affectation and like all that kind of stuff. What was actually like really fun about getting to know people was finding out when they met their stereotype and when they completely fucking didn't. Like that was like one of the craziest things about fucking learning about people was that so I mean obviously our Caribbean black dude was super into pot. But he was able to, basically bond with the mixed race kid over loving pot because he was like a surfer dude from California. So they had like this weird stereotypical cultural bond that they were able to meet each other over with. Same thing with like, the black guys from the North and the black guys from the South. Now they started with fights, regional fights about who was the best hip hop artist. Obviously the dude from New York loving Jay-Z and the people from the South loving Outkast. But what ended up happening through this stereotypical the tit for tat like argument about whose region had the best artist was like this newfound respect and appreciation for another person's perspective, not because they didn't fit into the stereotype or there weren't like actual regional alliances or cultural differences or anything like that, but because those competitions and those stereotypes led to the conflict that allowed people to understand each other. Now, like, I understand you're saying like I would like to get past well, I'm almost done. Like I understand you're saying like we should move past the conflict to begin with. But I almost feel like that one, I only think it's a problem if it's negative, if it's negatively impacting people's lives. And then two, I think it's actually like it's just like a tool, like just because it's like taking a satellite image of the planet and being like, where the fuck is, Orlando? Well, a satellite image isn't going to be fucking helpful.
The audience is currently pelting you with hot garbage and booing. Okay.
I don't give a shit. Fuck chat. Chat is the reason, dude. Chat is the reason why democracy doesn't work. Okay, fuck chat.
There it is.
Yeah, I just think that like I don't know. These seem like sort of edge case like curiosities that occurred from. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing that like to me. It doesn't seem like anything would have stopped the Jamaican guy and the California surfer dude from just bonding over those things anyway. Like, I don't know. To me, this like nationality and
maybe because they were strangers and they had no reference.
Yeah, but I mean, but that has nothing to do with this categorization you're talking about. And the downside.
Okay, but you understand this is how communication works, though, right?
Yeah,
you start with like a low resolution picture and then you move into a more nuanced one.
Well, to a degree, yeah, but like at the same time, it's like you're pinning all of this happening like normal human interaction, and you're pivoting it on like, or hinging it on like, well, we got to have these national characters, and like no, maybe they would just be friends anyway because they would get to know each other as people and their interests, as opposed to spending time like having to decode stereotypes. And again, something I've been trying to talk about this entire time for a little bit is the fact that the price that we pay by normalizing, categorizing people based on arbitrary characteristics is that inevitably it does make room for a lot of racism. It does make room for a lot of nationalism. It does make room for a lot of sexism. And I don't think it's so easy to just say, well, why can't we have all the good without the bad? Because I believe that structures tend to create these things, and the structure that says that like, people who are born this way behave like this, even if it's false that that's the case, like that sort of thing is not good in my opinion.
Okay, so
yeah,
Connor, I want to kind of like, I hate feeling like the centrist, but I want to say, so with what Demon Mama is saying, there's a lot of the stuff there that I agree, and there's, I already agreed with you where I think there's nothing wrong with these cultural identities existing, right? But I will say, as a fellow Marine and someone who saw the same things that you were talking about, who engaged in the same things that you're talking about, there's nothing wrong with them, those individuals bonding over the ideas. What is a problem, though, and what I think is something more pertinent for the entire group to discuss, if we disagree on it, is the idea that, like you have the Asian friend, right? And you make the fucking, all the stereotypical Asian jokes. I don't even know if I can list them and not get in trouble.
Please don't.
Like but like, you know, we have that friend, or, you know, I when I was first in the military, my girlfriend was Mexican, and I made Mexican stereotype jokes, right? And while the person might seem comfortable with it, or they might seem okay with it, or they might seem like they're appreciating the joke and they're laughing along with it, we don't always know. And it's actually very common for individuals to go along with it to not make the other person feel bad, whereas to them it's something they experience, not just from you. Like, we're not the creative ones that just came up with the fucking cat Chinese food joke, right? And so
no,
it-
100%.
it's important for us to have this conversation and be cognizant of how you and I, even though we have the best of intentions, shouldn't engage with those type of jokes for that reason, especially in front of other people, because then it might encourage or reinforce that shit.
I have a question. Have either of you, I don't know if I missed it, have either of you guys demonstrated what you think the positive utility of gender or gender differentiation is? Have you guys said what positive you think comes from it?
Sure. And can sorry, I just don't want to miss I don't want to miss a point, but I literally wrote down positive utility of gender so I don't forget your question. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is actually a conversation that I've had with multiple people. Nobody likes my stance, and that's fine. Chat can go fuck themselves. So I actually think it's really hard basically what's really hard is if we were to follow Demon Mama and Merrick's prescriptions, essentially what we're doing is we're trying to pick a societal ideal, and we're asking everybody to elevate themselves to that ideal. But essentially what we're pushing for is equality, right? And what was actually really interesting about my social interaction with this group was it was a lot easier for all of us to go down into the muck with each other rather than going up into the ideal. So basically what ended up happening, I might have brought up like stereotypes of like, how I denigrated other people.
Mode is
but
great,
I was a
isn't it?
fucking mayo-eating, Justin Timberlake looking, cousin fucking, trailer trash fucking motherfucker. Like, and that's just how we talk to each other. Now, maybe this is toxic masculinity, but this is some of my favorite fucking toxic masculinity was sitting around in a group of 8 to 9 guys talking shit to each other, denigrating each other's heritage, denigrating each other's cultures, religions, family statuses, all that kind of stuff. That was some of the most positive toxic masculinity that I've ever had my entire fucking life, because basically what ended up happening was we loved each other at the end of it. We were talking shit, we were banting. And so if I was to go into that fucking circle of people and I was like, listen guys, these stereotypes about the way that we perceive each other is actually really harmful, and you shouldn't make fun of the Jamaican guy because he smokes pot or his mom loves pot or whatever. I'd be laughed out of the fucking room, and I would still be called like a mayo
that's the hard
fucking redneck white trash piece of shit while I was being laughed out.
Would 100% be called that. The problem is that we lose control once it goes beyond that point. So while you in that group, or me in the same group, again, want to reiterate, did the exact same things, right?
Mm-hmm.
While that's fun, and it's these moments, and like I can still think of them and like look on them fondly, even with my new fucking woke SJW curse, and like I'm like, yeah, it's fun fucking times, and to my knowledge, we're all still good and everything's fine, and no long-term harm was caused. The problem is that within that group, there are going to be, unfortunately, a lot of people that see that joke as okay and then move beyond that circle where maybe that was effective or maybe that was good. And let's pretend that in that situation of bonding and hardship, that all those people are in alignment and they're okay with it. They go online or they go back home to other people and they have the same type of conversations, or they engage with those harmful ideas with just people of their same group against another group, like against as in like the ideas against the group, right? Or would be harmful to view the other group that way. So we lose control of it after that. So what I'm saying is it's fun, but it's like sometimes, goddamn, even when it comes to like the Me Too movement, men and all that shit, sometimes you got to be the party pooper and say, hey, maybe ask consent before you even fucking flirt, because at the end of the day, you're going to make that person feel better, because that's the dynamic men and women have in this world. And it's unfortunate, but being the party pooper makes for a better world for some people. Well, and I think there's also like few things that I agree with that.
I think it's also worth considering that like there's a very good chance that people in that group, that they might suffer from that. I mean, I know that's the case. Like,
would love to introduce you to them.
Well, I'm sure. wait. I'm sure there's like, listen, I get it, but there's also like there can be suffering that goes unspoken. There can be pain that goes unspoken, and this is especially true. I mean, like, my God, like, if you listen, like, the best way to learn about this is, like, honestly, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but the best way to see some of this stuff is to go look at like how some of the incel people talk about the pain they suffered in their groups of friends, of their guy friends, of being humiliated and hazed. And yeah, for some people you're fine, and some people you make through it just fine, but a lot of people don't, and those people don't get listened to. And like, I think that, like, and also there's a big context thing. Like, yeah, obviously all of us are currently living through imperfect times, and we might bond over like bad things. I mean, God, fucking Zizek did an entire thing about the military and talking about how the sort of abuse is normalized in the military in order to get people to bond to one another, all this whole shit. Another discussion. But the fact of the matter is that, like, while maybe this works in some contexts, I don't see a reason why we should extrapolate that out to all of society. And the downsides of these structures that maybe are useful in very specific circumstances or environments, being extrapolated out to the rest of society can be incredibly harmful.
No, I actually I want to agree with you guys really quick, because what Lycan said was actually 100% what happened. Okay, so basically what happened was I took this, like, fraternal brotherhood, like literally like family bond. These people could call me tomorrow and they're like, hey, let's go do some shit, and like I would literally like fucking, okay, what are we doing? But I took the suffering, and I took the humor, and I took the stereotypes and the playful banter and all that kind of bullshit, and I moved it outside of the group. And then people who didn't have a similar rapport were offended by it. They were basically like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you don't know me like that. What, like, where the fuck is this coming from? And that sense of humor wasn't shared. I have found relationships similar to them since then. But it's always based on like a really deep, like, mutual understanding and like almost I want to say suffering. Oftentimes it's fellow employees who are experiencing similar hardships, who you share these deep bonds with, where you can make dark jokes about stereotypes or behaviors or whatever, in order to get past it. So I want to acknowledge that I'm wrong while still having fond memories of what I did.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that exists in a lot of things, right? Like, I mean, fuck, like the type of jokes that like trans people will make with one another when there's no cis people around is like perfectly, that's fine.
I'm
like,
sure,
but there's what's that?
Sex workers.
Or sex workers.
Yeah, I'm sure it gets pretty.
Of course,
I'm pretty sure it's not the most woke feminist takes in trans and sex worker jokes.
No, not always. I mean, but there is a different. But there is also but again, there's that context. That context matters, and like, there is an understanding when you're joking with, two people who've been through everything that you've been through, and you're on the same page. Like, it's a very different context than just like having these things be normalized. And also there's a recognition that there is imperfection that is mutual. Like for example, if a trans, if trans people are joking about, I don't know, esports or something, like how trans people are the best at esports or whatever, it's like these stereotypes or whatever, or like we dominate esports or whatever the fucking jokes are, that like all of these things are like, they're understood with like, hey, like we recognize,
it's ironic.
Like, yeah, there is an irony in it, and that is important to distinguish. But again, like when we're talking about the broader discussion of like, is it helpful to have these? No, I think these things would best be left at the end of the day as like, hey, this was a fond memory of like trauma bonding, but maybe it would not be the best to subject future generations to this type of shit, and they might be able to actually find things that they enjoy and are much more happy with and thrive better under if it wasn't like, hey, this is like a small positive at the, as a side effect of great negatives.
Okay, but I want to posit something, and you guys can take it or reject it. And Merrick, I have not forgotten.
Can I stop this for a second? Because this was something that was like a pretty big thing like a year ago, or probably like before I was on Twitch. Demon Mama, couldn't that same argument be applied to like that old like argument that happened on Twitch about the N-word in the use of private?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it absolutely could be applied. I mean, there's a million takes on that, but I think that like context is like hella important when it comes to humor. It really is. And also context is really important when it comes to categorizations. And you know, when we're talking about gender, especially, like obviously I want to kind of tie it back to the topic at hand. When we're talking about gender, like we're not really even societally, we're not even at the point where like people acknowledge that like there are a large number of people who are non-binary, and we're not even to that point yet. So like right now what's happening is that these structures of like these like grossly inaccurate stereotypes of what is a man and what is a woman and what is masculine and what is feminine are being used to craft laws and craft culture in real time, and all based on bad assumptions, like really bad assumptions. So we're not even at the point of like getting rid of the things that allow us to like look at like what positives. There's so many negatives that it's like drowning us out. Like God, like I could go on about this all day. I mean, I talk about this on my stream all the time, but yeah.
Before we move on, because I want to address like kind of the conversation that we all just had. Connor, can you go ahead and answer Merrick's question? Then we'll circle back to that.
Yeah, sorry for making you wait. That was fucked up. But that was positive utility of gender. So what I would hope to preserve, even let's say that demon mama, she just wins the entire cultural argument. We all decide as a community to just like abolish gender. And now we're all moved past it. The thing that I think is like most necessary to preserve is just like positive examples of humanity. I don't care if it's fucking masculine. I don't care if it's fucking feminine. I don't give a shit. But there's stereotypical aspects of masculinity that I would valorize that I think lots of progressives and leftists wouldn't. So for instance, like like physical strength, the ability to commit violence, you know, basically. So there's this there's this fucking meme like trans inclusionary radical misogyny where Elliot Page, you know, transitions and then they're like, "Welcome to the club, Elliot," and they're fucking drinking beer and eating hot wings.
I don't hate you because you're trans. I hate you because you're a bitch. Because you're a so sorry.
I'm sorry for laughing.
But like, that was technically a quote.
But there's a certain level of fraternity that I would hope would survive the gendered purges, where you could have some people, including trans folk and maybe masculine women, who just want to sit in a circle, drink beer, and talk shit about the world, their jobs, their employers, everybody in an aggressive and mean way, but in a way in which everybody thinks is funny because they're all in on the joke. And sorry, this goes back to context, and then I'll yield. But so one of the things that Lycan and one of the things that Demon Mama said was that like context is super important, and that people knowing or being in on the joke is super important, because I'm taking this very like niche context in which everybody thought that stereotypes were funny. But if you extrapolate it out to the culture, it's very obvious that people are not being ironic or nuanced with their labeled takes of other cultures, right? What I would say though is what my goal would be, and maybe it's a fucked up goal, is to get there eventually. Because if I'm saying like we're equal, trans folk are equal to cis folk, straight folk are equal to bi folk are equal to gay folk, and black folk, white folk, brown folk, Asian folk are all similar, then I would hope that at some point, like I would measure American multicultural success as when we can all walk in the same room and fuck with each other, and we know that we're all fucking around. That would be a pretty high goal for me.
So it seems like you're actually more concerned with egalitarianism than you are maintaining gender at all, actually, because what you said was you want to be able to sit around a campfire drinking beer, talking shit, and aggressive women can be there, masculine women can be there, trans people can be there. I don't think that I'm that particularly masculine, but I like dark humor. I love to talk shit. I want to sit around and drink beer. Like, that's cool. I would want to do something like that. So it doesn't actually sound like you are defending the net utility for gender. It just sounds like you just have a specific like kind of traits in your mind, and you would want those to to be encouraged, and you would want those to live on. But I don't know that any leftist is actually arguing against that.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't argue against that for the record.
Well, okay, maybe not any leftists. There are a lot of crazy, just totally insane leftists. Like, I'll be the first person to admit that. But I don't think that that's necessarily the arguments that we are making right now as our package of our gender abolition. Because right now, to me, sir, you are sounding like a gender abolitionist.
Nah.
A little bit, yeah.
No, I have.
You are a little bit. Mm-hmm.
I have counterpoints, but I'm being charitable.
Well, I just think that, like, I do think that there's you know, like, I think that a lot of times the environment that you're talking about, these like stereotypes and these categorizations, these broad categorizations generally make it harder for us to have those things. And I would point to, like, probably the best example of that being the ongoing, like, alienation from gaming that like femme people in general have. And if you don't think that's the case, like, that's room for a whole nother discussion. I can pin that down. I am so confident in that. Like, the gaming culture still is grossly toxic towards femme presenting people. And that is a result of these assumptions. That is a result of the way that we categorize people and make assumptions, despite the fact that, like, holy shit, like femme people love fucking video games as much as anybody else. In fact, like, it's just, you know, these assumptions are really bad and they're deeply ingrained. So yeah.
I think that kind of goes back to so
Sorry, go ahead,
I might address some of them here. So I think that goes back to why we were having that whole conversation. I think we veered away from the idea that gender is a category that exists and only or mostly causes harm that can't be reduced by social intelligence, like, as we become more cognizant of these issues. So so let's say hypothetically that 80% of women who present by the nebulous idea of what a feminine person is, right? Those people don't like killing bugs, don't like camping, and don't like anything outdoorsy and, like, rough and whatever. Like, let's just, again, we're going with some stereotypes. The point of bringing these up, though, is for the hypothetical of, if that is true, if that is objectively true, what is wrong with having that idea if we don't make the negative assumptions that put pressure or undue judgment or whatever on those people? What's wrong with the idea that we quantify it by that assumption, but we don't enact with it in any negative way because we're now a more educated and intelligent society?
To me, that just...
If you wanted to open it up to trans folk and non-binary folk, why couldn't it just be femme? You know, there's femme gay people, there's femme non-binary people.
More directly to this point of, like, well, if we only embrace the positive stereotypes around genders, then what is the issue? The thing is, some of the positive stereotypes around women are that they're good with kids, they're nurturing.
Right, no, hold on. So we break those down too. We get rid of those.
What?
We get rid of the ones that cause that kind of assumption about role in society.
Well, then,
like, because we do that through education, that doesn't mean we get rid of, like, if, let's say, again, for the hypothetical, 80% of women do prefer to be the stay-at-home mom, cliche, right? That is just the preference, but it's not because of societal pressure. In this hypothetical, we've educated society. Men no longer expect that from women. Women no longer feel that's a role that they ought to jump into or should be expected to. If that still ends up being the case, what is wrong with identifying that as something that belongs to that group?
Okay, so if we take away all the negative, right? And then I listed off the positives, and you're like, okay, well, that's actually just contributing to gender roles, and that's negative too. So if we take away all the characteristics of what it means to be a woman, what are we left with then?
No. So
what are you arguing for?
I would just say this to me.
I'm not making it clear. I want to make sure that, like, I'm saying this properly. So I'm not saying get rid of them. I'm saying that we get rid of the harmful approach to those ideas. So it's like, if it is true, right? So no longer stereotype. If it is true, 85% of women prefer to be this, and it's not because of societal pressure. It's not because of their upbringing or their expectations or their life experiences. It is literally just that the idea of a woman is someone who does X, and maybe there are similar other things that aren't entirely expressed by people that identify by that gender. If the harms are removed, what is wrong with identifying that group? And again, to go back to the example of the Italian, like, there are certain things that being Italian often can mean. That doesn't mean we assume that homeboy's having a pasta dinner every Sunday. That doesn't mean we assume that homegirl is this goddess, stay-at-home Roman cook that is going to make the best fucking chicken cacciatore you've ever fucking tasted.
I'm
My
absolutely
grandma
not.
does. Like, exactly, right? But if that idea exists, but we don't employ it in a negative way, where is the harm?
So I guess my point becomes, if we don't employ it in a negative way, it's still going to be seen as like, we are still innately going to perceive it as odd if people who are falling into this category deviate from the things that we do, either subconsciously or consciously assigned to that category. So like, even if we're like, hey, it's okay if you don't have kids, or if you're kind of cold as a woman, or if you're not nurturing, even if we're like telling everyone is saying out of our mouths that it's okay, if we still have this concept of woman, and I'm kind of frosty and icy and I fucking hate children and I want them to stay away from me, there's still going to be this idea of like, oh, that's not normal, that's a deviation. And I think that will still kind of create these subconscious problems with the way
I also
have
think
an,
that,
I have
again,
an idea to that, but I want to hear a Demon Mama because she wanted to speak up.
My response to this would be that, to a certain degree, it feels like a little bit of wishful thinking about the way that categorizations tend to work, because I think that it's like, of course, like if you could divine a perfect or like just instantly summon a like Thanos snap into existence, like, hey, bam, we have like now the perfect label to categorize all people of a specific type. Okay, that's great, but the fact of the matter is that's not really how these categorizations work. We know that like the negative and the positive are really fucking hard to disentangle, and if we encourage people to continue using labels that are inaccurate, even if sometimes they're positively leaning, like benevolent, sexism or benevolent racism or whatever, like these things can still be inaccurate. And even if they're not necessarily like greatly hurtful, like for example, assuming like I don't know, making like a quote unquote positive assumption that every Italian woman is like a god tier cook, it can feel very weird, dehumanizing, and even objectivizing, even if it's like a positive trait. Like, I mean,
we already addressed that though. We already said that like we're not going to assume that they are. We assume that may be a characteristic of it, but we're not going to engage with it in any way that actually qualifies it until it's presented.
Then aren't you functionally describing like functional abolition of these things if they're
Nope,
basically
I
not
said that they could
used?
Still, nope.
Okay.
I'm saying they can still be applied to people of what we consider the idea of masculine and feminine. But like, let's get rid of gender.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little confused about like how this would like work. Like, if you think like, I think that someday we will probably have a plethora of terms to describe people in different ways, and that we will move away from a society in which we like litigate or pressure people based on categorizations. We'll always need ways to describe things, but I think there are better ways to structure these that are based on more useful traits and more useful things than just like making broad categorizations and catch-alls. And also, like, even if 85% or whatever of a group like have that trait, 15% is still fucking huge. Like, that's still like a lot of people who aren't going to have that trait. So I don't know, like, I feel like at the end of the day, you're still missing.
Like, and I want to back you up. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, do you want to I don't know.
I'm going to say this and then I'm going to pass it to him. I just want to say, like, when you come up with an idea that can convince me that there is a better way to describe a man or a woman in those categories, or you divide it up into 10 categories or 100 categories, but you find a way that happens, I will listen 100%.
Oh, I mean, I think there's already those terms already exist.
Until that idea comes, like, until that really comes where you're really codifying these people in a succinct way that actually works, that codification is going to happen naturally through society, regardless of our input, until you present something that actually makes sense the way that masculine and feminine does.
Well, but because I mean, it already is happening. Like, it's already happening. Like, in fact, we see it in this space right here.
We're changing how we engage with it.
Well,
like,
using terms like femme presenting, for example, is super fucking useful, because it describes,
still engages with the idea of femininity.
Well, but in a very removed way. It's saying that, like,
but still engages with it. There's still the idea
engages with it, but in a very
femininity.
removed way, and it's a much less stereotype.
A more progressive, a less harmful.
Am I going to be able
still
to...
engages with the idea
Well, yeah, because language has to take steps. Like, language is inherently contextual. Language has to take steps. Like, you can't just invent a new word. Like tomorrow, I can't just like invent an entire new language that fixes all of the problems. We have to take steps that make things understandable. And I would argue
Sure, right. But
well,
you would say
okay,
that,
but you gotta let me finish the sentence.
Go ahead. Sorry.
When something like femme presenting, for example, is pretty reasonable, because it's saying like, hey, this is somebody, and I'm sure we'll come up with better terms over time, but this is one that's pretty useful right now because it describes like what like dress style someone chooses to dress, and there you go, bam. And then, of course, we cannot ignore that there are contexts to this. The reason why people use terms like femme presenting, for example, is because much of society associates the femme presentation, aka wearing traditionally, like what our society would traditionally understand as feminine, usually comes alongside with a bunch of stereotypes that you don't want. And so we use that term so that people can actually talk about their experience having these things pushed on them. And I do think that over time we will move away from that. I think that we'll have different categorizations and different words that are much more succinct and useful. I mean, there's an interesting conversation about this in other fields as well, but it's a little hard to like.
I get it.
Like
to sum up, I want to go.
Still, yeah, go ahead, Connor. Go ahead.
All right, sorry. So no, you guys gave me a lot, and I kind of wanted to give you a lot back. Okay. So basically, we were bringing up like inclusionary spaces as being like safe spaces in which people could communicate in ways that they might not otherwise communicate. So for instance, you guys brought up that like maybe trans only spaces or sex worker only spaces would be really interesting. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there are like, so you're talking about like all these labels that hopefully will be better than men and women eventually, that will improve society. Okay, so the reason why a lot of people fear gender abolition, or they fear the degradation of these labels or whatever, is because there is like social utility in them to some extent, and there's also some social activities that are specifically fueled by stereotypical gender roles. So for instance, I think we all know, or at least I know, that men act very differently in, let's just say, masculine only company. Women act very differently in femme or women only company. And then both parties act very differently in mixed company. Or that would be, at least, I'm only on like my second point, so you're gonna have to give me a second, okay? So if you want to counterpoint me, go ahead and write it down. So preserving the positive utility of gender isn't the same as advocating for its abolition. So actually, Lycan's description of his worldview is actually very hypothetically to what I think is possible. So for instance, if like all of society had this very vague general idea of what a woman is, where they're like, hey, sometimes on average, they're more agreeable. Sometimes on average, they're going to birth kids on average. They're going to be more nurturing on average. They might be more interested in education or nursing or whatever on average. But let's just say it's not 80%. Let's say it's 60%. So basically you can have this. And then also same thing with men. Men have this stereotype. Sometimes they're aggressive. Sometimes they like MMA fights. Sometimes they like, going to the bar with their friend Elliot and drinking beers and pounding hot wings and talking shit. And that applies to 60% of men. Well, we both have these vague conceptions of what it is to be a man or a woman, but that doesn't mean that you have to strictly apply to these gendered identities. And one of the things that Merrick brought up that I thought was really interesting was that, basically, if you don't fit these gendered stereotypes, then you're thought of as a deviant. I'm sorry. I thought we lived in America. I thought we celebrated deviance in this motherfucker. Like, underdogs.
Nope.
All right, well, fine. Both of you have had more people have talked shit to both of you collectively in the past month than they've talked to me in their whole lives. Okay.
True.
All right. So, okay. All right. But I still want to make the point that if we don't celebrate underdogs or deviants or people with creative ideas or artists or people who do things in a new way, people who think differently, then should we? Is that one of the ideals of American society, that we should celebrate people who think differently, act differently, look differently, all that kind of shit? And I would say that America, or the United States of America, as much as you guys have had very negative experiences, and I'm sorry for those negative experiences, I would like to say that that's probably possible and compatible with a lot of American values that already exist. Yield.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree on your final point. although the first point I would say the mixed spaces differences is, in my experience, predominantly a result of the overwhelming presence of gender stereotypes that people can't actually be themselves. And I would say that for the most part, that is mostly contained to, like, no offense, but cishet spaces. That, like, in queer spaces, you will see much more like honesty in mixed company than you will in, like, cis heteronormative spaces where, like, you know, there's a lot of
no, hold on. Can I ask you a question, because I think
Sure.
this is important?
Sure.
So hold on. So I'm trying to see if we're talking past each other. So are you saying LGBTQ folk are more likely to act like themselves when they're exclusively hanging out with LGBTQ folk, or when they're also hanging out with cishet folk?
Oh, no. I just mean, like, in spaces where, I mean, I don't think that, like, I think queer is, like, a huge umbrella term. I just mean that, like, mixed gender and mixed sexuality spaces are, like, way more common among queer, like, in queer spaces. Like, you will not, like, have the same level of, like, awkwardness of, like, guy group bundle up and girl group bundle up when there's, like, a bunch of variation and people have a totally different approach to it.
But don't you think that variation is a variable that makes that like group, like that group dynamic or whatever, like more comfortable? Is the fact that there is variation, the fact that there isn't this, like, uniformity?
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing that we should embrace that variety, and that we shouldn't try to, like, I don't know, categorize people,
but not
on
in
something
all
totally
context.
arbitrary.
Like okay, so apparently I'm a term. So like what I'm saying is that there are some contexts in which mask people hanging out exclusively with themselves is really fucking fun.
Well, sure,
and femme
yeah.
people hanging out exclusively with themselves, I'm sure, is very fun for femme people.
Sure.
And then there are also social. Damn, Merrick. All right, fine. You can join the mask people. Come on over. Jesus Christ. Fucking traitor over here.
I don't know. I think that most of these are, like, most of the things you're talking about are edge cases and will still absolutely exist. Yeah, absolutely. I think they're mostly edge cases.
I'm sorry for disagreeing, but I think this is the way that most people socially function. I think most people have. So,
Damn,
for instance,
that's
if I have a
kind of
guy's
unfortunate.
poker night or whatever, that's a mask social situation. Merrick's invited because she's cool, but otherwise, no girls allowed.
So, okay,
and then,
all right. So I would like
sorry, go ahead.
to address that. I do have another thought about this conversation in general, but if we can address that one part.
Sure,
why
sure.
is
I'm half talking shit, but I'm also serious.
No. I get that, absolutely. And, like, by
Pepe
societal
posting.
standards, yeah. Like, when you say, oh, I'm having a poker game with some friends, no one's thinking that you have fucking 15 Merricks sitting around the thing and a couple demon mamas, right? They're thinking, hey, you have
Shame.
Lycan, right? The epitome of true masculinity. And so with that, I want to ask you, like, why is that a masculine thing? Is it just because you know society to expect that?
Sure,
Like
more
I just
pork, say it
described.
for me. I'll react to it after.
Yeah, but it's not. So for instance, like I think that this would actually be really sympathetic to not using queer as a slur, using
Everybody
queer
to
as an
know that the
umbrella
votes
term.
are in. I just want to make that clear to everybody. The votes are in. You can continue.
All right, so fuck chat. So what I would say is basically, like, no, there's a certain level of, like, I want to be, because I want to be stereotypically masculine with my friends, and I don't want fucking judgment. Like, I want to talk shit. I want to be rude. I want to be bullish. I want to be gross. I want to talk about, gross bodily functions. I don't want judgment or sneering.
Yeah, but
or
see, you're
fucking
presupposing
any of that kind of shit.
You're presupposing that that's what masculinity means, instead of
I'm
recognizing that people
also
of all types.
But I'm also basing who I invite to my gross mask party
Well, yeah,
based
but
off of
in
my social interactions. Because
But
because
in
my
a gender
mom,
abolitionist world, you wouldn't have to worry about
no,
that, because
no, I'm still not inviting my mom or my wife to mask
That's
night
because
with
they're
Merrick,
your mom or your wife.
because
like,
Merrick is gonna laugh at my gross ass jokes, and my wife is gonna give me an eyebrow. Okay.
well,
Wait,
okay.
so
no,
that's-
I am making a
that's-
judgment about interests and
Yeah, but-
who
Right,
will
but
be
that
cool in
judgment
certain
is the
spaces
problem,
based
right?
off of breaking stereotypes, but also off of stereotypes, because Merrick is interested in things that are breaking molds, breaking stereotypes. That's why she's invited.
Well,
Nobody
yeah,
else
but,
is
but
invited.
what you're basically I feel like a little bit you're granting credence to the abolitionist position, which is saying that, yeah, there's a lot of people who aren't necessarily like men or masc that would actually have a really good time that shouldn't be ruled out because of this, that, or the other thing. And instead, it can just be based on interest. You're going to say, hey, we're going to have a poker night that's gross and everybody's going to tell offensive jokes. Who wants to be there? And a bunch of people will raise their hand and show up. And then all of a sudden you have a friends group that's not based, it's not mixed up like, well, okay. I mean, you just don't believe it.
But that example,
we already know the femme people who aren't fun. We're not inviting them. Sorry, Demon Mama.
I mean, that's your own. I mean, you would have at the beginning of this conversation. You would not have at the beginning of this conversation. You would not have invited Merrick, and now you have suddenly sneakily added that you would invite Merrick. But at the beginning of this conversation, you would.
Yeah,
you said originally.
She said that she would laugh at my poop jokes. The second she doesn't laugh at my poop jokes, she's out of the group.
At the beginning of this conversation, you wouldn't have invited her.
She's out. If she doesn't fit, if she was just talking shit and she was doing I'm one of the cool girl things, she is out of the fucking poker group.
Hold on. Wait. You guys are missing the most important part on both your sides, right? Connor, you're missing the part of why do you assume that it's going to be mostly men, right? And we kind of talked about that a little bit. And then the second thing is Demon Mama. Again, what if mostly male presenting in the current connotation of what a man is are the people that say, I would like to engage in that. And the rest are mostly women who say, that's not my type of thing. Then we dig further. And then we say, is that because movies, TV, media, parents say you ought to be offended by those things? Those aren't ladylike and you should present as a lady, right? We have to dig into those. But then the problem is once we dig into those, if the fucking harm goes away, if Connor stops only asking men because he's only assuming men and instead invites women and in turn invites women because he's engaged with them, not because he's made assumptions about them, what's wrong with being a woman? If you remove the harm, the exclusion, the expectations, what is the harm of being called a woman?
There's nothing wrong with being called a woman or anything like that. I'm just saying that like these, like look, when I know this is like some assumptions that are done. Obviously, I haven't. Like obviously we've only been able to talk about things as they come up, but like gender abolition doesn't mean you literally like eradicate words from your existence. It means we're going to change the way that they're institutionalized, the way that we understand them. That's what that means. And we abolish them in the sense that like this is no longer considered something that is mandatory and that is forced on us. What you're functionally arguing for is gender abolition by another name. You're basically saying let's take most of the weight out of these words, and if they want to stick around as like an aesthetic flair, which I would agree with, by the way. I would probably stick with a lot of like femme modifiers personally, even in a gender abolitionist world, because I like that stuff. But I don't think that it should be mandatory. I don't think that it should be baked into assumptions. I would like a world in which Connor doesn't have to uninvite Merrick based on pink shirt and whatever else. Like that's like, I don't know. To me, that seems like
if she doesn't laugh at my poop jokes,
I get it. But then wouldn't it have been better at the beginning of this conversation?
So poop jokes then.
Yeah, the thing is like there are a bunch of like useless, wasteful, exclusionary things that are being used in making assumptions about gendered language, and I think that we should move beyond them. It doesn't mean literally destroy the word and never use it anymore. It just means like maybe we should think about how we use these and what we use them for. Again, I think probably like
walked back a little bit.
No, I don't think I have. I hate it when people say, I hate it when people ask you for clarification on your position and then you clarify and then it's counted as like a walk back. That's not a walk back at all.
Let me, like I asked for you, I'm going to explain exactly why I said that. I'm saying because for the most of this time, it seems like you've been saying that the existence of those connotations is only serving to harm, and therefore
you said that about what I said. I specifically multiple times
get rid of it.
I said multiple times that like I think that it is predominantly negative in our society, and I do agree with that 100%. I think that like the positive utility that we get from terms like femininity and masculinity and man and woman are mostly buried under a cavalcade of negative effects. Now, I do think that there are some like edge case scenarios that can be nice and whatever, but I think that that would require a recontextualization of these terms that is equivalent and tantamount to abolition. And that's why I advocate for that, because I think that, like, again, I will refrain and say this again, that that was a position that was ascribed to me, the idea that there's only negativity. No, in fact, I acknowledged multiple times in our conversation that that is not the case. However, I do think it is predominantly.
No, that you only want it gone because it only serves to do mostly negative.
I think it does. Yeah, I think it does serve to mostly do negative things. Most of these things are negative, and we could probably come up with brand new words. And if we really wanted to, if we want to go to like an extremist position, I bet that we could delete those words from our vocabulary, and in 2 weeks we would have better words based on our modern context. In 2 weeks we would have better descriptors, just being able to get rid of the baggage that we've had for like 300 years of like anti-scientific positions about men and women, completely upside down opinions about these things that we could get rid of and then just start from scratch. We'd probably come up with better structures.
It's over. We are done. We have done this for about an hour and 45 minutes. It has gone 45 minutes over the normal time limit. I mean, it gone 15 minutes over the normal time limit, but I allowed it because,
not bad.
you know, entertaining. So I'm going to read the results, okay? And I want everybody to know that this was chosen in this manner by 2 judges and 1 vote determined by chat. So I just want to make that clear, and that is the process we are going by. Give me 1 moment as I pick up the results. Rustle paper, tension paper. Okay.
Who wins?
Okay.
Let's find out.
So, the results are 1 vote for Demon Mama. Next one. Chat votes for Lycan. Last vote. Lycan isn't even here. Last vote is deciding the winner with the split decision. Lycan is the winner of the first ever match under Hippy Dippy Championship rules.
Damn. Interesting.
Oh my God.
With 41% of the vote in chat, doubling the next on the list, which was Demon Mama. Demon Mama got second place, of course, with the vote getting 33% of judges' votes. Welcome to the championship roster. What a way to leave Twitch politics with a W.
I mean, I think that with this kind of result, I am, what did it say? Like, I try to leave and they pull me back in. Or whatever movie quote you want to go to about thinking you're getting out of it. Well, here I am. People are wondering if I'm back.
We know why.
Yeah.
I think counterpoints deserve that more.
There we go.
But that's all right.
Well, I'm happy, and I want to say to everybody who maybe did not get the W this time around, I still really appreciated you coming on.
It's all good.
And I can't wait to have you all again on in the future. There's Lycan's partner coming out to support him. I appreciate that. And welcome you all back. I'll do it with open arms as we now turn into the transition to the Hippy Dippy Championship match between Vosh versus Bastiat. Would you like to have predictions from who do you guys think is going to win this? Anything?
I think it's going to be tough. What's the topic? Can you tell us that?
What's the topic?
Socialism versus capitalism. Bastiat versus
Bastiat.
Vosh.
Bastiat. Sorry, I like them both, but Bastiat is going to win.
Merrick?
I'm not familiar enough with all of Bastiat's content to say, but so I have to go with Bosch.
Okay. Demon Mama?
Well, I personally think that Vosh is probably going to win on an ideological level, but I think a lot of those VGGers are probably going to stick in VGG and might not vote in the poll, and that might be a big problem. So yeah, but I do think Vosh is going to have the upper hand in this because I mean, he's got the ideological upper hand. It's a lot easier to win when you're right.
Okay, and counterpoints?
Nah, I'm super fucking curious. So, who's gonna win? Probably Vosh, because democracy is flawed. But I think it's gonna be a great fucking fight. I think it's gonna.
Well,
be
what if it's just judges though? What if it's just the judges making the decision?
Just judges.
This one, by the way, chat does not get a say in this one. This is only
nice. Yeah, democracy
the
sucks.
judges can look at it.
Oh, then Vosh definitely winning.
Doesn't get
No. I want to leave that 50-50. I respect the rhetorical skill and intelligence of both participants. I want it to be a fucking blood feud. I want them to fight for every single scrap of rhetorical and intelligence-based debate thing. I don't want them to think that either one of them has my default vote. So no, they need to fight. They need to fight it out.
Okay, so I want to welcome,
Nah, it's
thank
all
you
good.
all
I
for
didn't
coming
even know
by.
there was
We're
a
going to
vote.
turn into the promos that both Bastiat and Vosh shot, some advertising material as we transition to the main match, which now is starting in 10 minutes. I'm going to ask all the participants to please leave to whereby, as Bastiat and Vosh will be entering soon. Thank you, and I hope you all enjoy the main event. I'll welcome you back anytime in the future.
All right. Bye, guys.
Wonderful.
Catch you.
Bye.
All right. I need to use the restroom. And then we will talk. And I will take other things. Questions, etc., etc. Oh, obviously, Samoski. Obviously. I was on that panel. You know that. I didn't even know there was going to be a vote. I didn't know there was going to be a vote. But it's okay. Next time. Everybody loves an underdog, as they say. So, hey, I got one vote. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then I will be right back. I think I did pretty good too. I'm pretty proud of that. I think I made my point clear. I didn't know there was a vote, so otherwise I would have said, "Hey, go vote." But it's okay. Remember that on sheer numbers. Wait, let's see how Dylan is doing right now. I think Dylan's got like a fuckload of people. Yeah, Dylan's got 1.2 thousand. I don't even know if we could have swayed it, but I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. All right. You're going to go watch Vosh? That's all right. I know a lot of people are probably going to head out and go watch Vosh, I'm sure. I'm sure. That's fine. I get it. I get it. We will carry on nonetheless. Nonetheless, we will carry on. Yeah, we had a pretty steep drop. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't even know how this was going to work out. So I have a question. Who wants to donate Listen, Demon Mama's show will always be free for you. We will always make it free. However, I have bills I need to pay, and I would really love it if people would sub to my website, donate, super chat. Any of that is deeply, deeply appreciated. If you got the money, feel free to toss some my way. I put a lot of work into this show, and I would love to eat. Being able to get things like this, like cookies and some other nice things and whatever, would be great. Oh, really? Did I miss one? Oh my goddy? Oh my goddy, I'm sorry if I missed it. I didn't catch it. Thank you so much, oh my goddy. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I got some cookies, and also my partner picked me up one of these, which I love, the Kickstarts. Fucking great shit.
God has arrived. Also, please talk about Tucker Carlson getting dunked on by Ed Markey.
Wow, I will do that. Do you have a link for me? Okay. Thank you so much.
Also, can you say plural rights?
Mordporg and Argot. Thank you so much. 1 minute. Plural rights and plural thriving. There you go. There you go. Plural rights and plural thriving. Yep. There you go. Argo. Oh, sorry. Argo. Wow. So, do we have questions? Do we have anything? Does anybody want to hear me talk about something? I always do a Q&A after every single one. We didn't get to do a send out. But yeah. Yeah, no problem, Argo. Sorry. Yo, thank you so much, Lawboy. Deeply appreciate that. Deeply appreciate that.
Demon Mama robbed in debut ranked match.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the topic did go off a little bit. You have questions on gender abolitionism? Well, hit me with them. Lawboy, thank you so much. I can't help but I feel that I did very well, and guess what? The victory on paper isn't the only type of victory, because guess what? I know that I was convincing to a lot of the people in the audience. Yeah. Is it donos only? What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. What do you want? Do you want to come on and talk to me about it? We could probably talk if you want. Argo, we can talk if you want to. You could also just drop it in chat. Your choice. I'm open to whatever right now. My Q&A session, I sometimes do some little call-ins. Let's do it. Here's the video from Tucker. Oh, let's take a look. Let's watch it. Let's check it out. Let's watch it.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Springfield, Massachusetts, just above Hartford, is one of the toughest cities in the United States, but it was not always that way. Basketball was invented in a gym in Springfield in 1891, so was the first gasoline-powered engine, amazingly, Indian motorcycle.
Hey!
But as manufacturing died, so did the city evolved into a sadly familiar kind of American landscape. Drugs, violence, waves of impoverished immigrants.
Thank you so much.
Just yesterday, a man was shot to death on Main Street. Springfield is a tragic place, but it's also a living metaphor.
Thank you.
Less than 20 miles away is another town.
Thank you for the two tier 1 gifted subs.
Massachusetts. It's as well kept as Springfield is fraying. Northampton doesn't have manufacturing. It's got something better than that. It has a college called Smith. Smith is an all-female liberal arts school. It used to be impressive years ago. Now it's definitely
We'll do
not,
a combo, don't you worry.
Point. The point is, Smith is rich.
All right, while we're watching
That's
this.
why Northampton is pretty and Springfield is not.
Let's get
Smith
a K Comrade Mama combo going.
$2 billion.
K
Tuition
Comrade Mama combo. Let's go. You got it.
Per year.
Marinara,
So
you're
here's the
directing
question,
it.
and it's relevant now.
Marinara, go.
Who
Direct.
has more privilege?
Direct
People of
the combo.
Springfield
Go.
Or the women of Smith College? You'd think that would be an easy question. One place is famous for burned out buildings and murders. The other has wrought iron gates and its nationally known art museum on campus. So Smith has more privilege, correct? No, not correct. The ladies of Smith are oppressed. They are victims. And do you know who's oppressing them? The kind of people who live in Springfield. Now, we learned all of this recently from a Smith student called Umu Kanote. Kanote is an exotic name, but she has a resume that can only come from the most established kind of background. Kanote is from New York. She went to boarding school in Connecticut at a place called Westminster.
An
Then she headed to
exotic
Smith.
name?
The schools she attended charged more than the average American makes in a year. That sounds like the definition of privilege, doesn't it? But not so fast. Watch this tape from July 31st, 2018. This is the moment that Umu Kanote found out that she was oppressed.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are
We
you?
were wondering why you were here.
Oh, I was
Yo,
eating lunch. I'm working
28.
the summer program, so I was just relaxing on my couch.
Oh, you just taking a break?
Yeah.
So you're with one of the summer programs?
Yeah, I'm actually a TA. Okay.
So that's what it was.
All right.
He just said from the doorway, he didn't know who it was. How much his over was, so it's probably.
Yeah.
29, not bad.
It's okay. It's just like kind of stuff like this happens
we're not
way
gonna
too
watch
often,
'cause,
where people just feel like threatened.
We're not
So
going
that's
to
not a
watch because
very
that would be
interesting piece of
stream,
tape,
dirty
actually.
stream
Everyone's
re-sniping. I don't
polite.
want to do that.
Seems like some kind of misunderstanding. Nothing really happens. But later that night, Kanote posted a message to Facebook assessing what had happened. What you just saw, she said, was proof of vicious racial discrimination. Quote, all I did was be black. It's outrageous that some people question
This is
my
so
being.
dumb. God, Tucker is so annoying. Tucker Carlson is so annoying. I can't believe he called her fucking exotic. That's so fucked. Where's the thing that the what's his face says? I want to know where what's his face says. I want to know what what's his face says. Ed Markey. Damn. Well, yeah, I want to see what Markey had to say. I hate Tucker Carlson. He's so fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. Also, let's take a look. Let me go. Oh, they're already starting. They're starting. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll have a quick call in, and then we'll maybe we'll wrap for the night. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what I'm feeling tonight. Am I gonna review? Yeah, I probably will. It's probably worth reviewing. Hey, thanks for all the hearts, you silly geese. Thanks for all the hearts, you silly geese in YouTube chat. Hi. Hi. No, not that type of wrap. I meant wrap up, like the film term. Let's see. Let's take a look real quick. Thanks for all the hearts, YouTube chat. You're amazing. Okay. Here, hold on. I can't get this. Ah! Here we go. Let's try this real quick. Let's try this. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know. See ya, Sky. Here we go. U.S. Senator Ed Markey took to Twitter to tell Carson to keep Springfield out of his mouth. The community in Springfield, Massachusetts is diverse, beautiful, and full of vibrant neighborhoods and home to world-class hospitals, colleges, and museums. They don't deserve his vicious, dishonest, and hateful comments. Wrecked! Yeah, fuck Tucker Carlson. Seriously. Perhaps this journalist should get his facts straight. He's not a journalist. Don't even call him a journalist. He's not a journalist. He's an entertainer. He's just an entertainer. That's it. That's it. Just an entertainer. All right, let's have this conversation. We're going to bring on, let me have a quick conversation with Argo. Let's bring Argo in. Hello. Can you hear me? Hi. Hi, Argo. Argo, what are your pronouns?
She, her.
Okay, oops. All right. So you said you wanted to discuss gender abolitionism, right? Further?
Yeah. So this is something that I've already been kind of interested in because just as a trans person myself, it's a pretty interesting idea. And I've been trying to talk to other people about it because I know that you talk about it a bit. I know that Vosh talks about it a bit, and I feel like a lot of the time it gets brought up, it almost feels like a sort of nebulous idea. And when I try and pitch it to other people, they'll normally ask like, oh, what kind of society would that look like? And if I
Mhm.
try to start explaining it, like they'll get all confused, or like maybe I don't say something properly.
Well, I
Or
mean, I do think it can be hard for some people to imagine because most people, like out and about in the world, have never even thought about gender at all. They just go based on whatever assumptions they pick up, contextual clues they pick up from the world around them. Most people don't actually do much thinking about gender.
yeah, which is 100% the case from what I found.
Yeah.
But I was really curious because sometimes when I talk to some people, they'll bring up some of the literature involved in it, and I've heard some things. I'm not necessarily sure if they're completely accurate.
Mhm.
So it was more like I wanted to get the opinion of somebody that knows more about this sort of thing. From what I've heard, gender abolition originated in second wave feminism, and apparently there's some links to some like more turfy ideas. So I was really curious about like if you've seen that be the case, or if you've seen like ways that it's been like it's trying to get co-opted as such, like how we can kind of distinguish ourselves from it, that idea of it, like
Oh, I
that
mean,
kind of thing.
I've always seen, at least in my experience, I've always seen TERFs tend to be really opposed to gender abolitionism because it means that they can't argue for the essential nature of gender, which is usually what most TERF talking points are like hinge entirely on an essential component to gender. Gender essentialism is like core to TERF ideology, but. I've never personally seen it associated with that. And my position is just that, I think that the way that we usually use gender, as a society is like super inaccurate. So like we conflate gender and sex all the time. We make extremely broad, stereotypes, around gender, which we often as a society, like, malattribute to sex, and as a result, like people find themselves spending their whole lives not expressing themselves as they wish to express themselves, not just like trans, like what we would traditionally understand as trans people either, but lots of like cis people who are like comfortable in their current gender role or whatever, have things that they would like to do that they don't feel like they can simply because of arbitrary gender restrictions. Like, for example, painting your nails. Like, painting your nails is heavily associated with femininity and female and being female and womanhood, even though none of these things are necessarily intrinsically linked. In our society, we treat it as such. And so when I talk about gender abolitionism, I always try to bring attention to the fact that it is a goal. It is a liberatory goal. It is a goal of allowing people to express themselves much more effectively, and for us to reform our language in a way that doesn't fixate on completely and utterly arbitrary traits that don't really matter, like gender. I don't think gender really makes sense to categorize people on most of the time. It almost never means anything at all.
Yeah, which I've seen be the case a lot because, I mean, for me personally, it's like I see gender in a rather like unique way, as like I have various different types of ties to it. But like it's also interesting from like a linguistic perspective, considering like when you get into like the etymology of gender and try and look at like how other cultures view gender, or like how they'll talk about like gendered language, like things actually can get pretty interesting, especially since like even like the term grammatical gender is kind of a misnomer, because we only really call it that for like Indo-European languages, because then you have like the traditional like masculine, feminine, sometimes neuter, depending on the language. But then you get into stuff like I think it was like Hittite, which is like or like languages like that have like I'm trying to remember, it's like animate and inanimate. Like, would you just walk around like in that culture saying like, "Oh, I identify as animate"? Like that doesn't seem to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
And people, yeah, and it's like people kind of like link gender in like a very specific kind of way, but it doesn't really act the same. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we have, I don't know. I feel like, especially like the American conceptualization of gender is just totally incoherent. And it doesn't actually, nobody actually knows what they're talking about when they say it. People mean all kinds of different things. And as a result, we have a really hard time advancing on a lot of these issues because we don't know what one another means when we say things. And so as a result, like I tend to think like, hey, we should probably just kind of move beyond this like extremely highly dated, highly imperfect understanding of like gender, into like, hey, like, how do we actually solve the problems we're dealing with? Like, how do people find other people they're interested in? How do people express themselves? Like, why is our society so like delineated and in such a way that, like, I mean, literally you walk into a store and it's like there are two separate segments for like on one, like if you go into a Walmart, there's like one side of the Walmart will be like square baggy cargo pants and a bunch of like button-up shirts, and then the other side will be a bunch of like frilly pink things with cats all over it, and it's like, and that is like how most of America like interacts with gender, and it couldn't be more inaccurate. It's like ridiculously inaccurate and also not helpful. Yeah, it's very weird. So I feel like we have a long way to go, but to me, I don't really see much value in like categorizing people as this weird thing we've made up called gender that like might have something to do with like your biological sex, but we don't really use biological sex very frequently to categorize people in our day-to-day lives anyway. Nobody actually knows anyone else's biological sex except maybe your doctor in extremely specific circumstances. And I don't know, it's just, it's very strange to me, is all. And so that's why I tend to be in the abolitionist position. I think a lot of harm is done and not a lot is actually gained from it. And, you know, if people ask me about what I imagine for a gender abolitionist world, I imagine a world where every day, like, you don't have to think about, you don't have to think about people trying to put you into a weird behavioral box because of certain random perceived traits. If you're wearing a pink hat, you're just wearing a pink hat. And if you're fucking looking good as shit, you look good as shit. And it doesn't matter whether it's feminine good or masculine good or masculine bad or whatever. Like, it's just independent. And you might have people with like what we understand now as like like masculine bodies or whatever, or like, you know, and they might go out again, like I like to use the JoJo's thing. They might go out in like a fishnet with like their muscles like showing whatever, and like have like fucking leopard print shoulder pads or something, and then like really beautiful like bright popping makeup. That just doesn't happen unless you're like literally at a pride parade these days, unfortunately. But in a society, I think that would be very regular. We would see that all over the place, and as a result we would see an incredible explosion in humans' abilities to self-express, and I think that people would feel a lot more happier. After all, we do know that humans are happy when they can self-realize. When humans are able to express themselves accurately and realize their internal image of themselves, they're much happier. We know this. This is a psychological fact. And if that's the case, then why the hell do we cling on to something that mostly limits people's ability to do that?
Yeah, which makes sense. But at the same time, I also kind of wonder, like, in a post-gender society, like, could we still have labels that people want to arbitrarily like attach themselves to, or would there just never be? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there would be all kinds of that, but I think they would not be like institutionalized labels. You know what I mean? Like, I think that people have this all the time. We do this all the time in many harmless ways. Like, for example, people identifying with fandoms or whatever. You know what I mean? I think there would be things like that. I think there would be like, for even in a gender abolitionist society, there would be like sort of categories of expression, but they would be based on choice and expression, as opposed to like randomly making a guess at like what you think someone is based on how they look right now. Like, I think that like people would be able to go, oh, like, holy shit, like, this is like, let's say we even stick with similar terms, like, look at this like femme line of clothes, and it would be used to refer to like a style as opposed to like literally your gender. It wouldn't be essentialized onto people. It would be like, hey, look, like, we have like, there are these things that are like femme clothes, and these things are like this sort of thing, and there are these mask clothes that are like this, but these things don't necessarily have any association with what we currently view as gender, which most people mean sex. Again, a lot of this has to be disentangled, and that's why I push for it, because I think that if we push to disentangle these things, to disentangle sex and gender, to disentangle gender and gender expression, I think that we would live in a much happier and freer world where people could choose to pursue things that make them happy without having to like rack their brains and their hearts over nonsensical categorizations that we don't even use well.
Yeah, which I get.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the way that I think about it when I try to imagine it is like, because I think of like an opt-in sort of way of going about labels. And I think like, I think back to French where it's like if you like say the word like gender, like what kind of gender are you? They'd say like genre, like music almost.
Yeah.
Or it's like I just connected in my head, so I'm thinking like, oh, what gender are you? And it's like different like genres of music.
Yeah,
It's like, oh.
Totally. Why not? Like, I mean, I think we would probably need to come up with new words and new structures for this. But that's, again, I think that would be tantamount to abolition, would be getting rid of what we understand to be gender now. Even if we use some similar words in the future or something like that, I'm fine with that. But I want to change how we envision it right now. And I do think that like genres would be much more accurate. And I bet that people will be a lot more happy feeling like, oh, maybe if I dressed a certain way, people might assume these sorts of things, but you ultimately have some sort of control over that. Unlike now, where it's like, oh, if you're a fucking like cis woman and you go out and you wear like work clothes for one day, people start to assume things about you like really hard. Our society is really fucking weird about it. Like, I mean, I know like in manual labor jobs that like women, like cis women who I worked with in manual labor jobs would get like jokes about being like dykey in a job where they have to wear safety gear. And it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? That's so fucking weird. And that is so deeply ingrained in our society, which is why I think it's important to push for it. I just think that, you know, and I don't think that the only way to push for these sorts of things is through using the table of, using like the title, using the title of gender abolition. But I do think that it's a useful way of starting conversations. Some people think like, oh, you're going to delete the word woman, but no, not really. It's more just like, hey, maybe the word woman shouldn't be so fucking important to us. And I say that as somebody who transitioned. I wish that, I consider myself, non-binary, and like, though I really like she, her pronouns. I really like being referred to as a woman because of certain associations in our society. I recognize that's imperfect, but in the long run, I don't really care. I'm not like super attached to just the idea of being a woman. It's more about, for me, it's not about like getting the stamp of the title woman. It's about, hey, my body looks the way I want my body to be. I wear the clothes that I want to wear. I associate with the people that I want to associate. That's what I care about. And I do the things that I want to do. We have assigned gender to that, even though I don't really think it's necessary to do so. Because I've found tons of like people who aren't biologically or even taxonomy, like they don't use the same terminology, but we have shared interests. Like I probably have a fuckload of shared interests with like femboys, and it's like, okay, so like if we have a ton of shared interests, well, we can bond over that without having to think about weird other fucking stupid bullshit.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about like how a lot of time people will kind of like dress in certain types of aesthetics as well. Like I don't know why I'm like thinking back to like high school cliques where it's like you have people that dress in more like sporty looks. You have like the goths. You have like more like punk looking kids or things like that. I'm thinking like, what if we just have like these different sort of aesthetics that you just sort of like lean into? Because if gender a lot is kind of both like how we see ourselves in addition to how we present, although it can be much more complicated, and I'm being a bit broad in how I talk about it here. But it's like if we're going about it like that, it's like we can very much include like how we like present ourselves in in the sort of like aesthetics and like that sort of way, and like go about it like that. I don't know. I don't know. There's like a lot of
one thing I would say is like, imagine how much better stores would be if they were like sorted by genre of clothing and like fit. So like, okay, yeah, like I want to go to the section of the store that's like large sized gothy stuff, and you could just go there and there would be all kinds of styles. There would be like tight fit stuff, there would be like loose baggy stuff and your size, but it would be genres, and it wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, this is, here you are on the woman's side of the store, which means every single shirt is going to be like extremely thin arms. It's going to be tailored really tight. There's going to be like you see what I mean? Like it could just be designed, like we could categorize things by their design and their style, and I guarantee you that people would buy a lot of different stuff. Like for example, like there's been this whole thing, like do you remember by any chance like the phase of like the 2000s where the term metrosexual came around?
Oh god, yeah, I remember some of that.
Yeah, so that period of time, it categorized a whole bunch of stores that were predominantly for men. Like for example, Express is one that comes to mind, stocking tailored shirts, which at the time was considered feminine, and it was considered feminine to have your shirt tailored to fit your body. Like what? Oh my God, for years, like shirts, like tailored shirts were like either an excess that only very rich men could have, or they were considered feminine. It's just, oh God, it's so frustrating to me that is the thing. But hey, now we're at a point where it's kind of seen normal for like men's shirts to be tailored, to be tailor fit. And that's like cool. But it's weird that it took so long for us to see that as normal, you know? Like,
yeah. There's a lot of like really odd things that happen in society, but I'm really glad the way that we've at least been progressing for the most part.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course there's like heels and stuff like that. Yeah, you can talk about all kinds of things like, oh yeah, and like, oh fuck, like shoe shopping is hell because like I have larger feet, like that's just a fact of my body, and like finding shoes is like impossible because they're like, you either have to like, because they just don't make women's shoes in that size, so you have to go to a different store, and then it's like there's like a bunch of weird awkward pressure, and like also the styles are not designed like with any, like it's such a mess. All of this is just such a mess, and all of it is done for what, you know, to do
and
what?
There's also just like very specifically an American sort of thing as well in terms of how we think of gender, because like you look at other places and they have their own forms of expression, they have their own ways of going about things, and everyone's at like different discourses in terms of gender.
Yeah,
it's really odd. Yeah,
I think it would be great if we could move beyond this. That is kind of, I dream of that for society. I don't know if we'll be able to, but you know, maybe. So yeah.
Also, I remember mentioning to you before that I was going to do some research on like semantic stuff. I have emailed a couple linguistic professors, and I'm getting some information that I can use to research. So hopefully I'll be able to put together like some research and maybe make videos or something if I find that I'm able to at some point. But
that sounds
I don't know,
amazing.
Yeah, it's just like this sort of thing is like really interesting from a linguistic perspective, because I find that a lot of people don't really talk about it that way. It's like I know that like Bosch and you are like the only people I really ever hear bring up linguistics, which is really weird because this is literally the study of language, and we're talking about language.
We're talking about
and
language
no one brings
lot.
up linguistics.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. I think that there's I think there's like a prejudice against linguistics, as in the same way there's like a prejudice against sociology, in that it's like it's considered a soft science, and therefore it's not rational and hard, like I can't do an equation. But like we need that. Our lives are predicated on linguistics. We only can understand one another because of linguistics. It's arguably the most like language is one of like the core most important parts of humanity. Like that's what makes us like it's like our huge evolutionary advantage, like our ability to socialize, which is made possible only because of language. Like other creatures are really smart, but they can't communicate in the same degree because they don't have languages. They don't have the capability to create languages, so they can't get inside one another's heads and share ideas. It's like, fuck, I don't know. People really underestimate its value.
I feel like it's like dropping a ball, and it's like, all right, we're gonna use everything but physics to describe this, and it's like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not take the obvious route?
Yeah. No, true. I agree with you. I think that people need to give it a little more like attentions. Also, linguistics is so deeply it's so deeply important. I mean, like, God, there's so much you can get into on it. Like, but even I am woefully underread on linguistics, but it's something that I at least respect it. At least I have respect for it. I might be woefully underread, but nonetheless, I still respect it at the very least. So there's that.
Yeah, and like I'm talking as someone that has at least had the privilege of going through like a formal education on this. Only a bachelor's at this point, but I'm
Still
aiming to
great.
get my yeah, well, I'm aiming to get my master's after I save up money and all that sort of thing.
That's
But,
amazing.
Yeah, also I'd recommend if anyone wants to go to like college who lives in like the United States, look outside the United States if possible. It's so much cheaper.
Yeah.
Like no lie.
Yeah, it
Like
is.
there's places that will be like grad programs in like America in the United States that are like, oh yeah, we need like 3 or higher or something, and then it's like you look outside the United States and they're like, oh well, we only need a 2 or a 2.5 for a grad program, and it's like that's so good for so many people.
Yeah.
You don't even understand how good it is.
Yeah. Yep. I know a lot of people who've gone outside of the U.S. because it's just, first of all, too expensive, and also really, really hard to get into grad schools in the United States. It's a horrible process. Well, hey,
Yeah.
Argo, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate being able to talk to you about this. And of course, always feel free to drop me any questions or whatever, or ping me in chat, and we can talk again if you have further questions or whatever.
And if linguistics ever comes up and you want someone to help talk about it, I'm sure I can find some research and stuff to
Well,
go on about it.
I may actually call upon your assistance for next Friday's debate that I'm having with Avi and Ask Yourself. Well, it's not really a debate, I guess. It's going to be a discussion, and I may actually reach out to you for that. I'm going to.
I actually overheard Avi talking about something before, and he kept trying to funnel something into like this idea, and it's like, no, you aren't, like, you don't understand what's being said to you. And I heard the speaker was getting like nervous and tripping over himself. I'm like, no, please push back against this. He's just trying to fit a like a round peg in a square hole. Like this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just really wish that there was somebody that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm always willing to give pushback as long as I've got the information at hand. So if you can, I can basically, what we're going to be discussing is the thing that I had my giant cancellation debate over originally, whether my definition of gender is illogical or whether the self-ID approach is viable. I think it is. And there's a number of reasons why, but I have yet to put together like an entire case for it. So if you have anything that might help me on that, please feel free to shoot it my way, and I will look over it and build it into my research.
If you want, I can try and talk to you a bit after stream. I remember talking to 2 smaller streamers about this because like right after the drama, like they decided to like start talking about this. I'm like, please bring me on. I know so much more about this subject than both of you, please.
Yeah, well then definitely. I don't know that I will be able to tonight, but we can probably set something up. If you just want to DM me after you're off here, then we can set something up to have a talk. I think it would be very, very productive and enjoyable.
Yeah, of course. I'll let you know. And I see that there are a couple other people waiting, but yeah, I'd love to talk to you again about this sort of thing.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Right, of course. And have a good rest of the stream.
Likewise.
And I'll be in chat as well. So, yep.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Of course.
Oh, it looks like we have one other person who wanted to call in. I guess I am Law Boy. I didn't realize that. They came to me, so I guess so. Hello.
Yes. So my name is Tired. Obviously, I'm kind of off and on in your TV chat. Not that. I'm nervous. Forgive me.
You're good. You're good. One quick question. Is there any way you could boost your audio just a little bit?
Yes, I actually talked to one of your mods about that before. I made sure that my audio was okay. I'm also just very naturally quiet, so I apologize for that.
I can try and boost your audio further. It's just a little hard for me to get it too loud. By the way, what are your pronouns?
Oh, they, them.
They, them?
Until I can figure out if I want to go on E or not.
Oh, hey, well, you know what? That's totally valid. And guess what? Maybe you'll decide to keep those pronouns afterwards. But guess what? Regardless, valid. And I'm sure you could find a lot of advice and experiences in this community if you have questions about going on HRT.
I am surrounded by advice. I just need bravery. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there's kind of like 2 things I want to talk about. The first one being just kind of like masculinity and feminism, especially within intersectional feminism. Sorry.
Yeah.
And just basically just like, and I think you and I will agree on this, but like basically And I've been trying to do a lot of reading into this, just for my own sake, because I eventually want to argue this for myself. But in the debate, there was like something that was touched on, but not really a lot. And that was the idea that like, in order to achieve gender equality, men just kind of have to be a bit more better about like acknowledging a lot of these toxic things that they are perpetuating under patriarchy. That, well, basically men in general just need to be a bit better just understanding that these things exist and they are demonstrably problematic, not only to women, but to themselves as well. And I don't know, what are your thoughts on that? Do you agree, disagree? I think you agree.
You mean like, oh, sorry, I'm getting a little bit of an echo there. Sorry. But you mean like the idea that like, the way that we start to break this cycle is by like changing the behaviors by like by becoming aware of and no longer perpetuating certain actions. Is that what you mean?
Yes, and well, not only that, but like oftentimes they're like, and this is not to the nearly extent that men do this in themselves, but sometimes even women can enforce patriarchal standards
100%.
upon men, and that can begin to like a whole like another set of discourse and issues and things. Because like especially just like being POC and like being raised by my mother. Well, I wouldn't say raised by my mother, but being POC and spending time away from my mother to eventually go back to her. That a lot of like her standards for me, because was assigned male at birth, but a lot of her standards for me that I just simply didn't live up to were demonstrably toxic, and ultimately would have like caused me a lot of mental health. Obviously, I don't really.
I mean, I tend to think that like the first step is education. You know, we first need to point out these things as they exist and as they operate. But and then also there's like a couple of key ways, like when I'm looking at like how do we actually solve this. Well, the first thing is like education is really good. Educating people so that they realize and recognize some of these toxic cycles that they may not have even realized, whether they're you know, your mom or a bunch of dudes hanging out of high school and shitting on each other or whatever. Like teaching people so that they realize them. Even if they don't immediately accept it, the fact that they realize that they exist and that they can think about that means that they will reflect on that. The people, like, we have to learn about stuff. Humans don't know everything right away. We don't pick up every pattern, especially more difficult to recognize patterns. So it's important to teach people. But also, I think that there is a need, there's like a simultaneous need, like there's a simultaneous need for people to acknowledge these things, but also to acknowledge how they're affected by it. Like for example, I think that a lot of men in our society are negatively affected by masculinity, but they don't feel they're even allowed to talk about it because that in and of itself would be considered an admission of fault. And or an admission of weakness. Like for example, like I know this again from personal experience, but there's like a lot of like men who otherwise like would seem like they're thriving under masculinity, who you sit down at night and you're hanging out by the fire and maybe smoking some weed or whatever, and then people get in their feelings and all of a sudden you find out that like they were tortured throughout high school. You know what I mean? And even though they seem like they were thriving, this is something that stuck with them and is like torturing them. And those types of things, I think like we need to encourage simultaneously to educating people about these things. We also need to encourage people to be honest about how they feel about these things. And then I think that once you start doing that, we will find that we're able to identify more of the toxic elements and then make choices to stop them from happening before they cause long-term trauma. A lot of these things build on themselves. They're cycles, and if you stop the cycle when it hasn't like established itself, it's very easy to do. But once it's ground into us, once it becomes part of our life, it's hard to get rid of. So yeah, I do tend to agree, but I don't just think it's like men need to stop being X, five-head. Although I do think some of that is part of it. Like I do think that some of it is like, hey, like we need to teach a lot of men in our society that like, hey, like it's not okay Even if other guys do it, it's not okay to like pressure people into sex, stuff like that. Like those are things that we need to teach and be like, no, like even if other people are telling you that, you can't, like you shouldn't do that. And here's why. And so there are some where there are some issues that are gonna come down to like we need to educate people and convince them to stop doing a thing so it stops perpetuating the problem. But there are others where it's just a matter of like simultaneous education and also an openness and willingness to change the way that people are able to talk about them. Because again, I do think there's a lot of stuff. One thing that I think that like this has even been talked about in movies and stuff like that, but like men hiding like their bad relationship with their dad for most of their life, and like their dad being really abusive, but they never say anything about it. They never say anything to their parents or their cousins or their siblings or anything. They just bear it their entire lives in silence. Because they're convinced by society that that's what they're supposed to do. And then all of a sudden, years later, when they have a kid, they unintentionally replicate some of these things and they're like, oh my God, you know what I mean? And I think some of that is, again, a little bit of education. People need to be taught what to look out for and know that, hey, like, wait a minute, this isn't okay. But also they need to know that it's okay to talk about it, that it's okay to talk to a therapist, that it's okay to talk to your partner about something that you're struggling with, So, yeah.
It's ironic that you actually brought up that example, because what you just described was like the first 18 years of my life.
Yeah. I mean,
I joke about
cycles of abuse are so much of our like interpersonal issues are caused by cycles of abuse, and breaking those cycles can be really, really hard. Thankfully, it is possible. So.
Exactly, it's systemic, and thank God that my dad was actually like kind of like really intelligent, and actually do kind of like look up to him, but like he kind of like was aware that like toxic masculinity does exist. Like he, as he exists now, is very much like against his own like physical well-being, and he recognizes that he doesn't have the willpower to really do anything about it, because like he's like 40 something and constantly working. But like he at least to acknowledge it is the first step, as they say.
There's kind of like this joke that's a bit crass and offhand, but I think there's some truth in it, where it's like men will literally do X ridiculous thing instead of going to therapy. That's like a meme on like the internet right now of like men will literally go to war with Troy instead of just talking to a therapist. And like but it is kind of true. Like our society has stigmatized mental health, but also has stigmatized emotional honesty from men to such a degree that people really will do wild things to run away from their pain instead of just talking to a therapist or talking to a friend or anything. And I think that's a bad thing. I think that moving through that would be really huge, but it's going to take time, and it's going to take pushing a little bit, and it's going to take some tough conversations, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it's actually rather sad. Now I can say, like, at least in my circle, which is admittedly very queer and very non-gender conforming, that no longer seems to be the case. But like definitely like my father's generation, like especially like, thank God my dad is like one of the types where like he will literally, and admittedly he's like is very problematic, but he's the type of guy where like he will literally just like boast about like how flawed he is as an individual and how he is able to take pride in like acknowledging how flawed he is. Christians, am I right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the things too, is like one of the reasons why this particular aspect is so deeply entrenched, especially here in the United States, is unfortunately it is Christianity. It's this idea that like, a church, like a pastor or a or God, like your personal conversations with God should be enough in order to get you through the day. But that's silly. Like, that's not true. And also, of course, there is the capitalism aspect of that. You have to literally like pay sometimes extensive money to get therapy. Not everywhere, but yeah, that it's just mental health in our society is basically treated like imaginary, and that's absurd. It's not fair for that to be the way it is, but hopefully that will change over time. And I do think it is. I do think it is. Most of my people my age, like guys that I like like guys that I know that are my age are much more emotionally healthy than like my parents' generation. All of my uncles and stuff were just like totally unhealthy and totally incapable of ever thinking that they had any emotional issues. They just literally believed they were like emotionless machines that like were always rational, and their wives were the emotion, their like personal emotion organ. And thankfully that has changed a lot. I don't really know what caused that. I mean, there's probably a whole lot of stuff that contributed to that, but thankfully that does seem to be breaking down. And I hope that that's even more so for like Zoomers and stuff, like younger men and mask people. Like, I hope that they realize that like, no, like we have people to help you, who can help you talk through things and can do so in like a really healthy environment, and you'll be better off for it. Because like, I know personally, like I'm very open about the fact that like I go to therapy regularly, and for me a lot of therapy has just been like, hey, how do I deal with this emotional issue, and having somebody in like sort of it's like a safe room that you can go in and talk about things very, very genuinely without any judgment, and get your thoughts out and have them have feedback from somebody who's there to help you. And that's like super valuable.
And definitely, and like, and to remind everyone in chat, like this is systemic. Like, not only is like it's under capitalism, but like even like going back to the original point of just like masculinity and stuff like this, like this is being taught through generations and stuff like that. Admittedly, not to the extent that it was used to, thank God, but like, it's still to the point where, and I guess to like hyper focus on my like personal anecdote, at least with my father, like my dad was raised poor. Me, not so much. My dad did everything in his power to keep me in a suburb. Kind of regret it, but TBH, because I was surrounded by white people. But anyway, but my dad was raised poor, and as a result, it's just like living, like being poor and like having a one-parent household. Like bro had to work at a very young age and had to like learn a lot of this like toxic behaviors that basically ruined his body, and he had to like basically do it to survive. And again, like this isn't, I don't disagree that this won't go away with education, because clearly it is. And the more we talk about it, the more productive and more nuanced discussions that we have, the more likely that we can overcome this. But at the same time, I feel like there also needs to be like some form of activism. And
for sure. Yeah.
And that gets into like entire like another can of discourse about like just like a men's right activist group. And then like I just go on YouTube and I just get really disappointed because like every MRA is like the worst shit ever.
Well, I mean, again, and I think a lot of that is because those MRA groups, like they it's like, oh no, it's not gender that's the problem. It's everybody else is wrong about this gender. We need to double down even harder on these stereotypes, because it's like it's that regressive, it's that reactionary thing of like, oh no, it's not that these structures are bad, it's that we're not sticking to them strict enough. It's the same thing of like people who are like, oh no, it's not that like religion is flawed and is causing like or not even religion in general, but like that Christianity has its flaws. It's degradation. People aren't following it anymore and God's mad at us. No, it's like, no, maybe these structures aren't working that well. But yeah. Yeah. So and I think there is some truth to it. Like the harder it is for us to survive, the less room we have to self-improve, the less room we have to think about things philosophically. If you grow up like really super poor, you might not have the space to breathe. You might not have the space to do anything or think about anything. You might just be fighting for your life every single day. That's really tough. And that's why, I guess that's why we fight for a better world, right? So that there's space for people to think about these things and overcome and heal from their traumas. We don't want a world that's just constantly traumatizing people. It's, it's that type of world, the world that we live in right now, honestly, is a world of like persistent trauma, and like people aren't happy. They're suffering. And I want to fight for a better world where that's less the case. So
I'm totally in the same boat. So, yeah, I totally get that. There's like the beginning of all that, you actually like reminded me of someone who like, I watch like a lot of like lefty streamers when I'm bored and doing homework, was John Doyle. Fuck this guy. Like,
Yeah.
unironically, like,
We
holy.
did a John Doyle segment a little bit ago.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't cover him more, but like, holy
Yeah.
shit. Like, I don't know if I get like secondhand dysphoria from him, but like, if I don't want to be like him. And
Well, you
that's
don't
kind of
have
how
to.
I know, thank God. Like, I'm fully aware. That's like, but that's also just how I kind of perceive my gender identity, which is a whole nother discussion that I don't necessarily feel too comfortable getting
That's
into
fine.
right now. But there's this expectation for especially like masculine people and even just like trans men who actually go through this shit as well, where like the standard is like this. I don't want to. Well, there's two different standards. I'll elaborate that in a little bit. But the first standard is like the average person, the average man. Basically, you go to work, you fuck your wife, and then you basically take care of your bills. And that's basically what every person, regardless of gender, is kind of fighting for. And then there's the shit that John Doyle is kind of advocating for, where like you are this what is this war piece shit? Like this post World War II, post World War II bullshit. Greatest generation ever, suburban. Fuck, I don't even want to.
White guy.
White guy, exactly. And it's just like, why are you advocating for this when it didn't work?
Yeah. It didn't work, and almost no one actually fit that role. Like, that is a snippet that has mostly been perpetuated by pop culture. The average American did not live that type of life.
The average American did not live that kind of life, and those who did fucking hated it. Like,
yes, ever seen Revolutionary Road? That's a good one.
Have you ever seen Lexrol do the 70s? She gets into it pretty hard about this like life in the 70s and really just like does a prerequisite to the 40s and 50s. And just goes into detail, just like everything that we're kind of like dealing with now kind of started from that era, and just like gender back then fucking sucked. Like, I'm kind of glad that I was born in the age that I was, because I would be very unhappy, not only as a black person, but also just being someone who just isn't very comfortable with their gender identity, and still trying to advocate that for my own personal sake. So I don't know. TLDR, fuck John Doyle and fuck anyone and every neo-Nazi LARPer like him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that 100%, and I can feel you so much on the like idea of like, oh my God, thank God I was born now, because like you don't have to go very far back for things to get just unlivable for trans people. In fact, I mean, they're damn near close to it right now, and I'm just like, whew, but thank God I can be here. But here's something I'll say that's really inspiring to me personally, and that is that your personal expression, who you are, and your like how you choose to express yourself, your understanding and experience of gender is more wonderful than you can possibly imagine right now, and there are way more options than you can possibly even see right now. And it might take a small leap of faith to know that and go forward with life anyway, because it's hard to like, you can't imagine things you can't imagine. But I can tell you from my own experience looking back, 10 years ago, I never thought it would be possible for me to be who I am right now, who you see on the camera, who you hear talking. I couldn't have even imagined it. I didn't even know that it would be possible for me to be this way. There are things that I've discovered, ways of expressing myself, ways of being that I didn't even know existed at the time. And that is despite all other hardships in the world, that is a sublime, exhilaration. That is something that I'm very happy. I guess many people would probably call it some form of gender euphoria. Maybe I just consider it existential euphoria in general. The fact that there are ways that 10 years from now, I will probably discover new ways of expressing myself better, and I will be even happier. I can't imagine rolling back the clock and trying to live as I did 10 years ago. In fact, it's so horrifying. I would, if I was given like the option, I'd probably rather choose to die than have to be forced back into the way that I was. And that is a very difficult emotion to communicate to people who haven't who are still at the beginning of that whole process. But I can tell you that it is there. It does exist. The world of self-expression that's possible, the possibilities for people, and how people understand who they are and how they communicate their identity to the world is so much broader than you could ever imagine. And it will probably be even more so even for myself in 10 years from now. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. We just have to keep fighting, as emotionally straining and sometimes unforgiving that can be.
And taking care of one another. Yeah.
And taking care of one another, which, ironically enough, gets into my second segment, or second question, which is a bit minor. I'm about to wrap this up, so don't worry. This has been going on forever, but
no, it's good.
I just want to talk about just like restorative justice, especially in regards to like the falling out between you and RDR. So quick disclaimer, I am in RDR's community still. I used to be. I was on her show like way back in like last year, like half a second, and ironically enough, we were talking about this kind of conflict resolution and stuff like that. And basically, I was going through hell, mental hell, and my only solace was this book called "Conflict Is Not Abuse" by who was it? Was it?
I know the book.
You know the book? Oh,
yes,
perfect. I think I shouted it out in like your Discord one time. Yeah, Conflict is good. Awesome book, by the way. Go read it. Basically, it's just talking about like overstating harm, and quite honestly, if between what happens between you and RDR wasn't just the biggest overstatement of harm I ever witnessed, well, I can kind of attest to it because I kind of went to some weird shit. Anyway, talking about restorative justice, and as someone that is inside of your community, what is... I know that things have kind of healed for you a little bit, and if this gets too personal, then we can just call it here. But what can I do as like a white name and like continue to support you in your community besides just continue to watch your content and kind of just like, hey, body this person in the marketplace of ideas?
I mean, listen, I think that most people don't have to worry about giving anything to me. Like, you already are going above and beyond by engaging in like really good, like a really amazing conversation. This conversation's been incredible. Like these types of things are gifts, you know, in the way that I look at them. So mission accomplished in a lot of ways, but also like to be completely honest, like just being a part of the community is is perfectly fine. Like is more than enough. Like that's the one thing, like looking back on all this, like the one thing that has proved most true is the advice that I most received in private from a lot of other content creators who came to me in private and talked to me and said, you know what, like this sucks. Like, yeah, your internet is probably completely useless right now. You know, you go on a social media platform and get swarmed by a bunch of people you don't know. But at the end of the day, your community people who actually pay attention to the stuff that you make and try their actually give you some charitability will still be there, and that's true. And that is more than enough. Knowing that there are people out there who do actually care about what happens and what was said and grant some level of charitability or humanity to me is like a lot. So yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to ask of anyone else. Most people I recognize there's it's an awkward, hard to fully categorize relationship that content creators and their audiences have, because it's hard to tell who's giving what, and it's impossible because it's so hard. It's all this fuzzy math of who's doing what. But for me, at least, all I care about is people. If you like this community, just do your best to contribute to it in a positive way, and don't feel super obligated to do a whole bunch of stuff, because at the end of the day, this community is supposed to serve the people in it. That's why I built it. I built it, to I want to do a show, but the reason I want to do a show is because I want to entertain people, and also I want to get my word out there, and if people like it, then that's great. Yeah. Sorry, that's not a super great answer, but
I mean, it's a truthful answer, honestly, and that's good enough for me. No parasocial implied. So just don't toss that out there.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I think that I am glad. I don't know. This whole field of work is pretty complicated. And it can be really weird to manage all kinds of different relationships and stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm happy to be able to give people some grains of learning. and of whatever cool things I've discovered that I think are like super, super, super awesome. And then also make them laugh. Like, honestly, that was one of the things that when I made my channel, I still have my little, over in the corner of the room where nobody can see, I have this little board that I started my channel with. It was, I drew a little thing, and it was just to try and organize my thoughts. And like, one of the things that I really wanted to do was just make people laugh. And I've been able to do that. And that's cool for me. And the laughter is like a reward in and of itself in some ways. Obviously, of course, I would love to be able to make a living in this capitalist hellscape under it. But, you know, at the end of the day, what matters most is that, like, all else being equal, what matters most is people are gaining something from the space, and that's what makes me happy. And if people are taking away and talking with other people and learning together, like, one of the things that is the biggest bloomer fuel in the goddamn world for me is going into one of these creative channels in the manufactory on my server and seeing people helping each other with art and sharing their art and like literally giving each other pointers and loving critique. Like, holy shit, that is the biggest bloomer fuel in the world. To know that all I had to do was kind of make a space and like sort of organize it a little bit and make sure it's kind of like clean and safe, and people were able to fill it up and just like build shit together. It's like, whoa, that's fucking amazing. Like, that blows my mind. So yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. It's definitely an incredible feeling, and I kind of sympathize with it because I was used to be on part of this like LGBT thing back as a job way back in the day, and then shit went to hit the fan and everything just went bad. Anyway, not getting into that.
No, I've had my share of those. Trust me, I've had my share of places that blow up, and I promise you, like, we're doing our best to run this ship so that it doesn't have reactor overload. My goal at the end of the day is to create a sustainable space. Obviously nothing is immortal, can't last forever, but you have my word that we're doing the best maintenance we can so that the engines don't blow up, and this vessel will deliver us to all of our goals as best as possible.
All I'm going to say is two things really quickly
Sure.
about that experience, and that is, academia is not activism. And
true,
there's some people that may disagree with that, but trust me, if you actually like dove in, you'll find that academia is not really the place to do a lot of active places, and they will do everything in their power to make sure that that doesn't happen. Second is and not to shit on white people too much in this video, in this segment, but white people's feelings will always take precedence over your own and over POCs, and that is kind of like the sad reality of that, kind of like the discourse within where POC spaces right now. Anyway,
yeah, I hope that changes.
It will
Probably
eventually.
got a long time, but yeah.
It will eventually, and I'm going to be honest, that entire thing is the reason why I read Conflict is Not Abuse. So,
Fair.
I laugh. I'm actually crying inside.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm joking. Don't worry. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, just final memes, obviously. Trans thriving.
Yes.
Cutie Pog rights are human rights as well. Black Lives Matter, all that good jazz.
Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah.
Lastly, and we can. Lastly, making content. I know you get this a lot, and I know you always. The answer is always going to be like relatively the same, but like, fuck, dude, how do you just do it? Because like, I've been trying to do this ever since like 2015, and I just fucking. I keep making excuses, and then recently I bought like this console killer of a PC, which is off in a corner hooked up to the TV right now, and I just find myself either intimidated as shit or just like not knowing what to talk about, even though I just had a wonderful conversation with you and I could totally turn that into a script.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's hard. It is very hard, and sometimes I don't know how I do it myself. I will say that like things that have helped me that are like little things that I think everyone can incorporate that is like cross, what's the term? Not professional, cross craft. I can't remember the term. But like that applies to most artistic things is like, one, like fucking get sleep. Seriously, seriously, it's I spent most of my like early 20s not sleeping at all, working my ass off in all kinds of stupid jobs, and getting sleep will make your brain work so much better. But then also like building some sort of schedule is actually super helpful. For a long time, I like couldn't manage it, and the only schedule that I had was when I feel like streaming, I will stream, and that was like it was not really a proper schedule, but it was enough that I was like, okay, do I feel like streaming today? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do it then. Let me put together something. We'll talk about whatever I'm feeling about today. And a lot of my early streams were pretty messy and not perfect, but they were the foundation. I started being able to learn and hone my skills. A lot of it is just finding when you find yourself with some energy, put it towards something, and it becomes easier over time. And then now I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, and I have kept that schedule for like almost 6 months, minus last week when I took time off because I was so stressed because of everything happening. Other than that, I've been going like strong on that schedule, and that schedule is very it provides a lot of structure. Even for somebody like me who has really severe ADHD, schedules usually aren't my thing, but this type of schedule is one that I determine, and that helps me build up okay, here's what I can expect for my week. My Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm going to like play video games while doing research and putting together documents. If I need some assistance with research for something big, then I'll, reach out to Silent, who's my grand vizier, also known as my researcher. And we'll work together on stuff. And yeah, it makes a really nice schedule where I can start to build like, okay, we're building momentum. This is good. Yeah. But yeah, those are the things. And then also just like, one general piece of advice is, just get your branding in line. I know that sounds like really dumb, and I hate the term branding, but it's so much easier for people to follow your content if they know where to find you.
No, I totally get that. And
Yeah.
I'm a music major, so like I am literally my branding, or I don't get money, and I
Yeah.
do not have money currently, so I get it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Speaking of just music stuff, if you again, I posted it in chat way back when, and I know you already know. I know that you know that. I know that you know how to play guitar, but if you ever want lessons, just putting it
Yeah,
out
I
there.
would consider. Like the thing is, like I haven't played guitar in forever, so I'm very rusty. I learned some quite a bit of guitar back in the day, and I could even read like tabulation a little bit, but I'm gonna have a lot to learn. And yeah, I will definitely keep it open. A lot is probably just going to be me bumbling about in the dark, like experimenting with stuff. But I seriously appreciate knowing that like you'd be willing to offer, and I would if I'm going to get lessons, I will put you on the top of my list. So
Awesome. Well, cool.
yeah. Thank you so much, Tyler.
Yeah, no problem. And I should have said this, but you can call me Val. I think
Val? All right, Val.
Val, VAL.
VAL, awesome. Well, Val,
Yeah,
thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate this conversation. It was incredibly wonderful. So thank you so much.
No problem. Yeah, I wish I had something to plug. Actually, I do have something to plug.
Sure.
I have like this bullshit landing page on Facebook called unironically SJW, and so yeah, that you can go like that and like zero of my like posts on there right now. It's like just like my face with like a Broly picture on it from Dragon Ball Z, I think.
Oh.
So yeah, that's it. That's basically it. I have nothing else. Yeah, I had a lot of fun talking to you, so thank you.
Likewise. And good night.
All right, you as well. Take care.
Bye. Wait, Jessica, I didn't know you were a guitar teacher. That's cool shit. Okay, well now I don't know. Now I feel bad, but we'll figure it out, I'm sure. I didn't know. Oh. All right. Thank you so much, NB Kitsune. Really appreciate that. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Oh boy. Okay, well we'll review it. We'll review it later. It sounds like it was really fun. Oh, well, yeah, but I didn't know you were a teacher. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Boop. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Fuck. What? Fuck. What was I even doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? YouTube chat? Well, everything's kind of fallen off. So, yeah. Oh, well, never hesitate to join. By the way, hello, YouTube chat. Good to see you. Hello. Hi, YouTube chat. So great to see you. Well. Yeah, it's been a good stream, but everybody's watching the big spicy debate. Everybody's all busy with the big spicy debate shit. You know what? It's not long. It's about imp debates. Yeah, I'll read it tonight. Don't worry. I'll read it tonight. I really want to get that guitar. Chat. Fuck, I want to get that guitar. We'll think about it. Yeah, I really want to get the guitar. It's $400 though. It's $400. It's expensive. And I feel fucking horrible spending money. You know, I mean, you guys know this because obviously I haven't fucking bought anything for the background. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Get the guitar.
Get the guitar? Thank you so much. All right, look. Am I going to use it? Yeah, I'm going to use it. Listen, I haven't played music for fucking ever. It is a psychological thing. I know it's a psychological thing. All right. All right. All right. Tonight, I will seriously consider ordering it after stream. And you know what? In the future, since we can't really do Radio Mama, I'll play it on stream. That's true, Jessica Metal. That's true. I will play it on stream. That's true. It does. It actually legitimately does. Okay, I'll play it on stream since we can't do radio. Okay. All right. I'm going to do it. All right? I'm going to fucking do it. Okay? All right, I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Okay? And then I'll play it on stream. And if I suck, I suck. If not, but guess what? I'm going to do two things at once because I will get to practice singing and playing guitar at the same time. And maybe, just maybe, I will actually learn. I will actually learn how to read guitar tabs and fucking sheet music. Maybe, at long last. Oh yeah, I will. I'll get it. Don't you worry. I'll get a fucking hanger. Put it on the wall. Okay. Yeah, I think this is probably a good idea. I've been thinking about it for fucking ever. It will bring joy. That's the thing. Listen, you all don't know. I mean, unless you've played a lot of music in your life, and then not been able to play music, I could play the music on a separate Twitch stream while you do the YouTube stream. That seems really hard. Wait, so what's going on here? Someday I will have my piano back and I'll play that for you, but for now I don't have it. For now all I have is this crappy keyboard. But such is life, right? Such is life. No, I was just wondering what the hell was going on in the fucking mod official. Ultimate guitar, you can even listen. Yeah, I gotta learn it. I gotta learn it really, really hard. I want to learn a lot of stuff. There's so much I want to learn. My brain, I want to fill my brain with the wonders of existence. That is my goal. Yeah, well, pianos are fucking dummy expensive too. You want to know the fucking like cheapest quality keyboard you can get? It's like fucking almost $2,000 to get like a quality keyboard. The cheapest. It's fucking stupid. And you know what sucks? I have like a 1.5K piano in fucking California. that it got forgotten when we were trying to move. The movers didn't move it. And now it's been stuck there because of the pandemic. I could play you incredible music if I had the piano, but I don't. We didn't know until it was too late. Oh, okay. Piano's a mechanical keyboard. Well, yeah. Oh, that would be so cool. Blim, 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 blim. Oh, fuck. I fucking love the Tristan music. Oh, God, there's so much good fucking music. God, music. Oh. You know, last year I was so fucking... I know nobody knew this, but I was in a really fucking weird place last year, and I barely listened to music for a whole year. That's so weird for me. Now I'm listening to music again. That makes me feel really happy. But I just couldn't. I couldn't get to the emotional shit of 2020. 2020 was terrible. 2021 has also been terrible, but terrible in a different way. What do we want to do, folks? Listen, I know it's been a shorter stream today. You want to play some video games? Maybe I should play some video games. Do some video games, chat? We haven't done video games in a while. Let's do some video games, huh? You want to play... You know what I could play? I could play... I can continue the playthrough of Hollow Knight. Let's continue the playthrough of Hollow Knight, huh? We got to keep winning Hollow Knight, yeah? Let's do some Hollow Knight, because I mean the numbers are already a little low tonight. It's all right. There's a lot of other stuff going on. We'll get bigger streams in the future. But you know what? Let's do Hollow Knight for now. Let's continue Hollow Knight, because that would be fun as fuck, wouldn't it? I think it would be fun. Let's do it. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's play some Hollow Knight together. Yeah? This will be comfy. Let's chill. Gotta turn it down just a tiny bit. Yeah, Brim, 100%, I really struggle with that. I struggle with buying anything, honestly, besides, like, food. Hey, we beat the first boss. We beat the secret boss, which was cool, and got all the benefits, which is pretty great. A young couple's just recently taken up residence in the house beside the station. Seems they're running a map shop, which may excite adventurous types like yourself. She's a tall bug, the wife. I told them to take the larger house, especially given they're all empty, but they like the look of that one. The way she has to bend to just get through the door, I wouldn't put up with it myself. That's so cute. They should have taken the taller house.
Bafanada.
Bafanada. I fucking love this game so much. Let's go. All right, so we have just started this game, so we need to explore around and see what we can find. We beat the secret boss. Yes, of course I am. Of course. How could I not be familiar with the vampire lady? I told you I was gonna play that game on stream. I'll play it on stream, but we gotta beat this game first, because we got plenty of time before that game comes out. It doesn't come out till like May, right? Ooh, you can see a crack up there. Look, there's a secret. This game is so fucking chill. We got Craig in the chat. I'll take a look at that in just a minute. All right, so we got to figure out where the fuck we're going here. We need to get as many souls, or not souls. We need to get as much money as we can. So we already talked to him. Hello, friend. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Yes, I should apologize for that. When you spend a lot of time by yourself, just with your own thoughts, you forget the niceties of conversation. My name is Cornifer, and I've always loved exploring the world. Why? When I was first hatched, I wandered off immediately, leaving my brothers and sisters and poor mother behind. That's why as soon as I could, I moved to Dirtmouth with my wife. A huge, unending kingdom to explore right under our doorstep. Who could resist? Anyway, I'll let you return to your travels. With a little luck, we'll meet again. Be safe and farewell. I love Cornifer. The characters in this game are really lovable and simple. They're like, yeah, they're great. So look, this is where we fought the boss. Remember? Remember? We beat the boss here. It took us a lot of tries, but we did it. We beat him early. It's a secret early boss that gets you bonus money. All right, let's see what we can find down here. Oh, a lot of spikes. Yeah, I love Hollow Knight. This game, uh-oh. Okay. Oof. Fuck. Oh yeah, the bosses are crazy hard in this game. Some of the bosses in this game are just unbelievably hard. It's actually wild how hard some of the bosses are in this game. What? Did I just not? Did my... What? What? What's happening? Is there like input lag? There was like temporary lag or something? That was fucking weird. Fine, okay. Uh-oh. Bulgy! 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 The babies came out. Friend! Friend! You no-hit KNG? Or NKG? 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 I can't remember which one NKG is. Which one's NKG? Can you say the full name? I can't remember the name of it. Ow! I can't remember what that stands for. Oh, it's a spoiler? Oh, okay, don't tell me then. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll have to remember. I love the grubbies. Hey, look. We got a, uh-oh. Ooh, battle music. Oh yeah, I did the entire arena. I beat the entire arena. Like, completed it. It was super good. It was very hard. Whoa, I just dodged that. Was it a snoozer? Is it a snoozer? Really? Look, we found a fucking chill spot. Oh, I get it. I get it. I see what you're saying. So was I right? Is Vosh gonna win? Oh, yeah. No worries. Oh, right. Okay, I know that fight. Don't worry. I don't think that's a spoiler. Not really. These dudes. These motherfucking dudes. What a dude. What a dude. Oh shit, it's getting messy in here. Snoozer. Well, now you're back in the non-snoozing stream where we play a game with soothing music to my voice and I talk about things that come up in chat. Okay. Whoops. Oh yeah, Vosh dropped his merch today. That's pretty cool. Vosh's merch looks awesome. I gotta get that at some point. But I'm not even close to that size yet. I got a long way to go. It's okay. We've come a long way. We got a long way still to go. Ow. Ow! There's only extra smalls left? Of course. Of course there is. Yes. Gib. Gib. Gib fast travel. Am I? Am I truly? Well, that's fun. A toll machine with the symbol of a stag. Insert geo? Yes. Boy! Boy! Greetings, little one. It's been an age since I last heard the ringing of a station bell. It echoed down the stagways and called me to you. I've grown stiff and tired over these many years, and I've forgotten much, but the sound of the bell will always call me back. These stagways stretch the depths of Hallownest. If you want to travel them, hail me from the platform. I will take you to where you need to go. I love him. He's so good. It was a long time ago, but I remember when these highways and crossroads pulsed with life. These are the paths I first carried passengers through when I was young. Those travelers are long gone, yet still I remain. Now it seems just you and I and the furtive creatures scratching and squirming all around us. Eager to travel the stagways, just hop up on that platform, give me the signal, and we'll soon be on our way. Oh! Oh, sick! Sick, Posadis John. That sounds amazing. Like, are you doing like a battle jacket or something? Those are cool as fuck. I gotta do unique voices for all the characters. Isn't that would be fun, right? The dialogue in this game is certainly manageable. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. Ow! Whoa! Ah! Yeah, I should, yeah. I did. Don't kill him yet? Okay. This is probably another Easter egg I don't know about. Now make him attack? Okay, alright, I'll make him attack. Here. Come here, dude. Ah! Whoa, what? I didn't know about that secret. Ow! Gaming, you know all these secrets. That's cool as shit. Got him. Gamer. What a gamer moment. Ah, I know what this is. We can't get through there now, but we will eventually. Someday we'll be able to go through there. Sick. Excuse me. Ooh. Amazing. That geo is very helpful. I wonder what this could be. Ow! Biggie! 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 Duh. Ow! Ow! Got him! Ow. I hit him with one of his own balls. Hate when that happens, don't you? Ow! Why has he got me in this corner? Got him! Gamer moment! Ah! Bye! Bye, bitch! City crest. Woo! Tiny boy. Dead. Oh, I know this one. You can whack it around. And it makes cute noises. I think he's just annoyed is all. I don't think he's sad. I think he's just like... So cute. Wow, look at all this money we have. We're gonna be able to buy all kinds of fucking swag when we get back to town. Ping, ping. Now you might be wondering, how the fuck did you beat that boss so easily? Well, there's a long story behind that I can't tell you now. Let's just say, that won't be the last that we see of our dear friend, the False Knight. I don't know enough about thorium reactors. I've heard things about them, but I don't know enough about them. Oh, shit. Opened up this. Hey, what's this? There's a little thingy up here. Uh-oh. Creepy things. Oh, I gotta get the compass charm. Yeah, true. Uh-oh. Okay. We can do this first, though. This is a creepy looking spot, huh? Run! Let's rest up. Skulls all over the place. Hello. Oh, who is that creeping out of the darkness? My, you're looking grim. A strange, empty face and a wicked-looking weapon. Something important has drawn you down into Hallownest's corpse, but I won't ask you what. Perhaps the reason you found me is because you need my help. Say no more, friend. I'm just going to give you a gift, a nasty little spell of my own creation. It's just perfect for a little one like you. Oh. Yeah! Give me the power. Consumed the vengeful spirit. Tap B to unleash the spirit. Spells will deplete soul, replenish soul by striking enemies. Uh-oh. Okay, don't talk to him, you said? Okay, alright, alright. like hitting things, okay? Smack. Bam! Blasted! Look at that shit. Boom! Get a fucking laser beam. That's what I'm talking about. A super key blast. It's like some fucking Dragon Ball Z shit right there. I love it. There's probably secrets I've missed in this game pretty extensively. I got most of the main things in the core game. Wrecked. That damage is so good, too. Ow! Wah, wow. Bye. Ow. Yes, give me your power. Give. Wait, it's here, right? Yeah, I won't forget the charm, don't worry. Ow, you bastard. Okay. Thanks for the help. I forgot where some of the secrets are in this game. Oh. Oh, yes, blue stuff. Goo. Oh my god, for real? That sounds amazing. Maybe, I don't know about that. Okay. Get wrecked, dude. Ow. Ow. Yeah. What's this? Soul catcher. Yes. I feel like I should be able to get up there, but whatever. Oh ho, there you are. I was watching over you while you slept and must have slipped away myself. I woke up and found you disappeared. You're a surprising one. Oh. Actually, I wanted to ask a small favor of you. You see, there is a certain creature lurking just above us in the heart of this temple. Oh, well, yet another surprise. You've slain the creature before I even asked. I scarcely deserve such a friend as you. You're a marvel. Oh. And look, the gate between us has opened. Oh. I'm sure you're eager to move on. Farewell and have faith. Whatever you're seeking, it will find you. Oh. Yeah, beat the boss without even having to be asked. Hello. Why do you hesitate? You'll get nothing more from me, I'm afraid. Though I do admire your persistence. Oh. Yeah. Now we have the spell, and we can use that to get to a new area. We weren't able. There was a bunch of areas we couldn't get to before because these, there was a creature in front of it, but now we can. Cornifer, sorry I missed you. If you're feeling lost, why not pop up to our store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map of this area? Available now. I need to get the Dirtmouth stag. Can't I go up to the Dirtmouth stag? Or do I need to ride it? Do I need to ride the stag? I thought I could just get it. Oh, okay, I gotta ride it to Dirtmouth. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. Okay, I can do that. Uh-oh. Hey, where'd he go? Where'd that dead body go? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. How strange, right? How very, very strange. Suck up all that money. Give me the fucking money. Give me your fucking money. Ow. Ow! No, you're good. You're good. This is chill. To Dirtmouth. Give me your fucking money. Ah! Slap! Yeah, I opened it up. I never thought I'd see such a thing. The Stag Station is opened. That building lay silent since before even my time. Oh, I've heard tales of the glorious lines, a web of tunnels running all through the kingdom. Not that I'll be traveling them, mind you. I'm quite content where I am. Aww. He wasn't even born the last time the stags ran. Can you imagine that? Wait, chat, can you imagine what it would be like if the town that you lived in suddenly a thing of legend woke back up in front of your eyes and you got to see it? That's cool as shit. Well, I think all the bugs have different lives. Yeah, I probably should, yeah. We need to get the compass for sure. Let's get the compass right away. We can get these ones. These are helpful. Cocoon pins are helpful. Bench pins are also really helpful. Bapanada. I like having the markers because I like to be able to remember things for the future. We'll get these pins because I like to use these pins. I use the pins all the time. Bapanada. Let's sit down and let's change our things. Oops. Okay. So we can put Soul Catcher, which is more soul, which is very good. And then we can also equip the compass. Now the compass will let us see our position on the maps. See? Now we can see. Yeah. This one is still closed, so we'll need to find that somewhere. My understanding of hollowness can be a little vague, but below those leafy caverns is a fungal grove, once home to peaceful creatures not quite bug and not quite plant. Sounds almost worth a visit, no? Well, there's a downside. The dreadful stench, a noxious odor fills the place. Hold tab to map and walk? Oh, I'm using a controller. So I don't remember. Yeah, Leafy's Cavern, yeah. I don't remember if there's a button to do that. Whoops. It's okay, I like the controller. I really like the controller for this game. I find this game hard to play on keyboard. Check settings. Could, yeah. It's okay. I'm pretty comfortable with stationary map usage. Trust me, I've been playing fucking Darkwood. You can't even look at, you don't even get a map in that game. If you fucking stop to look at your map, you get killed. Woohoo! Hi! Hi! Yay! Thank you for some coins. Look, it's the friend that we rescued. Hi, rescued friend. Hi, rescued friend. Ah! Ah! Gotcha! Gotcha! Oh yeah, I know. I know most of the buildings. Again, I've beaten this game once. I don't remember all the secrets necessarily. Look at this shit. This place is so cool. There's so much little stuff to slash. Bye, birdies. I like that they're like birdie bugs. Oh, hey. Birdie bugs, birdie bugs. Yes, I love those little guys. I have to kill it, sorry. You have to. You know as well as I do that those have to be killed. Oh. Blam! Peace was never an option. Yeah, but the journal, I like completing the journal. It feels good. These were one of the enemies that I love that they sizzle when they fall in the water. Peace was never an option, little bug. I'm sorry. Ever since the incident. Whoa! The least favorite enemy that I can remember? The fucking big bees. They're cute, but oh my god, the big bees are so fucking annoying. Holy shit, those guys are assholes. Wow! These guys are kind of stupid too. Fuck them bees. Wrecked. Oh yeah, the jellyfish are pretty annoying. Ah, got the birds. Oops. Killed the birds. I'm a bloodthirsty little bug. Yeah, the jellyfish are pretty annoying actually. Oh, there's secret money up here. Was my rant today good, everyone? Was it good? I can't tell if my rant earlier today was good. Yeah. Really? It's not gonna get me canceled? The rant at the start of the stream that I went on for like 2 hours about was good? Yeah. Okay. All right, that's good. I'm glad. Everything will get me canceled, I'm sure. I'm sure everybody will. Yeah, but honest and sincere is not always smart, you know? Yeah, don't kink shame rant. I don't know. Who's that? Who's this? Hello? Hey, come back. Yeah, it was the kink rant. Yeah. That's not a bee. That's something else. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Fuck that shit, but... Hey, thanks for the pet poll. I mean, you all are like my all of you who will hang out here are like, I don't know, y'all are like my core audience, so. Oh, wow. Wow, that's high praise. Okay, wow. All right. I guess I did better this time than last time. Aw, thank you, everyone. Okay, that's good news then. All right, that's good news. Okay, that makes me feel a little more that still makes me feel more confident. I'm way over here in the middle of nowhere, huh? Yoshi. How do I fucking get up there? I need the double jump, I guess. Hey, Renegade Coffee. Well, I'm happy to have you. Oh, fuck. Shit, I gotta be careful. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone is... here, let me look at this meme real quick. The meatball voice? You want to see the meatball voice? Oh, shit. We got a meme here. Wow, true. Surprised nobody was making this joke before, but it was dying to be made. Yep. True, though. True. Now, that's what I call a meme. That's what I call a meme. Yeah, you 40 who stick around to watch me play video games, you all, no joke, are like the core audience. And I really appreciate you all, just so you know. Just so you know. No parasocial arena or whatever, but I really appreciate there's at least some of you who will stick around even when I'm playing games and talking about stuff. That's really fucking cool, honestly. Not gonna lie. But again, never feel obligated, you know? It's just, I know that some people really like to watch video games. I like that. I love watching video game streams. I used to watch Vosh's video game streams all the time. You know, so I know it's a niche, it's a more niche thing, but I like to do it. Oh, thank you. Oh, you don't gotta worry about chatting. I appreciate y'all just even watching. After all, the chat is here for you. Probably to some degree, but I don't know if they would have been able to explain it in Nibiru. Oh, that's scary. Okay, so there's an area I can drop down to. Here's a shortcut. Oh, don't worry, I got him. I'll get him. I was just exploring this area first. I did. Wait, oh, it's because I opened it in the temporary browser. Don't worry, I'll give it a like later. Don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Hey, here we go. Isn't this a contrast from the crossroads? Such a humid, lively place. The roads twist and turn in the most wonderful ways. I've done my best to chart the area ahead, though I must admit some of the area's inhabitants proved quite a nuisance. True, Pandness. I know, it's great. Got me more impos. Yay! I'll take a look at them in just a second. I ran into another traveler as I made my way down here. I tried to call out to her as she dashed past, but she barely even glanced in my direction. Not an appreciator of maps like you and I, obviously. True, Cornifer. True. She didn't like those maps. She's not a Chad map appreciator like me. Virgin no map user versus Chad map appreciator. Yeah, agreed. True, though. So uncultured. Hey, Vermin, how's it going? How you doing? We're doing some chill video game. What? What does that even mean, Posadas John? How you doing, Vermin? I hope you're doing well. We're just like fucking vibing here. Listen to this music. It's so good. So chill. Having a good ass time. Figured I'd throw some video games in after we had a pretty intense day after all. So I figured, you know, what better time than now to play some video games and talk about random stuff. Finished D&D recently. The gay boys finally went on a date that my DM ended at a terribly heterosexual bar event called Titty Tuesday. What? What the fuck? That sounds like torture. Titty Tuesday. Nice. Okay. Oh shit. Yo, look at this. We found a new thing. Titty Tuesday? Well, wait, but it could have been Tuesday in the D&D world. How do you know? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I guess that is a term, isn't it? Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Wham, wham. Listen, don't even joke about that shit. Listen, we talked about this already earlier today. We know how easy it is to fucking get canceled. Yeah, I figured as much. I mean, or maybe it's just maybe it's like that Jimmy Buffett song. Anybody know about that the most whitest musician ever named Jimmy Buffett? It's 5 o'clock somewhere, but instead it's Titty Tuesday somewhere. Smash the birdies. Birdies destroyed. Wait, at 10K, I'm doing the pathologic review. Remember? I told you I would do a pathologic review. Wasting away again in Margaritaville. Looking for my lost shaker assault. There's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. Listen, there's 1 or 2 songs. As the son of a sailor, I did something, an adventure. But da 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 da. I can't remember the lyrics anymore. I used to know that song. As the son of a sailor, I set out on the seas for adventure. I can't remember all the lyrics. Something and don't know the lyrics anymore. That song was a good one. Listen, Jimmy Buffett had a handful of good songs. Most of them were pretty cringe though. Like Wasting Away Again in Margaritaville. That song sucks. And then there's also let's see, what's another one? I'm trying to remember. Fuck, I can't even remember them all. Oh. Fuck! I can't get over there yet. Shit. Whoa! Oh yeah, expanding the view of the captain and crew like a man just released from indenture. As a dreamer of dreams and a traveling man, I have chalked up many a mile. Read dozens of books about heroes and crooks, and I learned much from both their styles of bam bam. Son of a son, son of a son, son of a son of a sailor. Something like that. Yeah, the Jimmy Buffett South Park episode was fucking hilarious. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Is it Yacht Rock? It's yeah, it is Yacht Rock. It's 100% Yacht Rock. It's like, it's only listened to by fucking the types of people who went to the fucking, listen, I don't want to be too judgmental, but I'm just gonna say that if you listen to Jimmy Buffett on a regular basis, there's a pretty good chance that you were on the Capitol insurrection on the 6th. There's like a 90% chance that if you listen to Jimmy Buffett, you're the exact same demographic of people that went to the fucking 6th insurrection. Sorry. Vosh won. Knew it. Called it. I knew Vosh would win. Like I said, helps to have the facts on your side. Lamau. Yeah, it's basically a circle. I'm pretty sure that... What? Wait, for real? Well, that's cool. Vosh won. Vosh won. Vosh won. Congratulations, Vosh. You deserve it. You deserve the fucking belt, my boy. My boy, my boy, my boy. Do you think sugaring would be a good way to deal with my beard until you can afford laser hair? Sure. There's a lot of good ways to deal with it. I personally just shave, but honestly, laser is really, really amazing. Oh. Yes, Gayfesh. That was the title. Temple of the Black Egg. Temple of the Black Egg. I hate shaving too, but such is life. This seems plot relevant. I don't remember that song. Breathe Again? I don't remember it off the top of my head. Probably good. I could debate Vosh on a few things. Not that I really am all that interested in it. We mostly agree. Do I have any opinions on MLP? I knew some bronies and they were pretty fucking cool. That's about all. I never really watched My Little Pony, but I knew a lot of, when I was in college, my lab partner for like a solid year was a brony and they were super cool. They were super cool. They were a little bit of a nerd, but they were super, super cool. I miss them. They were really nice. We killed those fucking labs, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, well, waxing and sugaring will pull the hair out by the root, but the problem is, you don't wax or sugar before you go in for laser. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. But, like, you have to make sure that you have, like, a month between waxing and sugaring before you do laser. Because if you don't, laser has to have the hair intact in order to work. Look at that. I got all the pins. I've bought all the pins. Yeah. After more supplies, you've already bought so much. Unfortunately, for now, you've cleaned us out of anything worth selling. Cornifer will no doubt be pleased, though I do wonder what he plans to spend all that geo on. Bapanada. Yay! Do NB Nazis exist? Oh, I'm sure they do. There are trans Nazis, unfortunately. Hard to believe, but they do exist. Bapanada. Look at this. Look at my stupid old nail. It's crappy. Da, 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 da. You know what I'd like to play on stream at some point? I'd love to play the Mega Man X games on stream at some point. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? Oh my god, Gayfesh. Are you for real? If you have an image of that, please. Holy shit. That's so pathetically sad. Is this for real? Hold on, let's take a look. Hold on. Let's take a look at this. For real? Fuck. Wait, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. One of many Nordic rune symbols that has been co-opted by the radical right, the Odol rune was used as a badge by the SS during World War II and is a decidedly fascist symbol, as seen when the National Socialist Movement decided to redesign their flag in late 2016, inserting the rune where there had previously been a swastika. Wait, for fucking real? Oh my god, wait, for real, it is. It fucking actually is. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Look, remember I told you about the Volksdeutsch 7th SS? They were obsessed, the Volksdeutsch. That's the fucking shit I'm talking about. It's the Volkish crap. They're obsessed with it. Anybody who uses the word Volk unironically is fucking not Nazi signaling. What the absolute fuck? This is a really bad sign, by the way. This is the CPAC is the fucking, like, this is the conservative mainstream. If the fucking conservative mainstream is deliberately slipping in dog whistles like this is such a bad sign. We are in, oh boy, we're in for such a bad time. Oh my fucking god. I know it's all crypto, but that's not even crypto. That's just fucking loud. That's just fucking loud. So fucking bad. Yeah, of course. Nobody uses the term Volk outside of it. It's literally just for fucking Nazis. God, this shit is so depressing and concerning. Yo, that's so cool, Posadas John. That is so fucking cool. This is what I'm talking about. Everyone. This is the shit I'm talking about. Vosh, I don't care what anybody says about Vosh, but Vosh actually supports fucking other people. Vosh supports other creators in this space. Vosh is like one of the #1 people who's actually fucking good for growing lefty streaming online. No joke. There you go. There's my rant. That's all. No more. Now I gotta go back to edgily keeping my distance and going, oh yeah, I'm not a stan. Look, I'm not, okay? I try not to be a stan, but honestly, I think really highly of Vosh for reasons like this. Okay? Listen. I think that's fucking cool as shit. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Yeah, but I know, but it's, listen. Look at that. That guy just got clocked. Just got fucking clocked in the head. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I agree, Gayfesh. But, you know, you don't gotta defend everybody. I feel weird when people defend me, but at the same time, I also recognize there's so many people that hate me that I'm not gonna, like, I don't know. If people want to defend me a little bit, like, I feel like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, have an army of stans, but, like, holy shit. If it wasn't for a handful of people actually, like, defending me on Twitter, the entire narrative would be that I'm, like, a disgusting transphobe who deserves to die. And that's pretty sad. Oh, bury the night with her broken nail. Bury the priest, something about a crown. I can't remember the rest of that one. Ha ha ha. Maybe I'll hum. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh, hello again. Are you still running about? Why not join me down here? There's plenty of wealth in these rocks for anyone willing to put a bit of work in. Aw, thank you, Argo. I appreciate that. Those crystals out there are worth a fair bit, but I have a feeling that there's something even more valuable hidden just a bit deeper in. I can almost smell it. Ha ha ha. You're welcome to join me. There's enough for both of us. Or if you don't feel like digging, you can just sit and sing along with me. Ha ha ha. Oh, bury the night with her broken nail. Bury the lady lovely and pale. Bury the priest in his tattered gown. Then bury the beggar with his shining crown. Ha! Are you surprised? I remembered the second verse. Lots of time to think while I work down here. Maybe I can even come up with some of the songs of my own. Do 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 do. This is hard work, but I don't mind. Down here, I can keep working without even sleeping. It's fun. Uh-oh. Every once in a while, you could come visit me. I'm glad. Haha. I'm glad you like the sound of my voice. I'm sure Windleby, yeah. I love her. I love you. I love you, Buggy. I love you, Minor Bug. You're such a good worker. I love you, Minor Bug. Uh-oh. Shit. Yeah, well, but look. I know, it's okay. No spoilers, though. No spoilers. By the way, thank you so much for the incredibly generous gifted tier 2 sub. I think I called it out, but I might have just read the text. So thank you for whoever gifted that. I think it was Lawboy named Troy, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let me scroll back up. Let me make sure I grab it here, because I didn't mean to miss that. My brain has just been... I don't know what's up with my brain lately. Yeah, Lawboy named Troy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Seriously. Oh, that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird, Nibiru. Hey, you're very, very welcome, hippie punks. The least I can do. There's still lots of room for streaming, so hopefully streaming will continue to grow over time. Do 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 do. I wish I could pick up these crystals, but I wouldn't even know what to do. Boo ba doo boo 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 ba doo boo ba ba da bum ba 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 dum bum. Do 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 da 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 da. Oh, bury the night with her old rusty nail. And bury the priest with his, something and frail. And bury the beggar and bury the king. Bury them all because they got owned in the arena of ideas. That's gonna be me in a few years when I take that motherfucking belt. Wait, oh no, I'm gonna have to get the belt from fucking Vosh, aren't I? Oh shit, that's not good. Well, that'll be interesting. What do we even disagree on? How are we gonna do this? Wait, is Vosh gonna have a turn where he becomes a right winger? Uh-oh, uh-oh, oh shit. That would be very bad. I'm gonna have to train. Yeah. I'll do a training thing. Da-da-da, 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 da-da, ba-da-ba, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Wow, that was really off tune. Da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da, ba-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. It'll be great. Do 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 da 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 da. Surfs put out a hilarious video where Mike from PA. Oh, I heard about that. That was I was watching some of that earlier. Oh my god, I was watching some of that earlier. It was really good when I was watching it, but wait, was it earlier or yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. I was watching some of that yesterday, live, and it was pretty good. It was really funny. It was like a game show. The Surfs is so good at that. It was like basically, imagine like Lefty QI. If you've ever watched QI, by the way, if you haven't watched QI, God, that is a good show. QI is a fucking great show. Just so you know, in case you didn't know. And it's available for free on YouTube. A lot of the episodes are, at least. You're watching QI right now? Good taste. Listen, QI used to be my comfort show. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I love Sandy Tosvig. QI is a British, what's the best way? It's a British quiz show, basically, with a bunch of comedians, where a bunch of comedians go on and they get quizzed on stuff, and it's very silly and very comedic. It's basically like, imagine like British Whose Line Is It Anyway? It's really funny. Like, it is uproariously funny. So fucking good. Plus, you learn a lot of cool stuff. Was Whose Line British originally? No, I don't think it was. Was it? Oh, it was originally a British show. I didn't know that. Whoops. I didn't know that. Holy fuck, Nibiru. That's insane. Anyway, QI is awesome. I promise you, you will not regret watching it. It's fucking hilarious. And it will make your brain tickle in a good way. Like, in a really good way. All right, everyone. I know this isn't quite as long as I usually go, but I'm a little tired, honestly. And, you know, there's going to be a gaming stream on Sunday. And what we will do on Sunday is have debates, and continue playing Hollow Knight. We might, and we'll do some giveaways as usual, and it'll be really fun. So I'm gonna raid us out. Let me go find who we're gonna raid real quick. Let's go find out who we're gonna raid real quick. Ooh, music. Let's raid into, you know what? Let's raid into Joe Lewis. Hell yeah, Joe Lewis is streaming. We're raiding into Joe Lewis. So go give Joe Lewis your love, please. I will raid us out, and thank you all for being here. YouTube chat, much love to you all. Thank you all for being here, for the love and the likes and everything. And I will see you all very, very soon, okay? So we're gonna raid out. Go click through so that it actually works. Click through and tell Joe Lewis that Demon Mama says hello and love, okay? See you all very soon. Thank you for your support and your love today, and I will see you all very, very soon.